decided he was going to try to start switching things up. But you know, the majority of his life, we know he dealt with their women. We know he loved being, at their gatherings, their parties, tried to assimilate. Well, he did assimilate, and assimilation does not guarantee your safety, doesn't guarantee your protection. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to be welcome. In fact, that we see time and time again that you can safely assume that you're not going to be, and this harm is going to come to you for trying to join hand in hand. So that's my understanding. That's my answer to the question. So we'll bounce it to brother Ari. Ari, if you can answer the question.
Yeah, con. Yeah, MLK loved white people and got killed anyways, shot anyways, right? That's a big question, and why, right? Um, just like you were saying, we can't assimilate with these people. They're never to be trusted. Um, you know, Ecclesiasticus 12:10, never trust thine enemy, right? That's the kind of mindset we would need to move with. It would have been a good thing if um, MLK was able to was exposed to what we know now as the truth, you know, um, and really see that this is a nation of people that you cannot trust, you know. And to be honest with you, to a certain point, I think that he probably knew that. But a lot of our people, we have this whole sense of, we can heal these other nations by just our words or just us being nice to them or showing them love, right? Showing them compassion, right? But we got to understand that this is a nation of people that we cannot change who they are, right? So it's sad that he went down the way he did. And like brothers have brought up, we're going to get into it because towards the end, they made sure that he died, you know, um, because obviously they didn't like the message he was bringing out and they didn't like the fact that certain things were done, um, you know, to change the condition and the plight of our people. But yeah, we're gonna get into it, man. That was a big mistake he made. But some people will argue um, that a lot of the reason why we in the condition we are, as in they'll say it's a better condition, was because of a lot of stuff that he did. But integration has never been anything good for us. Segregation is when we've thrived the most. We've done the best. Is when we're segregated from all these other nations. But hopefully, we'll get some people that will, be opposed to it and just come in order. And maybe we can talk about it, right? And see how that helped us as a people, integrating with them, So, but yeah, that's all I got to say for that for now. I'm going to pass it to Chief. Um, all right, but I'm going to go ahead and yield.
Con. Well, I strongly believe, Martin Luther King was a prime example that was given to us. People with understanding and the people that was on the fence. You know, these people just can't be trusted no matter how you deal with them, whether you deal with them with the spirit of Malcolm or you deal with them as the spirit of Martin. Either way, it's still the same result. They killed, they got both of them killed. So there's no middle ground. See that's why the most I say what he got to deal and how he gonna deal with Esau, man, at the end in the end times. Like they gotta completely be cut off because this is what you're dealing with. They don't want no peace. They don't want you to win. They just want full domination, man. And they got that perpetual hatred. But I believe he's a prime example that was given to us to show us they can't be trusted, no matter how much you love them, No matter how much you kiss their ass, no matter how much you straighten your hair, no matter how much you blonde in your hair, no matter how many contacts you wear, no matter how much you change your voice, that's the love that they have for your people. How about that? Not the hatred that they have for your people. That's the amount of love that they have for your people. You know. So yeah, it's something to learn from. And I yield.
Ariella. So you can.
Shalom, family. MLK Loved White people and got shot anyway. Why? It's because the white man is adverse to life, right? When we look at his nature, right? His nature is that he's a parasite, right? He's a leech. He is known as the pale horse, right? Let me get this real quick. It's the book of Revelation, chapter 6. And I'll start at verse 7. It says, "And when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, 'Come and see.' And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth." Right? So when we look at the primary application of the scripture, this is in reference to the so-called white man coming to have power over the Americas. The Americas make up the fourth part of the earth, right? And when they came over here, all right, they brought death by what? Starving our people, right? They killed all the damn buffalo to starve out the natives, right? It says that they killed with the sword. All right, they came in and conquered this land. All right. And they also did it with the beasts of the earth, right? They would feed our babies to alligators and feed our babies to dogs and things of that nature. Right. This is just who the white man is. He is adverse to life. He is the adversary. And he is as death and hell. This is just who he is. And it's not because of his pale skin or his so-called white skin. It's because the spirit that God put inside of him is just not upright. Right. Let's go to Habakkuk chapter 2, real quick. Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 4. It says, "Behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him, but the just shall live by faith." Right? So the so called white man, who this prophecy is in reference to, his soul, his mind, is just not upright. It was made to be contrary, it was made to be adverse. Um, let's go to the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 7. In verse 13, it says, "Consider the work of God, who can make straight which he hath made crooked." Right? So the so-called white man, he is the Edomite of the Bible, and they are the wicked. All right. They are the Lord's sword. They are those that have been created, all right, to be this destructive force in the earth. And their soul was made crooked and not upright. And you can't make straight what God made crooked, right? No matter how many marches you do, all right, no, though hand join in hand, right? Though they crouch down and say, "Oh, I'm against white supremacy and this, that, and third." They're still the same devil. They're still part of the same body, and their spirits are just not upright. And we got to understand that they are our enemy, okay? And the Lord is using them to punish us. We kind of went into this last week about Israel loving the other nations. Us loving the other nations have done nothing good for us, but actually got us into captivity and got us into the predicament that we find ourselves in. So we got to understand these people for who they are at their core. Understand that they are our enemies, and as the scriptures say in Sirach 12, you should never trust your enemy and never place him by you. So that's why MLK got shot, because he tried to put his enemy right by him. He tried to join hand in hand with his enemy. But with that, I yield.
We got Sister Stacy.
Shalom, brothers. All praises
And
to the Most High.
Salakia,
Bahashem Mashiach, Yahweh Shai.
Shalom,
Salaki, Salaki.
and Salakia. Before she even started, listen, I would like more of our sisters to come up on stage too, because the enemy really wants to beat our sisters over the head with this type of docile mentality the most, because we know when the fathers get taken out the house, the sisters encourage the young men that's growing up. So, so definitely, Sister Stacy, you're welcome to the stage, and all our sisters and daughters of Zion is welcome to the stage on this topic. Proceed, sister.
Shalom again. Shalom. I have a theory in a sense that I believe that at the very end of Martin Luther King's life, that he realized John 8:32. If somebody want to get that scripture, but I believe that after he said that he led us into the burning house, I believe that in all his studying with his Christian background, this is my theory, you guys. I'm not saying that I'm right, but I'm thinking that he was reading his Bible over and over and over, and him being such a so-called learned seminary scholar, that he had to have asked himself, why does it keep saying Israel, Israel, Israel? And since he know that we were his people, he had to have known the truth at the very end. I'm believing that the Most High gave him an epiphany, and the Most High revealed to him Deuteronomy 28:68. For all your efforts, it says he's the Most High said, no man will redeem you. And he could not redeem us for all his efforts and everything that he taught, even though he thought he was going by the scripture, was contrary to what the Most High was telling us is come out of her, be separate from her. And I think at the very end, that after he gave that burning house speech, that he was going to change his whole platform. And Esau could not allow that. They were already mad because they done gave him some writings and pens, which did nothing but hurt us more. And everything he did after that was indicative to what we were supposed to be doing as a people. And like that's my theory on that. I just think at the end, like John 8:32, you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. And it was too late because the Most High said, nope, not yet. This is not what I want them to do. And I've been thinking about it for years and years and years. And it wasn't until like a few years ago that I even realized the burning house speech, because it wasn't one of the ones that they always taught. It wasn't something that you studied so much upon. But it just always made me think it's just like when Malcolm X realized the hand that the government played in his organization, and he wanted to separate himself from the Nation of Islam. And I think that he had the right answer when he was speaking at a university one time, and the white college student came up to him and asked him, I do this and I do that, and I believe in your people's cause. And she's like, what can I do to help? And Malcolm simply told her nothing and walked away. And I just think that we need to follow that. There's nothing that they can do. The only thing that we can do is to come back to these laws, statutes, and commandments. But that's my thought on Martin Luther King. I can't go against my brothers. I believe everything that you guys were saying. But I believe at the very end, the Most High revealed to him that these are my people, these are your people, and you have told them something contrary to what I want them to do. With that, I mute my mic.
We gonna get into that, sister. Don't think we not gonna get into that. We gonna get into that. That's gonna be for brunch. God, with the water for your input. Shemaya, what's good?
Shalom, King. Yahweh Shem Yashai Brakatah.
Yeah, Bashim Yashabrakata.
Shalom to all the brothers on the stage and the sisters. Shalom. Yahweh Shem Yashai Brakatah. Man, this is um, a heavy situation with Martin, man. Martin! You know, um, Yeah, and this is the situation with the church, man. The church has that belief that, hand in hand, everybody got to join hand in hand. And, that dream speech, if anybody knows the dream speech, um, you know, it starts off, excuse me, it starts off where he's talking about that, that America signed the Emancipation Proclamation and how great it is that they did that and how it's going to impact millions of Negroes and slaves. And we all understand the Emancipation Proclamation is not freedom for the slaves. It's just the transference of the slave from the personal slave owners to the government. So, that alone is just like, man, how lost we are as a people. And our leaders didn't even understand what was going on. You know, I heard you guys talking about the burning integration into the burning building speech. You know, yeah, that's true. But that dream he had wasn't a dream, man. That dream was a nightmare. Um, one of the things that I kind of always go back to is the agreement that was made um, after the Montgomery bus boycott and the terms that was laid out for the so-called Negroes to, come back to using the bus companies, um, and what they had to endure to be on the buses. Uh, I'm just going to read a couple of things from that speech, if you don't mind, King. I know I brought it out before, but since we're on Martin again, the King, I want to just bring it out again, man. Um, so this is an agreement that was made. Let me just read it. This is an historic week because segregation on the buses has now been um, declared unconstitutional. Within a few days, the Supreme Court mandate will reach Montgomery and we will be reboarding integrated buses. This places upon us all the tremendous responsibility of maintaining, in face of what could be some unpleasantness, a calm and loving dignity benefiting good citizens and members of our race. If there is violence in word or deed, it must not be our people who commit it. Man, for your help and convenience, the following suggestions are made. We will read, study, and memorize them so that our nonviolent determination may not be endangered. First, some general suggestions. Not all white people are opposed to integrated buses, except goodwill on the part of many. The whole bus is now for the use of all people. Take a vacant seat. 3. Pray for guidance and commit yourself to complete nonviolence in word and action as you enter the bus. Number 4. Demonstrate the calm dignity of our Montgomery people in your actions. 5. In all things observe ordinary rules and courtesy and good behavior. 6. Remember that this is not a victory for Negroes alone, but for all Montgomery and the South. Do not boast, do not brag. 7. Be quiet but friendly, proud but not arrogant, joyous but not boisterous. Number 8. Be loving enough to absorb evil and understanding enough to turn an enemy into a friend. Now, for some specific suggestions. These are more specific suggestions that they laid out for the Negroes in Montgomery. Number one, the bus driver is in charge of all the bus and has been instructed to obey the law. Assume that he will cooperate in helping you occupy any vacant seat. Do not deliberately sit by a white person unless there is no other seat. In sitting down by a person, white or colored, say may I or pardon me as you sit. This is common courtesy. Number four, if cursed, do not curse back. If pushed, do not push back.
What?
If Let me read that again. Number four, if cursed, do not curse back. If pushed, do not push back. If struck, do not strike back, but evidence love and goodwill at all times. Number five, in case of an incident, talk as little as possible and always in a quiet tone. Do not get up from your seat. Report all serious incidents to the bus driver. Number six, for the first few days, try to get on the bus with a friend in whose nonviolence you have confidence. You can uphold one another by a glance or a prayer. Number seven, if another person is being molested, do not arise to go to his defense, but pray for the oppressor and use moral and spiritual force to carry on the struggle for justice. Number eight, according to your own ability and personality, do not be afraid to experiment with new and creative techniques for achieving reconciliation and social change. Number nine, if you feel you cannot take it, walk for another week or two. We have confidence in our people. God bless you all. Now, this is a letter, an agreement that was made and was handed out to all the Negro community, to everyone who was walking because of the Montgomery boycott. This, as anyone can read, is ridiculous.
Salaki, I just may say something. Yeah, we get the message. We get the message what he was trying to promote. But when you understand King, we gotta understand that, all of that really King took his movement from the Gandhi movement and what Gandhi did with the British over there with the nonviolence movement. He tried to add a couple of scriptures in the Bible, which we know when you get understanding, it's not talking about the other nations loving them. But King's whole agenda was the Gandhi nonviolence movement. That's where he got his concept. And it was a sodomite that was real close to King that was also pushing that. So, what I mean? That was King's whole agenda, man. That whole nonviolent movement was off of Gandhi, who didn't even like black people. And he was trying to
Con,
use the same method. So, we know that.
con, con,
Shalom. Continue, family.
I was
con,
about to also say that Gandhi, people in India look at Gandhi that he destroyed the Indians people for, progressing, and then people say the same thing about Martin Luther King.
Hey, if I could, chime in. I don't know if it was said. By the way, shalom, y'all bashim yah shai barak, a thumb to all of the wonderful brothers, pushing this truth and laying their lives down for their people. You
Yabba
know, be,
Shabba.
being casted out of synagogues, being told you're not family anymore. a lot of times people don't understand that for decades, especially our generation, with our grandmothers, our mothers, our great grandmothers, they've been prone to the civil rights movement. But a lot of us, when we step out into this truth, we see that we're against all the odds because of people that become the face of civil rights movement. When we stand against what they spoke about, it seems like what we're talking about is crazy. And I just wanted to bring some allegations up concerning Martin Luther King. One, when you look into Martin Luther King, the FBI has I think, an 845-page file on Martin Luther King and how he tried to bamboozle with his organization, uh, the government, for $8 billion. That was a movement connected to communism. Okay, they sent a lot of black agents into Martin Luther King's movement, and there are many women who've actually made allegations that his direct colleagues have raped them. Martin Luther King was found in a European hotel, butt naked, chasing down white women. Right? Martin Luther King is revered today as a great man, but when we see or we hear all of the allegations behind him, he's no one to be revered. I was in the room earlier and people were trying to justify, what he tried to do, but the outcome of everything that Martin Luther King tried to spearhead was a part of our greatest destruction, like what we see today. And even if Martin Luther King said that he integrated his people into a burning house, I always say, well, you know what? Judas was baptizing. Judas was out there baptizing brothers, doing all of that. We could say we could say that there was some good intentions he might have had somewhere down the line, but anybody that sold out, they bought in. And I just wanted to say that about Martin Luther King.
Con, yeah, I remember like 7 years ago I read
All
into
praise on the God, the Most High, peace to everybody. Shalom. That when they did the DNA on Martin Luther King and his family, that his
Shalakia King.
paternal Y chromosome.
Shalakia King, your song really hollow. Are you
Hello.
on speakerphone?
Yeah, hold on. Do I sound better now?
Yeah,
It's
you
getting
good now.
better.
Yeah, you hear me now?
That's better.
So yeah, that Martin Luther King, that his Y chromosome is of European origins, of like Irish origins. So his forefathers, his deepest forefather goes back to a European. It could possibly, us as Israelites, we believe that uh, the early European royalty was Israelite. So some people make that argument saying, oh, these were the black royalty of England. But it shows that he's RM269, which is very dominant amongst Europeans, and that these people they were called the battle axe culture, the Yemenis, and they're big on like woman, just having a lot of women, and the FBI says that they have papers on him having like 40 affairs with different women, and then like the brother just said that he stood there and watched one of his colleagues rape a woman, and then the brother was saying, yeah, that he had a big fetish for white women, is what they say.
So Lucky, we made a couple of good points, but we understand that DNA is a flawed science. So I just want to point that out for the audience. We can't necessarily go back and say, well, this person carried this Y chromosome back here, and that's been proven to be. Well, look, it's a very flawed science. It's very subjective, and we kind of when we having this conversation, we don't want to paint them as an Edomite or not our people based off something that's not a concrete science. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but appreciate the information nevertheless.
Yeah, like I said,
Con, brother.
absolutely.
Salakia Khan, and also, as to do with the Irish too, that a lot of the Jamaicans and a lot of people, the Irish, when Oliver Cromwell kicked them out, and they went into the West Indies. So the first Irish was actually black, and then came these other Irish. So that's another thing. Like you said, brother, you're right. But in fact, that's why the Jamaicans today they use the word Irie, a lot. So the first ones that came into the West Indies, the Irish, those was the Oliver Cromwell that he actually kicked out the Irish that was ruling Europe. So like you say, we don't want to point until we got concrete evidence that he was an Edomite. My personal thing is he's just a sellout. You know what I mean? And Jake loved women regardless. You know what I mean? But he was hypocritical with it. You know what I mean? Because he was under the concept of the one wife thing and all of that. But then he had many women, that Hoover and these guys was actually recording and watching and making him look like a hypocrite. You know what I mean? And he was smoking cigarettes and he was doing a lot of things that they was watching him for. And he really became hypocritical with his movement. And like the brother brought out earlier, we know that our foreparents they worship or said he made a lot of movement and a lot of things was done under the king movement because back then our people were suffering so much. But a lot of times you got to understand that it was more convenient for the white man to have us integrate with him. You know what I mean? He understood the dynamics of the Black Wall Street and how when we were separated from him, how much we built. So in actuality, it was to his best interest to have Negroes integrate with him and become part of his society, then become a carbon copy of him by going to his school system, wanting to work with him, wanting to be part of his society. That was more to his benefit than actually having us separate and building our own. You know what I mean? When you really check it out. With that, I yield the floor.
Yeah, and Khan too, Salakia, right? When you look at Martin Luther King and you actually know his life prior to the so-called Martin Luther King, I say so-called because his name wasn't even originally Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was a known Mason in college, and he was a non-believer in God. That's from amongst those of his fraternal society, and where he graduated from. In his college, I think he was amongst a group of brothers, and don't get me wrong, you can look this up. I may be mistaken, but they were called the Smashers or the Crashers or something like that, and because they used to have sex with so much women, having orgies and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And Martin Luther King was actually well studied in the Martin Luther that we read about in history in Western Europe, protesting against the Roman Catholic Church and the political reformers. So Martin Luther King was very deceptive with his intentions, just on the foundation of what he actually believed in. You know what I'm saying? And so, when you actually know who Martin Luther King is and why they, and like I said, like why the white man forces him on black so much is due to, they know Martin Luther King's intentions was not to, free black people. When you go into the "I Have a Dream" speech, they say that the Jewish, people, the Amalekites, wrote many of his speeches. You know what I'm saying? So, that goes right down into the Bible, Isaiah 54:15, talking about if they be not gathered with me. So when our people was gathering during those times, the Most High was not, in those movements and for the edification of the people. But we know that the Most High does cast delusions on our people. So our people are under this false narrative about Martin Luther King being some hero when he's not.
Just
Salakia.
one thing I'll say, Salaki, real quick, on that. Now, I will say this, the Amalekites, a lot of times they want to like demonize Jake and make Jake seem like he don't got no intelligence. Now, I will say this, a lot of the speeches, some of them he wrote in prison. And they was, he was very. I'm not going to take that away from him. He was articulate. He was very wise in his words. You know what I mean. A lot of times, it could be true that Amalek did, but a lot of times Amalek want to take away from us and like we can't do a damn thing. He was a very intelligent man, as far as like you say, deception and writing his speeches. So I will say that. You know what I mean. So we got to look at that also.
Yeah, so MLK
Shalom,
was,
brothers.
hold on. So
Salakia.
MLK was he went to Boston College. And if you know anything about Boston, to Panay's point, Boston is a very heavily Egyptian slash Masonic city,
Boule.
right? Right? They got damn what's the faces pyramids and obelisks everywhere in Boston, right? So he went to Boston College and he pledged Alpha Phi Alpha at the I think it's the Sigma chapter. So
Yep.
he was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and I am a former member of that organization, and there are a lot of people that I personally know who are alphas who end up becoming masons. Most of the founders, which they're called the Seven Jewels, a lot of them were masons. So there's definitely some validity to what Brother Panay is saying in reference to MLK. So you know, the brother definitely had faults. He wasn't perfect. None of us are. Um, his legacy has been shaped by the oppressor, and they have used the rhetoric that he used in regards to integration. They use that as his legacy and remembrance of him. But to the sister Stacy's point, towards the end of his life, he started changing that tune a bit. His last speech, very very monumental speech that doesn't get any play. Because it's not calling for integration, but yet separation and identifying that we are the children of Israel. He wrote that speech and gave that speech after he made a trip to Jordan um, prior to the 6 Day War with Israel. And part of that visit, he was promised the site of Tel Arad, which is a true Jerusalem, right? If you hop on a plane and get a ticket to Jerusalem, that's not the actual Jerusalem. Tel Arad, which is a little further south, that is the true site of Jerusalem, where the temple was. Um, and he visited that site, and he was at a mountaintop, and they said, "Hey, we'll give this to you and African Americans. Y'all can have this land." But days later, during the 6 Day War, Israel, the state of Israel, took control of that land from the Jordanians. So they kind of crushed that whole ideology. But it just goes to show that the Lord, his purpose and his mission was for us to wake up through through men coming out to the street corners and teaching the truth of the scriptures, as opposed to us coming together and unifying with our oppressor, who's been destroying us for the past 500 years. So with that, I yield.
And Salakia, Shalom again, brothers. I agree again with you, brothers. It's just like I said at the end, they could not let him expound on those words. They could not let him give that burning house speech again because they would have had to have asked questions. They would have had to say, hey, he is going to tell these people who they are, and we still need them to be in this docile, non-violent state to think that we're going to look to a nation that will never help us. It just makes me think of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, you guys. I'm not going to read it, but 12 through 17, how, Esau say, come and let us wait for the righteous. And if God be their God, they're the children of God, let them do whatever they're going to do and let him say, I'm just paraphrasing it because I know you guys know this scriptures very well, but they used this. They used this and they could not let this man articulate and expound on who the children of Israel really were. And I believe again that because the Lord said that no man will redeem us the way that he was trying to do it, it was never going to work. Anything that Malcolm was trying to do, Marcus Garvey, even the Black Panthers, beautiful, feeding our people in the community, telling our people to let's take care of each other. It was never going to work because we still at that time did not know who we truly were. We didn't know that we were Israel. We might have had an inkling, but we didn't believe. We didn't know. Most of us come from a Christian background from them lies that they told us, that they brainwashed us into. So there was no way in the world that Martin Luther King, that they could allow him to expand on what did he mean by he done took his people into a burning house. There was no way. They had to kill him. They had to shut him up. The water brothers. Thank you.
Hey, Shalakia, I just want to thank that brother for bringing out that DNA information, man, because I know, there's been so many people who have proven that it's wrong. People have been swabbing their dogs and cats and iguanas, and it's the information coming back like, oh, you're 30% Nigerian and 40% European for these animals. So it just shows that that DNA stuff. Don't try to rely on that to find out you know who you are and where you're from and all of that kind of stuff. It's all just crap. So thanks.
Con. And one more thing, and we do gotta put in, if we're gonna get it, just the whole story. We do gotta mention the Nation of Islam and how King did meet with Elijah Muhammad. You know what I mean? After that statement, that burning house statement, and was able to see. And in fairness to King, when he met with Elijah Muhammad, he held his tongue and he listened. I will say that. So he was able to get the more revolutionary background too. After that, with that burning house speech, he was really, Elijah Muhammad was kind of drilling into him that, yeah, the white man is the devil and he's never really going to change. So you got to put that in context too. That sit down that they did have.
Hey, Salak, let me just reset the room. This is your kosher breakfast. Hop the skillet. Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it. Every morning, brothers bring them swords out. Let you know what the law about. To turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're gonna bring it out. You see, we trying to bring out this gospel 24/7, 365, giving positive vibes to the 12 tribes, pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi till your Howard Shah crack the sky. All praises to the Most High. If you haven't already, click the little greenhouse on the top of your screen. Follow the Crown of Thorns and all the other platforms we be on via God First Gang, House of Israel, HY to the Chariots Fly, Versus platform, Sakari Dagger House, Sons of Thunder, Ram, etc., etc. And today's topic is MLK loved white people and got shot anyway. Why? Right? So we're going to talk on the topic. Welcome to the stage. Macabre in the building. Elder Macabre, Shalom King. Right? And we also
Shalom, shalom. Yabashim Yashabakatam.
Yeah,
and we
but
also have Yabashim Shabrakata. And we also have Brother Tamario in the stage. I decided to give Tamario a little bit of mercy. He showed me he was working on the works. It looked like the Brother Tamario needed to put the spliff down and concentrate some more. You know what I'm saying? Like the essay he showed me, I would give it like a D plus. But I can see he's having the effort. So if it's okay with Brother Corey, Tamario's on the stage. We're gonna show him a little mercy. Brother Corey, do you object?
no, I don't Jack. I think I haven't seen any of the lessons. I know he kind of back chatted me to show him some mercy. I just want him to understand that it's a very important thing in what we asked him to do. I know what I asked him to do and what the elder Shawapar asked him to do. And I know when he spoke to me about, demonstrating mercy towards him, I just want to make sure you guys understand that you cannot utilize Chase. If you can mute your mic, thank you. You can't utilize the Bible when you would like to. I just want to make sure you guys get that. If your position is outside of the Bible and you're not trying to understand the Bible, you can't utilize the Bible when you would like to. So I wanted to demonstrate to you that mercy will not be shown if you're requesting it. It's going to be shown at our discretion.
Now I may show Shawapar mercy, and he may demonstrate me that same mercy or grace. But it won't be demonstrated to people who are talking against the actual culture. You can't dabble in it and then be like, show me some mercy. Look, here's this scripture. When you're consistently speaking against it, that's hypocritical. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to honor that and have the integrity that the Bible teaches me to have. When you was reaching out to me in terms of demonstrating mercy towards you. So yeah, shower part definitely. I think it's a decent time and it's a good topic to actually walk back in to see what lessons he's learned and see what his mind frame is at. So if you give it a D plus, I haven't seen it. I know somebody else mentioned it, but I would assume that it's definitely a D plus, or maybe you showing him mercy, and it's probably a D minus.
So there you have it. Uh, Tamayo hit me in the back chat. He said that he's on a work call right now, so we're gonna give him a few minutes. Plus, we wanted to talk to Macabre first anyway. Shalom, Macabre. You want to read the topic at hand and answer the questions?
God, God, Shalom, Shalom. It says, MLK loved white people, got shot. Anyway, God, absolutely, he got shot anyway. Um, how I feel about that, the civil rights movement. I mean, when obviously growing up here in America, King was the man. But as you got older and you started to do more research, even just before I came into the truth, you kind of found out that we were doing better, separated from these people. And then when you came into the truth, you understood that the Most High told us to separate from these people. So yeah, he was definitely used for an agenda. He also was used for the Vietnam War. I don't know if that was brought up, and they really started to go after him after he went against the Vietnam War, spoke out against it. They frowned down on him for that, but before that, he was the man. But yeah, he definitely. I don't agree with his stance. I'm more of a Malcolm X type. You he made our people docile. He made our men docile. You know what I'm saying, by not fighting back. Although there was, there was courage to go out there and face the white people. From our youth at the time, and they were ready to fight, but he made them docile. So yeah, and what's crazy is they use this guy, man, to this day. If you talk about any type of revolution, oh well, Martin Luther King, this and that and the third, so um, yeah, he got shot for loving the enemy, man, and the scriptures tell us differently. And I yield.
Khan, the water. I'm not sure if Tamario, you ready yet to talk to the room and to the panel. But if you're not, we're gonna move on to Brother Chase. So Chase, what's going on? You like to read the topic of the room and answer it, Chase? Chase with the party.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up? Going.
MLK loved white people and got killed anyway. Why?
Yeah, that's what we want to know, brother.
Oh, I really don't
Chase,
know, man.
um, um, Chase, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you saying you really don't know, so are you saying you don't have an answer or an opinion to the topic, but
Uh,
you raised your
I mean,
hand?
I guess out of fear of unity. I mean, he was for creating peace. Our government's against peace.
I mean, you didn't really sound too sure in that answer. Is that something you want to stand on?
I mean, that's what I believe.
Okay.
I believe it was because he was trying to unite people, and when people come together, it's more strength. And I feel like they were afraid of that.
Brother, when people come together, it's more strength for who?
It's more strength for the people coming together.
Now let's take so-called black people, right? Let's take black people for example. How did coming together benefit them?
I mean, when you have more people, you have more support. You have more, like I said, more strength. When you got more people working together, you get farther in life.
Could you give me like an example of something that was all black?
Black
And
Wall Street.
all right, so did integration help out Black Wall Street?
No,
How about the black community? Does the gentrification help out the black community?
no,
So there's a common denominator, right? It seems like when a lot of people get together, there's always going to be a certain people at the top and a certain people at the bottom, right?
right.
So I don't really see any benefit of a lot of people coming together. And
Okay,
from what I've seen from just a historical point of view, that our people do better when we just do our own thing and just let everybody else do their own thing. Like when we come together, because Black Wall Street was built up of mostly black people. There was also Hispanic and Native American people with us, right? And I could see that because mostly in our ghettos, we have Hispanic people with us. We could work coincide with them, and we don't become impoverished. But I do see when our people get integrated, and other nations come around like Asians or Arabs, Caucasians. I feel like our people get dragged to the bottom and become the lowest part of the economic class.
so you would be cool with segregation?
I would definitely say, from what I see when I look at the bigger picture, right, and in the broader outlook of things, it seems like that every time our people try to integrate, something wrong happens. Unless you could show me a situation that's different.
Okay, so what Martin Luther King was for, you're pretty much against, I'm guessing.
I would say what he was for the most of his life. For the most of his life, I'll be against his movement for the most of his life. Towards the end of his life, me and him could probably seen a common ground. But for the most of his life, yeah, I'm totally against what he was doing.
Okay, so all the majority of rappers and all these other different, walks of life type people that are being funded by white people, you feel like they just wouldn't need that no more? Y'all would be cool without borrowing and doing business with another race besides Hispanic?
I think it would actually benefit us. Like, say, you ever heard of Bobby Schmurder,
Yeah, Bobby Smurder.
right? Bobby Schmurder, Right, you got a lot of noise in your background. Just mute up for a second. Just say this
Yeah,
right
I
quick.
mean,
Right, Bobby Shmurda. Right, I'm just using him for an example. Right, because the hip hop industry has always been infiltrated by certain type of people. You know what I'm saying? I don't really need to say the name, but just know that they usually wear all black. They either have Abraham Lincoln top hats, or kind of like kufis or broad cups on the top of their head, and they're always like the executives, and they're always like the record label owners, and they're always like behind the scenes, right? Hip hop has been infiltrated by them for a very, very long time, and I believe that's why the music that gets pushed through mainstream hip hop is trash and it's toxic. You know what I'm saying? But let's take Bobby Shmurda for a second, right? Bobby Shmurda, right? He was in the hood, and he came up with his own little money, went to the studio with his own beat, and made his own little hit called you know, Hot Nigga, right? Now that was his own little hit that he came up by himself with his own engineering, his own rhymes, everything by himself, right? He put it on a platform called World Star. At the time, World Star was owned by a so-called black person, right? But he passed away, and I don't really know who owned it now. Probably Caucasians, right? And he blew up. That song was a hit. It was on top of the charts. But it seems like as soon as he signed the deal with the record label, right? He got caught up in a whole bunch of drama. He went to jail. The record label is still making money off of the song that they ain't put no work under, right? They put no work under the song. They're still making money off of the song. And now that he's out of jail, the record label isn't doing anything to help his career prosper. So that's just one example that, when it comes to our music, we could do this thing all by ourselves, but we allow, how can I say, huge corporations backed by people that's not our people, water it down and destroy us. You understand that, brother?
yeah, I hear you, man.
Definitely. Do you notice though that the hip hop culture is basically our culture we made off of oppression. And hip hop has its own language, which they register as Ebonics, right? They register the hip
Yeah,
hop language as Ebonics, right? They have a lot. Hip hop has its own artwork, which is called graffiti. It has its own dance, which when it came out was break dancing, but now there's so much more dancing attached to hip hop. But it has its own artwork. Graffiti has its own dance, break dances. It has its own language, which they call Ebonics, and it has its own music, right, which they call rap. So the hip hop culture is its own culture that came from our people and our oppression. And whether you know it or not, right, it has been infiltrated, and there's people behind the scenes controlling it that's not our people. How do you feel about that? Oh, look like Chase is on the phone. Let's give Chase a second, see if he get off the phone. If not, though, we're gonna move along in the queue. Yeah, but
hey, shalom, everybody. Y'all about Shem Yashar Barakatham.
hey, y'all was up in the building. Shalom, y'all about Shem Yashar Brakatah. What's going on, Ken? You want to answer the question to the room?
Yeah, why not? While he's on the phone, MLK loved white people and got shot anyway. Why? Well, because they are enemies, man. I'm gonna be nice and simple with it. The so-called Caucasian persuasion, Esau, the Edomites, Idumea, whatever the hell you want to call these people, man. One thing we can agree with is, no matter what name you label them, they're still gonna be the devil.
No matter how many times you hold their hands, they still gonna try to conquer you. No matter how many peace treaties you write down, as soon as you turn around, they're gonna stab you in the back. So that's why. It's because we're supposed to separate from these people, and by separate, I mean their ideologies, separate from their ways, and live the way the Most High intended the children of Israel to live. With that, I yield.
Hey, the water, King. It looked like Chase dropped off, right? Looked like Chase dropped off, and so did Tamario. Looked like Tamario ran for the hills. He ain't really want to be on stage with this topic. And you have Sister Charmaine.
Shalom.
Hey,
Shalom, family. Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, Shalom. What's going
Shalom.
on?
Um, there, looking at the topic, right, there was no way Edom was going to let us just, the Mosai, sorry, was going to let us integrate with Edom. Edom wanted us to because basically we are the fuel that actually drives the engine. But without us, their economy will not have reached to where it is today. You know, our people are the ones that made America great, and what it has achieved throughout the years. And also, if you Revelation 18 verse 14, the Mosai didn't want us to be amongst these people. He said we should separate ourselves and be not partakers of the plagues to come. And Isaiah 45 verse 7, which says, the Mosai says, I form the light and darkness. I am the Mosai. I do all these things. We were not meant to be part of these people. We were meant to be separate so we can worship our God. Because if we had integrated with them into such a level, where would we have been today? We weren't meant to be, and the Mosai was not going to allow that to happen. He wanted his children to wake up. I yield my mic. Can you please put me back in the audience? Thank you.
Hey, Khan, the water for that brief, but you know, very, very powerful, speech, sister. Because yeah, we are the fuel that feeds Esau's economic power, his military might, and also his innovation. Let's not forget about innovation, man. All the inventions, the children of Israel made for Esau in this captivity has really pushed them to the forefront of technology. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. Now Moab is catching up because Moab is trying to bootleg the sun and everything, but Moab is only good at taking ideas and then, through his twisted mind state, trying to extend it and bootleg it. But when it comes to inventive, right? When it comes to innovation, when you invent things, now our people lead at that forever. Even this internet that we're on, a so-called black man discovered it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to inventions, your wireless phone came from a black man. Now when you think about wireless phones, you think about the so-called Asian, the Chinese, but a so-called black man made the first wireless phone, right? His black man with the last name Samson, right? So we could get into all that too. I'm gonna get into that in February, your so-called Black History Month. But yeah, our people fuel this great whore of Babylon, man. And thanks to Dr. King, the doctrine that he pushed, which the Elder Torah, pointed out that he got from Mahatma Gandhi, and his communist background that the brother Panah was bringing out, our people are still confused off that doctrine to this very day. But welcome to the stage, brother Nasir, a Messiah, Salakia King.
Shalom, everyone. Yahaba Hashem, Yahabashah Barakatah, everyone.
Yabba Shah Brakatah. What's going on, King?
Good, good. I'm good. I'm just going to be real quick to the topic of the room. Yeah, and I'm just saying he got taken out because he served his purpose for them. And when we understand them, when we're no longer useful, then they'll take our leaders out. You know, those who are trying to be leaders to us. So he served his purpose, and then they took him out. To another point, I don't know if anyone is familiar right now, but as we're in this room, the Ebenezer Baptist Church of Atlanta right now is holding their annual Martin Luther King commemorative service, and this I just want to detail the confusion that they got going on. They just had an Edomite singing a gospel song with a bunch of us in the congregation praising him for singing a gospel song. They have a reverend, a female reverend, proceeding over, everything that's going on and introducing everything. And soon they're going to have a Korean gospel choir come up and sing. So that just explains the confusion that's going on in this place and why we need to separate. And I yield
God
with that.
damn. Yo, you got to say that one more time, man.
So you want to say the whole thing?
Yo, the whole damn thing,
All
man.
right. So as we're speaking right now, they just had an Edomite singing a gospel song with a bunch of us in the congregation raising their hands to him. They have a reverend, a female reverend, proceeding over everything right now and introducing who's coming up to speak and perform. And coming soon to the stage, they're going to have a Korean gospel choir actually performing in MLK's honor. So again, that details the confusion that's going on in this land we're living in. And I yield with that. And again, that's Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, and that's going on as we speak right now.
And that's amazing because for all the what that shows is that for all the you know the end of his life talk, and we understand his speech at the end, and his last few months or whatever the case may be, his trip to Israel, the entire world is still pushing that I have a dream speech. That's what his mark on society is. And that's why you have all of these, different nations of people coming and, trying to honor him and things of that nature because they remember that. That's what he's known for. So no matter how we try to paint him, right? We know, the truth about him at the end and things of that nature. It shows how much of a devastating effect that you know the majority of his life had on our people just with that testimony right there. I just wanted to point that out to you.
Khan, you
Hey,
can move me back to the audience. Khan.
Salakia, just to add on to what Allah was bringing out, all that really, right? All that shenanigan is just to really keep us still in a docile state, right? A lot of these nations, that's what they'll do. They'll come together, for certain events like something like that to give us the illusion that, hey, we love you, we care for you, our little puppy, just like, give you a little kiss on the head. So we're gonna come together and praise one of your icons. Then I'm gonna get done and go back and watch the news and laugh at your calamity and the fact that your children are getting killed every day, right? And separate, still separate myself from you when it comes to certain things. So yeah, our people should not fall for that, and it's just madness. And like the side brought out, that is just straight confusion, man. Straight confusion right there in the church, just to keep our people in a very docile state, man. But yeah, that's just madness. But with that, I'm a yield for now.
Hey, and Corey, you see what I mean? Now, when people complain about the traffic in Atlanta, they got to also look at a Korean tag, too, right? Yeah, you got to blame MLK for that, man, right? Definitely got to blame MLK for that. Because, hey, even look at what happened last year, right? Where did that quote unquote hate crime against the Asian happen that had them make the Korean hate bill, right, in the South in Atlanta. So it's really a spit in the face to Dr. King and anyone that was part of the civil rights movement, you know what I'm saying, that was earnestly really trying to bring liberation to our people, that over here in the South, right, the home of Dr. King, right, or you could say his stronghold, right, that this Asian hate bill was made and passed and was a cry for help for these Asians, and there's still no bill passed for the people that Dr. King was quote unquote for. The people that was nonviolent, right? That how many people died during the civil rights movement? How many bodies just turned up missing or was just found dead? How many people died while they were protesting? How many people were beaten to death, lynched, killed, burnt by the KKK, and no bill was passed? But over here now, right, in Georgia, good old Georgia, much less Atlanta, Georgia, which is supposed to be a stronghold for you Negroes, the Asian gets killed, right? The whore masseuse in a brothel was murdered, and they get a bill passed before you. That's what happens when our people try to bring everyone together. You end up at the bottom of the totem pole, man. Okay.
Con, con, and just to bring out, that sentiment that he brought up, just concerning even this day. It goes against the law, statutes, and commandments. I mean, people call it a holy day, like it's set apart. It's not written in the Most High's book. And somebody could bring up Judges 8 and 22, Baba Kushah, and 23.
8:22 and 23. All right,
Yeah, Judges 8, 22, and 23.
I got you. This is the book of Judges, chapter 8, and verse 22. Then the men of Israel said unto Gideon, rule thou over us, but thou and thy son, and thy son's son also, for thou hast delivered us from the hand of Medians. Verse 23. And Gideon said unto them, I will not rule over you, neither shall my son rule over you. The Lord shall rule over you.
So I just wanted to bring this into light. Um, we know the story of Gideon, and he's definitely a man of the Lord, and he was a judge that judged during the days of Israel and oppression. But we see how Gideon handled that. But when Gideon passed away, because they revered a man over the Most High, he became a stumbling block. Not necessarily him, but when he died, they set up his armor. Where you get the origins of the samurais leaving their armor out. The generals and those who fought in wars, they would leave their armors out, and Gideon's armor was left out, and they began to worship Gideon's armor, and his armor became a stumbling block in the nation of Israel. So we got to be very careful of how we revere men over the Lord, especially if he's not sent to do the Lord's mission. So I just wanted to bring that out. That even Yahweh Shai said there's going to be many false prophets in that day, and many going to say, um, um, and many are going to deceive in the name of Christ. We got many people who came up like they were going to be a Messiah to the people, and the Lord took them out. So I just wanted to say, if it's not of the Lord, it's going to come to naught. So I just wanted to bring that up, that we have to be very careful within our mind of how we revere men in these times above the Lord.
Right, right. Let me just add on to what Panah brought out. If they're not, to the law, to the testimony, right? If they're not coming out the scriptures and teaching you who you are, which is something that, MLK did not do, right? He did not sit there and say we were Israelites, that we were to separate from our enemy, right? In his own eyes, he thought he was doing the right thing, right? He thought he was doing a righteous thing for his people. But in reality, he was leading us to our own death, right? This is why a lot of our people are in the state that they're in right now. You understand? So I'm going to bring out a quick scripture. I'm going to go Jeremiah 23 real quick. Salakia. Let me pull that up. Bear with me, Israel. Jeremiah 23. And what do I want? I'm going to start at verse 20, I think 21 or 20. All right, this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 23 and verse 21. I have not sent these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. Right? Prophecy could be a right prophecy, a righteous prophet, and it could be a lie too. Right? You get some people acting like they prophets, right? Acting like the Most High gave them certain dreams and showed them certain things and how it is to lead their people. Right? And that's what this is getting into. Right? It says, I have not sent these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. Right? But if they had stood in my counsel, so if Dr. King has stood in the counsel of the Most High, which is what? The scriptures, right? In its true form, right? And had caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned them from their evil ways. That's what he would have been doing for us, for our people. But instead, he was teaching our people to, integrate and come together with their own oppressor and their own enemy, right? And from the evil of their doings, our people got worse. I'm gonna repeat it again. Our people got worse under the direction of Dr. King. It's just straightforward, right? Why is that? Because they followed his thoughts and his understanding, thinking that we can integrate with our enemies, thinking that we can love them, right? And in reality, we're just extending our own oppression when we do things like that, right? But I just wanted to add that to what Pinar brought out. And with that, I'm gonna yield for now.
King. Excellent point, man. Right? Our people, man. Listen, there's a reason why we are called the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Right? Our people have a very, very sheep mentality. Right? They follow what they think is going to help them survive. I'm telling you, that's the reason why us as a people, right, are so easily misled because a lot of us are just afraid and want to survive, right? When our people, get afraid of the devil, they got it twisted. You're really supposed to fear the Most High because Yahweh controls that. Yahweh controls life and death. But when you get into the fear of the devil and their tactics, and you get intimidated by your oppressor, yeah, the Most High God gives you up to His hands because you're given this immortal being. You're given this entity that's not of the Most High. You're giving that entity more power than the Most High. The scriptures say, "Worship no other God before me," man. And our people make a god out of MLK. They make a god out of damn a pair of Jordans. They make a god out of the white man, of course. That picture of white Jesus. They got that picture of white Jesus in that celebration for Martin Luther King right now. And that church, right, where they got the Asians about to come and sing a damn a damn gospel song, right? They got that picture of white Jesus somewhere posted up in the back. That's where this mentality comes from, the mentality of Antichrist, where the children of Israel are not superior, but they're fighting for equality, right? That's what Martin Luther King. That's the mind state of a black Christian. The mind state of a black Christian is that we're inferior. Listen to me, y'all. The mind state of a so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American Christian is that we are inferior and we have to fight for equality, right? And you know the way that we're supposed to fight is nonviolent. If we get hit, don't hit back because we're just looking for acceptance from a people that's superior to us. That's their mind state. That's their mind frame, right? So our people definitely have to get out of that mind frame. Halab, you was trying to say something, King Guy?
Kind of, I just wanted to say, we had to Mario back on stage. I don't know if you want to hop to him so we can address the topic of the room. I would love to hear his answer on this.
Thank you, Mahala. That's very generous of you, brother. And thank you, Brother Sharpar, for bringing me up. I kind of, right as you were resetting the room, Brother Sharpar, I was getting a call. You know, I'm on the plantation right now, as we call it. And so I kind of missed kind of what was said. Because, you know, I had to turn the volume down because people can't hear what's going on in this room. But is everybody cool with me being up here, brother? Because I don't want to break any type of.
Yeah, you good. We talked about it. You good, man. We just want to hear what you think about the question.
I got you.
Mario,
Got you. Got you. Hey, shout out to y'all Sop and Brother McCobb, man, for trying to throw me some mercy and grace, man. I appreciate that, brother. Sharpar, you had mentioned before I even address the question, I just want to say one thing real quick about the music industry because this is a big I'm just a big advocate of not of giving people a different understanding of things and like the right understanding. And somebody mentioned the music industry, but what a lot of people don't acknowledge is that before that transition of music, there was this push by some prominent black leaders, C. Dolores Tucker being one of them, that protested to these record labels, hey, you can't put this music out because it's going to be a detrimental to this community. And nobody can say that this is a lie because my favorite rapper, Tupac, mentions this black woman in some of his lyrics in a degrading manner. So us being black, we protested the right to feed our people this ignorance. That's when we get the explicit advisory kind of sticker on the
Tupac,
on.
Tupac, Tupac literally said, "Cedar Lawrence Tucker, you a motherfucker, right? Instead of help a nigga, you want to destroy your brother, right? Yeah, he did say that out of his ignorance.
Yes, yes, and absolutely. And but I'm just for clarification, when we try to blame record labels and other people, like there was a black resistance to this that we shut down and we ostracized these people. And I'm glad somebody brought out, like, because you brought out Sharp Pride because of Tupac's ignorance, right? The answer to this question is ignorance. That's what killed MLK. And I wanna make um, you know, Malcolm X initially. I know we're talking about MLK, but I'm going somewhere. Malcolm X, at first he hated white people and he was okay, but when he started to be more inclusive, his own people killed him. And I said that to say we can't be hypocrites. And I want to draw a parallel with MLK. I'm not going to say that he's holier than Christ, but the point I want to make is when we make these type of topics, the kind of the tenor of the room is to just like hate somebody else. I do I do want to point out that MLK was championing a movement to love everybody the same as Christ. But if we're gonna look at like the so-called white man
Well,
killing MLK, Israelites killed Christ, and so nobody's holding their foot to the fire for that. Like you can't condemn an entire nation of people based on the acts of a few. And so again, if we're gonna just kind of hold to the thought that the so-called white man killed MLK, well, Israelites killed Christ, and I find that very hypocritical that we would have this type of mind, like this type of topic, just to kind of conjure up, confusion, or keep people just with that, the kind of hate in their spirit, because Christ wanted to give everybody grace as well. And I think the brothers here and sisters accept Christ. And he, I'm not comparing them morally, but what we know about them publicly is that they both were trying to unify, and ignorance is the culprit here. And I'll yield with that.
1 second, Samaria. I just got one question. When I gave you the assignment, what was that assignment based on?
That assignment was based on, you mean how we got there? Like what made that
No,
come about?
no, I mean, what was the details of my part of the assignment, not
Oh,
the
okay.
the shower parts.
I got you. I
Uh,
got you. To handwrite the entire book of Matthew, as well as highlighting bullet points of key information about what's going on in Matthew, to get a better understanding of Christ.
got you. So during that reading of Matthew, of you handwriting and highlighting bullet points, how far did you get, Tamario?
I got to chapter 3, brother Corey, and then I
Yeah.
started getting I started getting symptoms for arthritis,
Uh huh.
because that
Yeah.
was like
Yeah.
that was very challenging, brother.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
imagine, quick
But
side note, Corey. Imagine
yeah.
what our ancestors went through preserving these records. Go ahead.
Yeah. And the point that I wanted to make was like if you did not learn history in reference to Martin Luther King's life and his teachings and everything, you wouldn't be able to take stage and then stand on that. That makes no sense. Like if you seen a quote or two when his so-called birthday pops up or something like that, or death day pops up, then you wouldn't be able to take stage and speak too much on his life unless you knew about certain the movement he was putting together, his lifestyle, his family, who he was fighting for, what he was trying to accomplish when he died. You will have to know certain points to be able to take stage and speak to that, right, Tamaria?
That's a fair point, Corey. My only point of contention with,
I wasn't making a point. I said right, Tamaria.
well, I mean, yes and no to that. Yeah,
So there's no such thing as yes and no. Do you agree
well,
that
the
if
whole
someone was to speak on life of Tamario, you if I ask someone, hey, how's Tamario? And they just said, who's Tamario? You know, the guy that be on Clubhouse. If they never met you on Clubhouse or never heard your voice, if they just say, oh, he's doing fine. I mean, he's probably working right now. If they just start speaking on your life, it wouldn't make sense because they haven't examined your life. Wouldn't that make sense? Or is that like a yes or no, yes and no answer?
all right, I got you, brother.
So do you agree that they can't speak on your life unless they've analyzed your life?
I I would say that's, I see what you're saying, but if
It
we're
wouldn't be wise and it would be ignorant of them if they spoke on your life and have not analyzed your life.
right, but did I speak out of the way on someone's life here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you said
yeah.
Christ's life and his belief, and you paired it with Martin Luther King's, and I gave you an assignment to not do that anymore, which is it could have been like a maybe we brung you to the stage a little premature, because you have not finalized this assignment, but we've had the grace and bring you right back up. And you do the same thing. You said Christ's life was identical to MLK's. MLK's was more so, can everybody get along and come together? Christ was getting all the everybody get along Israelites together. He was not getting every nation together. And you only made it to chapter 3 which I doubt that. If you say chapter 3, you're someone who's outside of the Bible. Therefore, you're a liar. So you probably made it to Matthew chapter 2 and verse 1, and you're deeming that to be chapter 3. So you haven't even made it anywhere. You don't know what Christ said. You don't know his adulthood. You don't know what he taught in the rest of that book. And we're only talking about the one perspective of Matthew. So you don't even know Christ's life yet, and still you paired it to be with or alongside of Martin Luther King's. That makes no sense. And Christ and Matthew, that same book that you haven't made it through after several months of this assignment, Matthew 15 and 24, he clarified that he only was here for the Israelites and he was not dealing with no other nations. So that wouldn't be fair to mate or parallel his life alongside of Martin Luther King's. So what do you feel about that, Tamario?
All right. So, brother Corey, I will amend the statement. Um, to yes, I'm not scholarly up on the Hall of Christ's life, and I will accept your
Due to your ignorance,
okay.
you're amending the statement.
Due to my ignorance on
All right.
the Hall of Christ's life. I'll give you that, brother.
Like
I'll give you that.
Tupac was ignorant because Tupac said only God could judge me, and that's not in the Bible.
All right. So let me not. So I'll amend what I said. So, Christ, MLK wasn't walk. Let's just remove the fact I talked about Christ's life. But but Christ loved Israelites, and Israelites killed him. So the point I'm demonstrating here is that
You got that
we.
wrong again, Tamario.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, the Romans killed him. The Romans nailed him to the cross, and the
Oh,
Rome
who served him up? Who served him up to the Romans?
that was Judas.
Oh, okay. Are Judas is that Israelites?
Of course, Judas is an Israelite.
Oh, okay. All right. So they were
But
complicit.
That wouldn't be fair. For an example, I'm gonna give you a good example, Tamario. That wouldn't be fair to say. For an example, you got myself on the stage. You got Elder Terah, Macab, Yawasab. We're Israelites who are understanding and who are in cahoots with our king. But then you have brothers that's also has Israelite backgrounds, well, nationality wise, like yourself. So you have like coons who would rep for other nations, as like a Judas. So it wouldn't be fair to say, "Hey, that's hypocritical." Tamario did it, and it's like, well, Tamario is a coon. He's a fucking coon. It's the same thing, just how Judas was, and he served uh, the king of Israel up to these other nations. It's the same very thing. He wasn't with his people. He wasn't with his king. He was a fucking coon, like you. That's the point that we're trying to demonstrate. So, whatever point you're trying to teach us, we're standing here listening to you not make any sense. Because when you would have read that account in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, if you would have actually read that and said, damn, I'm Judas, you would have said that and you would have never made that point on the stage. Are you?
Shalakia. Hey, the Israelites also tied up Samson and gave him to the Philistines. So there you go.
No. So ultimately, the point is when we place ourselves in a box to say, see, the white man Ray Calvin or Calvin Ray killed MLK. You know, like black people killed Tupac. Black people killed Biggie.
Wait, so Tamario, once slight
hold on,
correction.
hold
He
on, hold
shot
on.
MLK, right? But he didn't kill him though. Just want to make that clarity.
Who killed MLK though?
It was Ray Calvin and his Calvin Ray and his ignorance.
No. Did you read this article on the top of here?
Let me check it out. Hang on. No, I haven't. Give me a second. I'll check it out, brother.
Just read the title of the article.
Well, I'm not a person that's swayed by headlines. Like I would like to go into the
No,
kind of meat.
just I mean, yeah, you could get it to me, but just read the title. What does it say?
Silver Suit found U.S. government guilty in King assassination in 1999.
So in 1999, the U.S. government was found guilty and being part of Dr. King's assassination. So we're not just talking about one white man and Ray Calvin. We're talking about a conspiracy from a board of Edomites, a government of Edomites. But yeah, it's a great article. You should read it.
I got you, brother. I'm checking it out now.
Because when you talk about Judas, right, and then you mention the murder of Malcolm X, and I'm about to put up an article of Malcolm X's daughter that just was murdered, right? You will see that the thing that is in how can I say continuing, or I should say similarities in all these cases, is that there's a hidden hand behind everything, a COINTELPRO. I mentioned earlier, in the week, right? Even though it's Monday, I mentioned it yesterday to someone that Judas was basically COINTELPRO himself. That's why he sold out Yahushai for what? 11 pieces of silver, his coins, right? So you got to look into COINTELPRO, Tamario, before you even mention anything about our people, because what's behind the wicked of our people is always the heathen.
Shalakia Shapor. The brother also said Christ gave grace to everybody, man.
Con. So Paul's absolutely right. Brother, you got to look at the hidden agenda. I'll give you another example. Gaddafi. It was in Liberia. Gaddafi. Um, Clinton. One of the Clintons, Hillary Clinton, actually said what? Gaddafi got to be removed. And when she said Gaddafi got to be removed, the agenda was there for the CIA to arm coups to overthrow Gaddafi. So, in actuality, Gaddafi's people killed them, but the hidden agenda came from Hillary Clinton in America that Gaddafi got to be taken out. You understand? So, what the brother's saying is absolutely right, man. I mean, I know you mentioned Malcolm and stuff, but let's get something clear. This is not about Malcolm, but real briefly, Malcolm never said the white man was not the devil. Let's get something clear. Malcolm was confused because when he went to Mecca, he saw white people worshiping as Muslims. And Elijah Muhammad had told them that they are the devil and they can't be Muslims. So that was the confusion of Malcolm, and that's the confusion of the Nation of Islam. You see what I'm saying? Because they can convert to Muslims, but they can't convert to being an Israelite. You understand what I'm saying? So that was confused with Malcolm, but Malcolm always knew the nature of the white man. And that's why I brought up MLK when he had that sit down with Elijah Muhammad. As you see in his speeches now, he starts saying, but the nature of the person you can't change. So evidently he understood also that the white man was the devil, but he couldn't bring it out because he was in too deep. He was in too deep with them. But I believe after that sit down with Elijah Muhammad, he clearly understood the nature of the white man and understood he couldn't change. That's why he said, I bring my people into the burning house. You understand what I'm saying? So let's just make things clear historically.
All right, so respect to all of the brothers, but just as a philosopher and as a person that actually cares about the community, I think we have my just biggest argument would be
What
that
community?
well I'm talking about the so-called black community, but the community that I represent personally is just the all of mankind and everything on this planet. But when we put ourselves in a like whether in the '60s when MLK was assassinated, there was a lot of ignorance going on. But we can take from the symbolism of his death, like he did essentially swing the pendulum, and things started to change thereafter. Even if uh, whomever was complicit in this assassination, it still moved the needle, so to speak, to better conditions, and we bear it out today. But my biggest point that I'm
What?
trying to make, my biggest point that I'm
Huh?
trying to make is,
Wait,
Tamario,
no, what?
hold on, Tamario, hold on. What conditions got better for our people? How?
oh, I mean, I can go outside. I don't have chains on. I can be
Bro,
educated. I can be educated.
no.
I can. I can. I can go
Let him finish. Let him
outside.
finish. He said, no, "Go outside, no chains." He can be
no, cha-
educated.
no
Right.
chain.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on. Tamario, were there black universities, all black universities, with inventors and innovators out before Martin Luther King's uh
yes,
debacle?
yes.
So how many black inventors are there now, and how many black colleges?
I mean, I would imagine this. There was no drop off in that. In fact,
What? There was no drop off in that. You want to go to statistics, Tamario?
well, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but but we're taking us somewhere where we don't. Y'all are taking me somewhere where we don't need to go. That's
Why? Why?
just your standard
So
grandstanding.
you said that
Huh?
things got better to Mario, and I'm thinking like how, and then you said education. Well, you said go outside and change. Well, like that is that if that's your standards, brother, I don't know what to say, right? But this nigga said go outside and you'll kind of have more change.
Well,
But listen, hold on, Tamario, because that's why brothers is stopping you, because what you're trying to do is you're just trying to use words over 7 letters, but none of them actually mean anything. For an example, when I stopped you at community, I said, "What community?" You said, "Well, pretty much like like the black community, but what I'm saying is like all mankind." So basically, you're saying the entire human race and no community at all. That's what you're saying, Tamario.
all
You're
right. So
not. Hold on. A community is a target. You have to target a circle of people. So you may say the community from 18 to 25, as long as is within his age bracket. I'm dealing with the children in this way. I'm dealing with, you have to race. You got to target something. You said all mankind. This is why we're stopping you, because you're not making any sense and you're just trying to sound profound, but you don't have nothing to say. You said it got better. Oh, well, I can go outside and no chains. You're not saying anything. That's
I
what we're
got you.
trying to say.
I got you. No problem. No problem. No problem. So
People was
let me
outside.
clarify. I'll clarify. When I see rooms like this where a lot of people are being indoctrinated, just, and they shouldn't be. It's when you hate somebody, that's counterproductive to you navigating in this world, because the country that we live in is the ultimate meritocracy, if you will.
Bruh.
Hey,
And
Tamario, what does that? Okay, I had to
Hold
stop
on
you
a
real quick.
second.
I understand that we've heard that song and dance before. What does that have to do with the question that was asked to you?
well, it goes to the like it.
Because Tamario, you
What
know what you're doing right now?
no
You're
what
grandstanding. That's what you're
well
doing.
well well it's because that's I have to match. I have to grandstand because y'all are grandstanding, because we're
We
missing
just
the
want to call
point.
you out on it. We grandstand. That's cool. Go ahead.
Well, my opening statement like cut brothers so hard that we had to move it to something else, because
Stop.
y'all
It
had to
really
deal
didn't.
with that.
Tamario, check it out.
Stop.
Tamario, just hold on. Just check it out for a second, right, Tamario? The issue is all you ever want to do is point the finger at the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And I'm going to continue to say this because I listen very carefully to you all the time. We would say, just for an example, yo, the white man, he, he built this system and we're mass incarcerated. You want to know what you would say? Stop committing crimes. That's what you would say. You won't see the systematic oppression. All you're going to see is the people who are falling into the hands of the systematic oppression and blame it all on them. That's all you do, Tamario. Another example. Oh, Israelites killed Christ. Um, what about the Romans that pierced his side? What about the Romans that put the nails in his hands? You didn't say nothing about that. All you did was harp on, well, Israelites did this. And the crazy thing is, you act like we don't teach how we have to do better as a people. Like if we don't teach law, statutes, and commandments, that is actually going to give the morality and the moral compass back to our people so we can once again become that light upon the earth.
You can do
We
it.
teach that. We teach that. You don't. All you want to do is say, hold his hand, put a cape on for him, please. When we're just telling you to separate with ideologies, separate from the way he wants you to live on this world. If we go hand in hand with the white man, you want to know what's going to continue to happen to the blacks and Hispanics? There's still going to be the highest rate of abortion rate. We're still going to be killing each other because this is what we've been doing. When we go hand in hand with our enemy, we eventually become each other's enemies. It's that simple, Ak. So when we sit here saying, let's rise up together, let's do what we have to do for each other, you have a problem with that. Because if you don't see Becky with the blonde hair in the group, you have a problem. If you don't see Billy Bob Joe with his suit and tie saying, hey, how you
Mm-hmm.
doing? You have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
When all I want to see in the group is blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans of Negro and Indian descent. That's all I want to see because we're the people that have to get our shit together. But for some reason, you act like all we do up here is say, fuck the white man. No, Tamario. Fuck the white man. Fuck the Hamites in Africa. Fuck the Chinese man. Fuck the East Indian. Fuck everybody that's not an Israelite, Tamario. Or everybody that is not from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and his 12 sons, I don't want nothing to do with none of them. None of them. I want to build my people so in the kingdom to come, my people will reign, even if I'm not there. Because I don't labor it just for myself. I labor for for my people so they can wake up. Even if I'm not there, I could be a sacrificial lamb. I could be accursed from my people, right? Accursed from Christ, as Paul said. That's fine,
God
as
forbid.
long as the Most High uses me to raise up men and women and children in this truth. I did my job, and you gotta stop doing that, Tamario, because honestly, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Tamario, let me ask you a question. If you had a, if you were a CEO of a company and you had every race of people come to you, right? And every race has a criminal record. Chinese man, East Indian, and you see everything they've done through the hours of time. Whose criminal record is going to be the worst, Tamario?
I don't know if I could answer that question. I mean, been a lot of atrocity
Tamario, okay, so
throughout
let me
history,
ask
brother.
you.
So
Okay, so check it out. Who who's the main culprit of the extinction of animals across the earth?
that's again, I
Bruh.
can't answer that question.
Okay, no problem, no problem. You can move on. Who is the only people who drop nuclear bombs on people?
That would be America.
Ran by who?
Um, well, that okay,
Ask it
white
again, y'all. What's up?
white people. You
Who
want me to
was
say
the
white people?
okay? There you go.
Damn, that hurt him to say that.
No, well,
Who's
it
the
didn't hurt me to say,
who?
brother
Hold
McCall.
on, no,
It's
Tamari. I'm not done with my
all
questionnaire.
right, brother.
I'm not done with my questionnaire.
Hold on, y'all
Who's the
was up.
only?
Y'all was up.
Go ahead,
If
Ak.
you can't ask it again, just to get a clean answer. It was a
Who's the?
hesitation there.
No problem. Who's the only people that drop nuclear bombs on countries?
The American government,
That is ran by who?
white people
Okay,
at the
thank you.
time. At the
Be
time.
quiet. Be quiet. Mario, I'm not done with the questionnaire. I don't care if it was at the time, because even if it was at the time, they still did it. Okay? Who's the let's see, let's just pick one out the sky. Who's the only people who create genetically modified organisms and is actually getting people sick at a higher rate than ever before? Who does this?
So the reason why I can't answer a lot of these questions, y'all was talking, because I
Tamario,
don't know.
Tamario, I muted you. I don't want to hear why you can't answer them. You're either going to say, I don't know, or give me an answer. Okay? Okay, Tamario?
All right, I don't know, y'all was up.
Okay, thank you. Who's the only people that have transported millions of people across the world on ships for slavery?
That would be Europeans.
Which is the white man. Cool. Who's the people that came to the Americas and raped, robbed, and murdered millions upon millions of the indigenous people of the Americas from North, Central, South America, Caribbean islands? Who did that?
Europeans.
Okay, white people. Cool. Who was cutting open the bellies of the Seminole Indians, taking out uh fetuses and then putting a cat back in the belly and sewing it back up? Who did that?
I don't know.
Okay. Who is the people that were actually skinning Native Americans in New England, which will be modern day Massachusetts, Connecticut, going all the way from New York to New Jersey to Pennsylvania? Who was skinning Native Americans and using their skin as purses, as leather jackets, and things of that nature? Who did that?
Yeah, so I'm going to concede to your grandstanding and line of inquiry here,
Who did
brother.
that? No,
I got you.
who did that? Who did that? It's either I don't know, or you give me an answer. Who did that?
I don't know.
Okay. Who is the main culprit of going into a shack where so-called African Americans and even Native Americans were on cotton plantations and taking another man's wife and raping her in front of the husband? Who did that?
Hey, Yawasa, who sold my black ass into slavery?
No, 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 no. We can answer that. You
Well,
see,
you're
this
grandstanding. Like
you just
I'm
proved
conceding. I'm gonna.
you just no. I just muted you because you just proved my point. I put you through these questions because I knew what you were gonna do. All you're gonna
Right.
do is take the binoculars off of the white man and point it right back at yourself because you have to protect the white man. You have to protect Becky. You gotta protect Billy Bob.
By any
You
means.
gotta protect. You gotta protect these people. You see, we could
Hey,
talk
Yawasa.
about. Hold on, I'm not done. I was listening carefully for a while. I didn't unmute. Now it's my turn. So we can talk about as soon as I'm done with my questionnaire, just to prove my point, because I'm not done yet. I have a couple more questions to ask.
Right.
We can talk about what happened on the west coast of Africa. We could talk about that because that's very easy to understand. Okay? Why do you think I said it's not just fuck the white man? It's also fuck the Africans who are Hamites. You didn't hear that part, did you? You didn't hear that. But anyway, let's see another one. Who who took a brass iron that the tip was burning in a fire, right?
So you take that tip out of brass iron, you know how it glows, that orangey color, reddish color, and actually burn the eyes of slaves in America that were trying to read. Who did that? Mario.
Mm.
Y'all, what's up? You're a historian, right?
The white man.
Tamario. Tamario, you're either gonna answer it or
It
you're
was the
not.
white devil.
Thank you, Chase. You're either gonna answer it or you're going to move on and say, I don't know. That's all. That's the only thing you could do right now, Tamario, okay?
All right, I'm
Just answer it,
conceding to
Mario.
your inquiry here, y'all. What's
So
up?
so say I don't know or you give me an answer. That's the only options you have. Tamario,
Okay,
who did that?
I don't know, y'all. What's up?
Okay, cool. Who's the only people? Well, I'm not even gonna say the only, the main culprit. Okay, who was the main culprit uh, that was actually hanging Native Americans, Mexicans, and of course the so-called African Americans all throughout America? Who was lynching people?
Man, my opening statement cut you brothers hard, where you have to resort
You
to grand.
see, you see,
Ask
you
him
see what you're
again, yo.
doing.
What's up?
You
Ask
see
him
what you're
again.
doing. Who, who lynched millions upon millions of so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans all throughout the Americas?
White people did that, y'all. What's up?
Okay, who created boarding schools to kidnap Native American children off of the reservations so they can do something, as they wrote in their own paperwork, to kill the Indian and make alive the man, and cut Native Americans' hair, completely strip them from their language and culture, and actually, quote unquote, Americanize them? Who created these boarding schools for these Native children?
I'm not familiar with that, so I don't know, brother. Y'all. What's up?
Okay, okay, no problem. Who is the main culprit of these people that they put on like a blue suit, right? And they got like a badge, they got a walkie-talkie that they could call for some type of backup. And they also have a gun on them legally, and they drive around in a car that like makes noise, and it has like lights on the top of it. It kind of sounds like bloop when they pull you over. And there's a very high rate, we just see it more because now it's being filmed because camera phones and stuff. But since yeah, we can just look at the statistics going all the way back to World War II, even before that. Who is the race that will do wear that uniform, drive in that car, that guns down blacks and Hispanics? Who does that?
I think you should really look up statistics, man, because that's where you're wrong. Look up white and black statistics real quick.
Chase, you just gotta wait your turn, bro. Okay?
Yep.
Then we could talk about it. Okay, Chase? I don't have a problem talking with you about that. That's
If
fine.
the
Okay?
information you're saying is not
Chase,
true, then why say
Chase,
it?
Chase,
Well, he's
Chase.
grandstanding. They got cut
Tamario,
in and just
Tamario.
didn't know how to deal
Nobody,
with it. So now we're moving
Tamario,
in circles.
Tamario. Nobody got cut. I'm showing the audience how you're a coon.
Well,
That's what I'm showing.
you're grossly
I'm showing.
misrepresenting my
I'm showing.
position, y'all. What's up?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because even throughout this questionnaire, all you've showed is that you're gonna put on a cape for
Right.
Billy. You're gonna put on a condom for Becky, and you want to ride and die for them, but you want to point at blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, who are the children and God's chosen people, and say, you're the criminal. You're the rapist. You deserve to be in jail. You sold each other. That's all you want to do.
Can I ask
And
you a
here's
question,
a
y'all? What's up?
no, you can't. You can't yet. You can ask a question when I allow you. Okay? But before you even ask a follow-up question, what you're going to do right now is you're going to restate what you said about what was going on the west coast of Africa. I want you to restate that. What happened on the west coast of Africa, Tamario?
Well, when the Portuguese tried to go into West Africa to round up Africans for slavery, they found out that these West Africans were formidable and they couldn't just go in and round them up. So they decided to negotiate with the chiefs of those tribes to say, "Hey, we're going to give you these gifts, and we need bodies."
False.
And oh, that's
That's
false.
not what happened. Let me
Oh,
help you
okay.
out.
Yeah, help me out, brother.
I'm gonna help you out. Let's give a prime example. Let's say there was a tribe known as the Akan, right? This is actually what the tribe was called. They were called the Akan, and these people were warring with neighboring tribes. Okay, some of these neighboring tribes would have been like the Udunks, look it up, or one of the vast empires as the Benin. Okay, so what began to happen is these vast empires were making treaties with the Portuguese, making treaties with the Dutch, making treaties with the Germans, the French, the Spanish, right? Before the English became to come and conquer with the Dutch to attack certain tribes and bring certain tribes to the Americas. And these certain tribes, they said, those are not our brothers, those are not our kinfolk, they are different from us. Did you know that, Tamario?
Okay, y'all, what's up? Did
Okay,
did
I
what?
they
don't
did they
think
did
I
they
don't think
did
that
they
was an
trade?
answer to the question. Hold
No,
on,
no.
Tamario. Hold on, Tamario. Y'all, what's up? Restate the question. That was an answer to your
So
question.
I heard the question. He literally said
So
nothing.
answer it.
So,
It
we
doesn't
did not
disprove
hear
what I
your
said
answer.
though.
We did not hear your answer. So, if you heard the question, give an answer to the question. Y'all, what's up? Restate the question, and he'll give an answer.
Do you realize that the so-called Africans were not selling themselves? They were going to certain tribes that they even said out of their own mouths were not part of their kinfolk.
That's fine. That doesn't discredit what I said though. You're
Do
you're
you want to know
you're
why it
still
does?
grandstanding. It
No,
doesn't
I'm
though.
not grandstanding. I'm going to show you
He
why it
still,
does.
and y'all, what's up? I just want to say it clearly. He still did not answer your
I
question
know he didn't.
because your
It's okay.
question was, did he know? And that was very important because if he say I knew, then he wouldn't be pushing it as if it was the same stock of people. But obviously, my position, and I'll take a hard position, is that Tamario did not know that. Y'all, what's up?
Well,
No,
it's
he didn't know that.
inconsequential. It's
He didn't
inconsequential.
know that.
It's like it's like it
Tamario,
doesn't matter. Did did,
you want to
did
know why it does
Africans
What?
matter?
sell us or not? That's
No.
like the whole point. Coming
You
up
want to
with
know
What?
this
why it
other.
does matter? Tamario, you want to know why it does matter? Because it would show you who are the people that went into slavery and show you who are the people who were culprits in selling these people into slavery. That's what it would show you. See, you still suffer something known as colorism, Tamario. You suffer that. We don't. You want to know why you suffer it? Because you see a quote unquote melanated person selling another melanated person into slavery, and you would think they're the same people just because their skin is brown. And that's not true. They were Israelites on the west coast of Africa, Tamario. And
Wait,
I
wait, y'all,
have,
what's up? So
yes, sir,
earlier when you said I thought you said a term. You said fuck the Africans, fuck the Hamites, whatever you said, right?
correct,
Are
correct.
you stating that by saying fuck this nation of people that you spoke about, are you saying that those people have like a dark skin hue? Is that what you're saying?
Ab- Absolutely.
And they may have woolly hair as well,
Absolutely.
but you're saying that they are a different people than the Israelites.
Absolutely.
So they may have had wars with the Israelites and even captured some to sell them, but they're not the same people, right?
Absolutely.
And you only advocate for the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans who are by and large the true children of Israel. You do not advocate for other dark skinned people, period, because they're not of your stock. You only advocate for the descendants of Jacob. Is that what your position is, Yawasa?
Correct.
So if I was to say that a white man stole you, you know, aha, you would say, well, fuck that white man, because that's not part of my people. And if I was to say that a Hamite stole you and sold you, you would say, fuck that Hamite, because that ain't part of my people. So it wouldn't be a point that someone else can make against you because the dark skinned people that was on the west coast of Africa was not your people that sold you and your particular lineage. Is that what you're saying, Yawasop?
Correct. Correct.
Got you. All right, that was it.
So if you look up, certain tribes like the Yoruba, the Akans, the Mandinks, the Fulanis, and I could go on and on, right? These cultures, right? These certain tribes were known to have things known as Hebraic customs, from circumcision to the celebrating of the Feast of Tabernacles, going away down to Passover, a Day of Atonement, so on and so forth. That's what these people were known for. But the people that were hand in hand with the white men, the people that were hand in hand with also the Arabs, okay, because that was going on as well, they didn't have nothing to do with any type of Hebraic culture at all. So, Tamario, Africans better be called Hamites were selling Israelites into slavery. So you're wrong, Tamario. Joel chapter 3. Let's get there. Joel chapter 3 and start at verse 3. Who got that for me?
I can get it. This is Joel chapter 3, and what verse you want it?
3.
The book of Joel chapter 3 and verse 3. And they have cast lots for my people,
They cast lots for his people. They were betting on his people, guys,
and have given a boy for an harlot,
and gave a
and
boy for a harlot. What is a
and
harlot, Tamario? Tamario?
I don't know, y'all. What's up?
A prostitute, Doc. They were given a boy for a harlot. Keep reading.
sold a girl for wine.
You know this is
We
actually
knew the answer to
documented.
that. We knew the answer to that.
You know
He
this is
lied.
actually document. Oh, go ahead, y'all. You going to say something?
No, I'm just saying he lied when he said he didn't know what that was.
I know he's lying. But you know this is actually documented, Tamario, that they were actually selling slaves for things like wine and harlots. This is a documented fact. This is what the white man was trading the Africans for particular people on the west coast of Africa. Did you understand that, Tamario?
Okay, brother.
Okay, go on mute. Keep reading.
Okay means he did not understand it. I'll read
Yeah,
the
he
verse through
exactly.
clean. This is the book of Joel, chapter 3 and verse 3. And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for an harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink.
Keep reading.
Con. Verse 4. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon,
Hey,
and
guess who Tyre and Zidon is? These are ancient Canaanite nations, okay, which are Hamites. So the Lord is pretty much saying, what the hell you got to do with me, you damn Canaanites, you damn Hamites? What do you have to do with me? And guess what Tyre and Zidon was known for in the ancient world? To be merchants, to be salesmen. That's what they were known for. Keep reading.
O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coasts of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me, swiftly and speedily will I return your recompense upon your own head.
Keep reading.
Because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried into your temples my goods, goodly, pleasant things.
Didn't I tell you that these wars were going on between these tribes and they were raiding these vast empires of Songhai and Ghana and Mali? They were raiding these empires and stealing everything they had and taking these people and selling them into slavery? Keep reading.
The children also of Judah
Of
and
who?
the children also of Judah
Go ahead.
and the children of Jerusalem
Read.
have ye sold unto the Grecians.
Who's the Grecians? Who's the Greeks, Mario?
I mean, the Greeks are the people on the other side in on the of Europe.
White people, right?
Your homies.
Well, I don't know exactly what they look like. So, but for the sake of this conversation, sure.
So this is telling us right here how Africans sold Israelites to white people. You see that?
Yes.
Amos 1:9.
Uh, it's the book of Amos, chapter 1 and verse 9. Thus saith the Lord, for 3 transgressions of Tyrus
This
and
is what? What did we just read in Joel? Tyree, right? Africans.
Mhm.
Read.
For 3 transgressions of Tyrus and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they delivered up the whole captivity to Edom,
To who?
to Edom,
Which is the white man. You see that, Mario? Africans were selling Israelites to the white man. You see that? Stop your nonsense. I'm going to take about a 30-second to 1 minute break. I got to tend to my son.
and remembered not the brotherly covenant.
Okay. Uh, this guy has his as Edomitic lifestyle. That terminology is from a Greek term. Just looked it up. It means good demon. You can't make this shit up, man. This guy's living a good demon lifestyle, and he holds philosophy above all else. He says the law of physics is the highest authority known to man.
Well, that's a fact, brother.
All right, but why don't you like make him deal with what I said? Don't sit here and try to talk about anything else. Deal with what I just said.
All right. So, thank you for letting me speak, Yawasop. And as I was trying to say, you have grossly misrepresented my position.
I don't care what I grossly misrepresented. Deal with what I said.
I got you. I got
He
you.
didn't
But
ask,
I have
wait,
to.
no, no, no. To Mario, he didn't. He's not letting you speak freely. So let's be fair. He said deal with what he said, and he just said something. That means don't give an introduction. We don't need to hear a long soliloquy. Just get straight to the point and deal with what he said.
All right. So, white people, as well as other people in history, have done some abominable things in history.
You're doing it again. You're
I mean, I'm
doing it
just,
again.
well, I'm
You're
just, that's,
doing it again. Tamario, stop trying to save Billy. Stop putting a condom on for Becky. Stop doing that shit, bro. Deal with what I said.
I mean, I just conceded with that statement. Like, that's just, but we're gonna,
No, you did not concede with the statement. What he just said was he spoke. He went into prophecy in Joel and Amos, and then he simply proved how what the topic was about in terms of what was going on the West Coast, where Africans were selling Israelites to white people. That's literally what he proved in the Bible. All he's saying is deal with what he said. He didn't say was everybody doing horrible things. He said in this context how the African people sold Israelites to white people. That's all he said. Deal with that point and only that point.
Right,
Okay,
and
y'all,
if I
what's
may
up?
say something real quick, Salak, if I may, and
Of
brother,
course, Elder Terah.
don't lower the point. Don't say that white people, as long as other people have done some horrible things. Yes, but the white man has done the worst. You're talking about 5,000 species of animals taken off of the earth. You're talking about white men that went into Congo and killed 2 million people. You're talking about dictators like Stalin and Hitler and so that killed massive amount of people. You're talking about somebody that makes a vaccine shot to take off millions and millions of people. So don't put the white man is in a group by himself when you talk about massive murder. So let's just get that clear, brother.
Shalakia. Also, just to add to it, this guy has physics, history, philosophy, and science as his foundation. So all of the questions you asked about, historically what they have done, and he's like, oh, he doesn't know, and all of that stuff. It just shows that he's a liar, and so he has the tongue of his favorite people.
Tamario.
Okay, y'all, what's up? Africans handed over Israelites to the Caucasian. Does that? Am I dealing with what you said, brother?
Do you agree with it?
Yes,
Historically and biblically?
yes.
Are you saying that just to say it, or do you
Well,
Right.
sincerely,
well, well, well.
or
So
no, no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no, no,
Listen,
no.
listen.
I'm answering your question. I heard you.
Okay. What did I say then?
You asked, was it accurate historically and biblically? I- I'm gonna say yes to that. However, as a philosopher,
Shut the hell
it's
up. Shut the no, 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 no,
counterproductive.
no, 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 no,
Well,
no.
well, we
Shut
have
the
to.
hell up with the. I muted you. You're not a philosopher, okay?
You're a pothead.
You just you just make shit up, bro. You just be winging it. You ain't no goddamn philosopher, bro. Stop it. Cut it out.
I didn't mean to cut you,
Is
brothers.
it
My
is it
opening
at, no, no,
statement,
no,
man.
no,
We're
wait,
here. We're going
Tamario,
nowhere
listen.
because brothers.
Tamario, this is the thing. As soon as we can get past this point, I'm going back to your opening statement to cut you the fuck up. That's what you don't get. I don't know why, in your imaginary, quote unquote, philosophical, non scientific mind, you think you said anything that is credible up here, when all you've ever done is come up here continuously and embarrass yourself. That's all you've ever done to Mario. Okay? So, deal with what I just asked. Did what I just say, is that accurate? You said, okay, biblically, okay. Because you don't even believe in the Bible, so you're going to admit it's biblically accurate. Is it historically accurate, Mario?
So there is some biblical accuracy in the Bible. So I'm not gonna. That's not
Is
my
it
position. I just have to
historic?
clarify. I just have
Listen,
to clarify that point. I don't.
listen to the question. You don't have to clarify shit. Listen to the question. All you're here to do is answer my question.
Yes,
Is
it's
it
historically
historic?
accurate, Yawasop,
Yes
that
or no?
Africans. Yes.
Okay. What was your opening statement? Restate it.
Well, I don't feel like we have to deal with that. Can I open up now and have some
What
No, we have
latitude
was
to
no
we
to?
no no
have
no
to
no no
deal
no
with
no no
it
no 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 no. You
because
want to
the
know
only
why we?
point that you consistently are making is about some type of opening statement. I didn't even hear this opening statement that you're saying. The first thing I heard you say was that MLK was like Christ, when which we cut that and you conceded on it. right there when I said it. So I don't know what opening statement you're talking about, and you keep missing the topic at hand because you want to go back and grandstand about this opening statement. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna have you repeat this opening statement so we can destroy it and then make you yield. We're literally gonna make you yield on it. You're gonna use your words too. So
Got
what?
you,
So
got you,
can you repeat it? Can you say
got you,
it?
got you, got you, got you. So when we make when Israelites or Afrocentric type of mind frame come up with topics like these and discussions like this, we don't look at it places us in a box, and we don't look at how and Martin Luther King's message, he wanted to unify everybody, and we kind of ultimately we got somewhere with it. Yes, a white man killed him, or as Sharpart said, I haven't read that article yet because I hadn't had the opportunity. I was just presented with it.
I hope you know, Tamario, that I know what your opening statement was. I
Yeah,
know
that's
what it
fine. No,
was.
well,
Hold
I'm
on.
having
I'm not
to.
done. I'm not done. So I'm going to listen very carefully to see if you actually reiterate that opening statement or if you're going to play games because you know you're going to get cut with it. Continue.
Got you, got you. So when we make discussions like this that places us, it puts us in a box relative to our philosophical reasoning. Because when we look at who killed um, Malcolm X, when he started to look at other people in a different light, we killed him. And I brought out how Christ was killed by or was served up because I'm going to amend that statement because Corey said I wasn't qualified to speak on Christ's life. But what I can speak on is that the fact that Israelites served up Christ for his death, and he loved these people. So the biggest point that I'm trying to make is when we come up with these type of fruitless type of conversations because
No, this is actually very fruitful.
they're
Okay.
counterproductive because I
No,
can't
it's
I
not. You want to know why? You want to know why, Tamario? Okay. So you said, this is what you said in the opening statement, and you just repeated it now, right? So Malcolm X was killed by his own people. Christ was also killed by his own people. And you were saying that to say, why point the finger at the white man if you did this? No problem. You want to know the people that killed Christ, Ak? You did. You're the Israelite that killed Christ. You're the Israelite that killed Malcolm X because you sold them for Billy. You sold them for Becky. You did that. You're to blame, okay? Because this is exactly who you are. Let's get First Maccabees 1 and 11. Somebody get that for me, Baba Kashab? If not, I'll get it.
I can't grab it right now.
I got you real quick.
I got you. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Somebody said they had it. I got it. This is the book of First Maccabees.
Yeah, the brother Isaiah on stage, and he was the armor bearer for the kosher breakfast. So
Come.
if Isaiah is available, he can pull scriptures.
Yeah, I got you. All right, this is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 11, and it reads, "In those days went there out of Israel
And went
who
there out of Israel what?
wicked men
Read.
who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen
See, Tamario wants to go and make a covenant with the heathen. Read.
that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow."
You see that? But without the white man, we're going to be going through this. And without Becky, oh my God. And Billy, I need them. Put my cape on. Read.
Con, con. Verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
And that's exactly what he wants. This is what Tamario wants. Read.
Come, reading on. And it reads, verse 14, whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen.
According to the customs of the heathen, built a place of exercise. How were these Greeks exercising butt ass naked? See, Tamario, he wants everybody to just be free and holding hands and LGB alphabet community, and he just wants to continue to have all this disgusting things going on upon the earth. Why? Because he wants to make a covenant with the heathen. Read.
Come, reading on. Verse 15, and made themselves uncircumcised and forsook the holy covenant and joined themselves to the heathen and were sold to do mischief.
You see, these are the people that killed Christ. These are the people that killed Malcolm X. Wicked niggas. And that's what you are, Tamario. Second Maccabees 4 and 15.
Come. All right, this is the book of Second Maccabees, chapter 4, and verse 15. And it reads, not setting by the honors of their fathers,
You
but
see, you
like
don't care about your fathers. You don't care about your lineage, Tamario. This is what you care about. Read.
but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all.
But you like the glory of the faggots. Excuse me, the Grecians best of all. That's what you like. That's what you like, Tamario. And this is sickening. It's ridiculous already, bro. Let's get John 11 and 47.
Come. All right, this is the chapter 11 and verse 47. Can I be heard, Salakia?
You good at.
Come. John 11 and 47, and it reads, then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees a council, and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles. If we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him, and the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
See, Tamario's like, but what if all these people begin to believe what the Israelites are saying? But the white man's gonna come and he's gonna take away our place and he's gonna take away our power. And oh my God, like we need the white man. We need Billy. We need Bobby. We need Becky. We need these guys because they're just gonna. This is you, Tamario. This is who you are. Read it again.
Con, St. John chapter 11 and verse 48, and it reads, if we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him, and the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation. Verse 49.
Go
And
ahead.
one of them named Caiaphas,
You
being
see,
the high,
spiritually, this person named Caiaphas is Shawapar, it's Halab, it's Ari, it's Chief Ephraim, it's Ariala, it's Macab, it's Elder Torah, it's Yahweh, it's me, and it's all the other brothers that labor day in and day out. And this is exactly what we tell you. Read.
named Caiaphas, being the high priest that same year, said unto them, ye know nothing at all,
Ye
nor
what?
ye know nothing at all.
Tamario, you don't know shit. Okay? That's what you got to realize. Read.
Verse 50. Nor consider that it is expedient for us.
And you don't consider the oracles that was given unto our people. You don't consider that the words written from Genesis to Revelation is our history. Read.
That one man should die for the people,
That
and
Christ died for the children of Israel. Read.
and that the whole nation perish not.
So we will not perish. But with niggas like you, with niggas like Tamario, that want to say, "Oh, but the white man, and we need them," and oh my God, and every time we point fingers at them, well, you did this. You one of them news reporters, right? That remind me of be like another black man shot, but he had a bag of weed in his pocket, but he had a past criminal record.
Right.
That's you, Tamario. That's you. So cut it out already, bro. Stop. You're allowed to speak now.
Thank you, y'all. What's up? um, you grandstanded, brother. You the homie, but you were grandstanding, and that's fine.
You damn right I did. See, the difference between us and you is we grandstand here and we posture because there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with waking up our people and showing them their transgressions. Nothing at all,
Right.
because
So
the Bible commands us to.
got you,
Okay?
got you. So I, when we talk about when you were asking me those questions earlier, are you telling me today if I kill my brother, if I rob my brother, if I put drugs in my community, if I practice fornicating with different women, that the white man is guiding me in those transgressions?
Oh my God.
You see
Well,
what he just did?
No, no,
You
no, no,
see
hold on,
what
no,
he
hold
no.
on,
just
So
did?
hang
hold
on.
Wait,
on.
You
wait,
said
Let
no.
you said I can speak.
Yo, stop. Let me
Oh
answer that
yo.
question. Let me answer
He
that question.
just I
Yo,
just want to point out, Shower Paul, I just want to point out
he did it
that
again.
he did it again.
Yeah, he did it
All
again.
he's doing, this is all he's doing, Elder, right? Check this out. Check this out, Ottawa and Shower Paul. Check this out, King. All he's doing is pointing out the flaws of the Black, Hispanic, and Native Americans to put on a cape for Billy and put on a condom for Becky. That's all he wants to do, man.
That's not what I'm doing. What I'm
That
doing
Tamario,
that's
is
what you're
Tamario,
doing, Mario. Tamario, hold on.
Tamario. Get
What
ahead,
you're doing,
Ottawa.
what you're doing is mastering the art of deflecting. You're deflecting, right? You're trying to be a bulletproof vest for the so-called white man. So you're deflecting the fire that's supposed to come to him and aiming at your community. And everything you just said, right? I would say yes, you're doing those under the culture of white supremacy, right? When a black man sell drugs to a black community, he's doing that under white supremacy. When a black man is making a whore out of his own woman and committing fornication with her, right? He's doing that under the guidelines, right, and statutes and doctrine of white supremacy.
Right.
Because where did he learn that from? He learned that from Massa on the plantation. Massa on the plantation got niggas drunk so they could fight each other, and he placed bets on them. Right? Violence against a brother was on the plantation as plantation culture. The whoring out of our women and fornication with our women is plantation culture. Right? Feeding drugs to our people is plantation culture because the drugs did not come from the hood. There's no poppy fields in the hood. There's no heroin fields in the hood. Right? It reaches the hood through what? Through other resources from the government that got the drugs from Nicaragua and got the opium from Afghanistan, and they delivered it to the hood. So let's not play stupid, Tamario. I want you to look at the top of the screen again, Tamario, because I switched the article and now I threw up information from the Britannica. From the Britannica. This is the Britannica.com, and it has COINTELPRO, Tamario. COINTELPRO. And you're moving like COINTELPRO. Like brother say, you're moving like Judas. You're moving against your people, right? For the benefit of the other race. Hey, Isaiah, could you pull that up right quick? The COINTELPRO article? And
Con.
all you do is read the first paragraph. First read the title and then read the first paragraph.
Con. All right. This is the COINTELPRO United States Government Program. All right. Article by Nadine Frederick. Right. It reads COINTELPRO in full. Counterintelligence program. counterintelligence program conducted by the Federal Bureau of
Federal,
Investigation,
Federal Bureau.
Bureau, Salakia, of Investigation, in parentheses FBI, from 1956 to 1971 to discredit and neutralize organizations considered subser- sub- subversive to U.S. political stability. It was covert and often used in interlegal means to criminalize various forms of political struggle and derails several social movements, such as those for civil rights and Puerto Rican independence.
So the inception of COINTELPRO and this government organization was to what, derail, criminalize,
Hmm.
right, and sabotage movements such as the civil rights, Malcolm X,
Hmm.
Martin Luther King, right, and what else, Puerto Rican independence.
Right.
Why is it, y'all, what's up? Before I ask Tamario this question, why is it that the government had to make a whole section to stop the blacks and Hispanics from rising?
Right.
because they know who we are. They know who our power is, and the only way they're gonna keep their nation intact is to keep us under their foot, keep us with a knee on our neck. It's the only way, all right?
Now, Tamario, would you say it's ignorance that they made counterintelligence? Because you have to have a certain amount of intelligence to make counterintelligence. Let's not lose the etymology of that word, right? So, is it ignorant for them to make counterintelligence against a specific people, which were the blacks and Hispanics? Tamario,
In essence, that was ignorant people at play. But I will agree with you that I guess you could say that in their idea, that involves some type of wit to pull something like that off. So it wouldn't be. In essence, yes, it was ignorance, but I get your point.
in essence, is ignorant. I would say a person that would pull this off is an evil genius.
Well, they were guided
You
by
know, like,
ignorance. Their spirit was ignorant, and they were,
what is the definition of ignorant, to Mario?
uh, hang on, let's look it up, man. Can we do that? Let me look.
Damn, man, you don't even know that, Tamario?
No, I mean, but I know how y'all are, though. Y'all are very, well,
Scholarly.
oh, is that?
Yeah,
Right,
I
right,
got it. I
Tamario?
got
That's
it
what we
right
are,
here.
right, Tamario? We're scholarly, right, Tamario?
Shamaya, you said that you had the definition.
Yeah. Lack of knowledge or information.
Oh,
So,
that sounds like anyway.
right, it sounds like what our people are destroyed for, right? So, so would you say that the FBI and CIA and intelligence and counterintelligence had a lack of knowledge and information?
Um, no.
No, not at all. If anything, they had all the information and knew exactly what they were doing. And like I said, on the left hand side, you will see these people are evil geniuses. So let's not try to be like, oh, the white man didn't know what he was doing. He was just so ignorant. And the Caucasoids, they're really good people. They're just ignorant. No, Tamario. These people are on the left hand side and they're very wise and crafty in their counsels, right? They know exactly what they're doing and they're very intelligent. They are evil geniuses. All right, Tamario. All right, so don't get it twisted. Even seen a black hand on the trigger of Malcolm X, nor there was a white COINTELPRO behind it. And I land my chariot.
Shalakia elder. You know, when when the white man lies, it's only a white lie, and it's only, you know, a phenomenon because it's a good person doing something bad. But if a so-called black person lie, or if a black person does something good, it's like, just wait, you're gonna see that nigga show his real colors. That's who Tamario. That's how he thinks, man.
So I've never said that the white man doesn't have a history in this country, right? I've never said that in any
In
time
the world. In the
in,
world.
in the world, but haven't said that because when we examine history, the hall of history, a lot of nations have done things like
But
this.
that's the point. No.
No, but you
This is
miss.
why I asked you. This is why I asked you my initial question, and you didn't want to answer it. If you have every nation in front of you right now, and the only one you cannot hire is the one with the most extensive criminal record, who throughout the hours of time has the worst criminal record out of every nation on earth?
Well, no one can answer that question because what
Who
is
dropped
Wow.
nuclear? Who dropped nuclear bombs?
Uh, yo,
the American government
Which is ran by who?
at the time? White people, yes.
Who is it still ran
Okay,
by?
I'm bro, cut it. Yo,
this
stop
For
playing
real.
this is the
playing
shit.
games, bro.
This is
Yeah.
the shit. This is the shit. He's gonna continue to put on a cape for Billy and Bobby and continue to put on a condom for Becky. That's all he wants to do.
Hey, y'all,
That's
what's
all
up?
he wants to do.
So here's the point though. With this type of
You don't
rhetoric,
have a point.
no,
You
I
don't.
do, but y'all have CD to it, right? Cognitive dissonance.
Oh my.
So
What is
so
cognitive dissonance?
so
What is
so
cognitive
let,
dissonance?
let's let's not
That's
do
what.
that, bro.
That's exact. No.
Let let let.
Let's read the definition. That's what you have. Because
I,
every time we talk about the atrocities that these people did, all you want to do is make excuses for it.
y'all, what's up? Is interesting, right? Because
Read the definition.
I got
it,
it. It
Read.
says cognitive dissonance. The state of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as relating to behavioral distance and attitude change.
beautiful. So y'all, what's up?
That, Tamario, that is you. Because
Right.
every time we talk, we're consistent. What you do is like, well, yeah, I can't, you know, but, but Becky, but Billy, what will we be without the white man? We won't be anything. Without the white man coming to the west coast of Africa, we'll still be swinging on vines. Without the white man coming to the Americas, the Native Americans is still being teepees. That's your mind state.
Y'all, what's up? So my mindset is this essentially.
Coonery.
No.
Coonery.
It's
Right.
not that. It's not that. Y'all, what's up? I cannot relitigate the past. I can't change the past. And it is not a utility for me to harp on it. It doesn't
How do
serve
you,
me.
Tamario, how do you fix the future and the present?
Right. No, but listen, let me
Answer. No, no, no. Answer me. How do you fix the present and the future?
well, just the the truth about the animal kingdom is there
Shut
is
the
What
hell up.
the fuck
Let
are
her
we
speak
well
about the
talking
animal
about?
kingdom,
well,
Tamario.
well
Tamario.
I,
Tamario,
Yo,
stop.
yo,
Tamario,
what?
this might be able to work in every other room that you're in. You could probably talk about the animal kingdom. You probably could talk about how great your faggot ass philosophers were in Greece. You could probably do that. Here, we listen very closely and we hold you to the things that you say and hold you to certain points. Answer the question.
well again, you're grandstanding. I'm trying to.
Answer, answer the question.
What was the question again, y'all? What's up? So
You
so
see what I
that
mean?
no,
Wow,
You see what I mean?
you said how
Lord in Christ.
no, well he grandstand like I mean just so that I could answer the correct question. I was listening, I heard it, but he said a few things after that. And so if you could repeat your question, brother.
You see how he's demonstrating cognitive dissonance when we tried to
Yes,
place
No,
you
that's
on the
yeah,
left?
not
Right,
no,
the
right.
let's
Lord is
not do that.
amazing, bro. The
Let's
Lord is
not do that.
amazing.
Yo, you can't
Y'all
make
are
this up,
funny.
bro.
Tamario.
Tamario, in the past 2 minutes, what was the conversation we were having for me to ask that question?
Bro, is this a see? You know that's crazy. So my philosophy is like an atom. You know, ATOM is just, and you brothers are showing this right now, like because we have to degenerate down to grandstanding because it's uncuttable, essentially what I'm about to say. So y'all don't want it to get out, so that these people in the audience can truly be edified. And
Tamario, no
I
one
see.
fucking believes anything that comes out of your mouth. Trust me, the audience is not fooled by your antics. The audience all see that you're annoying. They see that you're a fucking coon. All right, and they see that you're a fucking idiot. All right, who just likes to use big words like, "Oh, I'm a philosopher and philosophical," and that's what, bro. No one fucking cares what you have to say. So we're not afraid of whatever's about to come out of your mouth coming out of your mouth because we know it's going to be stupid, and it's very easy to refute everything that comes out of your mouth because it has no sound reasoning whatsoever. So cut it out and answer the question. Yeah, what's up? Could you please reiterate your question? Because again, Tamario is displaying his cognitive dissonance. All right, and he already forgot the question that you asked him maybe a minute ago. So can we get that question posed again? And Tamario, can you answer the question and don't deflect to go into goddamn Animal Kingdom? We're talking about the white man and his atrocities. That's it. Okay. So, brother Yawasop.
No problem. I'm gonna restate. Uh, one second. One second.
Yo,
He probably didn't
Tamario,
get the
John
question
Tomorrow,
trying
clear.
to
no,
eat a
that was not
microwave
My
only
thing.
bad.
that.
I had to. My bad.
Nah,
Bear with me because I got my son with me. So Salakia.
yeah, you good.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna restate the very initial question from the beginning that he continued to just move around with and just not want to answer it. If you had every nation in front of you, okay, every nation in front of you, and the only one you couldn't hire was the one throughout the aisles of time that had the worst criminal record, who would that nation be?
I don't know.
Stockholm syndrome.
Well, if I could say why, because
Shut up, shut up,
history
shut up,
that is
shut up.
recorded.
No, 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 no. Read the definition of Stockholm syndrome.
Con, this is the definition of Stockholm syndrome and reads feelings of trust or affection felt in many cases of kidnapping or hostage taking by a victim toward a captor.
I would say a synonym, right, for Stockholm syndrome would be Tamario. Ariala, would you agree with that?
Undoubtedly.
See, this is what happens when you try to dialogue with non-philosophers, right? Y'all do realize
Bro,
that
Bro, bro.
bro.
y'all do realize that there's more history that we don't know about that
Okay, so
was not
name
recorded
no, but
versus
check it
the
out,
history.
check it
So
out,
no one can
check
answer
it out.
that
No,
question if we're gonna be
Check it out.
scholarly.
This is okay, let's be
What's
scholarly.
you never brought
Let's
out a
be
single source?
it's okay. Let's be scholarly, okay? Let's be scholarly. Name the number one culprit of human trafficking from ancient times to right now. Go.
All right. So if we're talking about recorded history, which is very short versus how long
Okay,
we
so
actually been here.
what history is not recorded?
I mean, come on, brother. But
Name one historical place that has no recorded history.
That's stupid.
we don't know
Y'all were
what
all
the
you
date.
breaking up.
Saying that
Y'all were
was
all
stupid.
hold on tomorrow.
We're
Y'all were all
talking
you cut
about
the blue pill.
recorded history, but
But the other, you want to talk about fucking dinosaur, damn Cro-Magnon, man, or do you want to talk about civilization? Civilization falls under recorded history. You are not a philosopher. You are a moron. You're a
Do
moron.
do
I mean, wait.
Mario, this is what you
it
wanted to
hurts?
come back
Oh,
on.
It
God.
no, it hurts. It
Salakia.
hurts, man. Like it
I feel
hurts.
what y'all, now I see, brother. Y'all, I see. The brother y'all was shopping, these brothers been super patient with this brother, man. When the Lord says, wake up the mighty men, man. Right now as we speak, the white man is planning to kill us with vaccine shots, all type of stuff. If this brother don't see it, man, we move on. The topic was real good, man. MLK, man. We was having a good discussion. If you don't see it, brother, I pray the Most High put fire on your ass, man. Because what you doing is
That's
real
right.
God.
deceptive, man. What you doing is real deceptive. Right now, the white man's planning to kill us, man. And you still want to justify him and talk
That's
about his
right.
counterproductive. Man, I pray the Most High put fire on your ass, man.
That's
Let's
right.
move on now. Let's move on
That's
now.
right.
Come on, Elder.
God.
Come on. Hey, man. Shapar, I understand the mercy, and you were trying to give that brother grace to bring him back in your room, but he is just, an exercise in frustration, and he is, willing to be hand in hand, man. You know, though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, man. And let him
Damn right.
suffer, let him suffer the destruction of the wicked.
Listen, man. Go ahead,
Hey, the
y'all.
Lord said, the Lord said, since you will not serve me, serve them who you have loved. The Most High punishes us by delivering us to these other nations that you trying to justify, you moron. And then stop belittling my brothers. Don't say things like recorded history is short compared to history. Nigga, we're talking about civilizations. For them to be a civilization, one of the boxes they have to check off is being able to record their history. We ain't
Right.
talking about nothing else, man. We ain't talking about when damn amoebas swimming in the damn water, man. We talking about when the white man had control and what he chose to do with it. You're an idiot on
Con,
purpose.
con.
Right. So recorded history, like when we talk about
Yo,
Yo,
Tamario, be
Tamari,
quiet.
hold on, Tamari. Yo,
Tomorrow,
brothers
you,
is
you're
still,
wasting you're wasting your breath here,
brothers
man.
is still talking. Brothers is still talking. Go
Listen,
ahead.
this brother has history as one of his foundations, and all the questions Yawasab asked that brother is about recorded history. He's trying to now try to philosophize and go into, or what about history that we don't know about? There's more history that we don't know about than what we know about, and just he's talking about brothers grandstanding. That's grandstanding, brother. That's being dishonest and really just being an asshole, as the brothers call you, man.
Yo,
Just answer the question. Kids can answer the question about Columbus and what he did and the genocide they did. All of these questions the brothers are asking you, and you're acting like, well, I don't know about that. It's wicked, man.
hey, yo, Shemaya. You know what's so crazy? Is he's over here talking about non-recorded history. Nigga, can you show me some non-recorded history? How can you speak to it? How do you know that it even exists?
Right. That is
right.
exactly
Just,
correct.
So
just
let me
Wonderful.
let me
making
answer
stuff
that,
up.
Ariala.
No, no, no. That was a rhetorical question because you can't answer it. All
You
right?
can't answer that. Why would you even try?
I can answer that.
No, you
You're
cannot.
gonna speak to. You're gonna comment on something that was not recorded.
No. That's not
Shut up, man.
no. That's what I'm
Shut up,
telling you.
man.
That's that
You're an asshole, man. Stupid as hell for no reason.
man. People get hurt by
Uh,
the truth,
All
man.
right,
I
Tamario.
How is it
understand,
true? How is it true when you haven't said anything that's been a fact yet? How?
Tamario, Khan, you have not hurt nobody up here, man. You have not hurt. You haven't cut.
He
You're
hurt
just
my
a
ears.
proud, wicked ass person, man.
Do you hear these brothers' responses, bro? Like
Nobody,
that's
Tamario, can you mute him?
Yes, yes. Tomorrow, you have hurt me. Shemaya is wrong. You have hurt my brain. My brain cells are diminishing every time I hear you speak because
Jamal, this
you were
asshole.
asked a very straightforward question. All right. If you had to look at the annals of time and look at which group of people have the worst track record, and that's the people you cannot hire, you could listen. Listen,
He tap
a
danced.
5-year-old can look around and see that that's the so-called white man. Okay, who created styrofoam that does not deteriorate? Who created plastic? All right, you talk about all the technology and stuff that the so-called white men, the Grecians made. Right. Let's talk about the the Industrial Revolution. Who went into New York City, okay, and overfished the oysters and overfished the clams and things of that nature? Who's destroying the barrier reef? Who's caused, all right, fossil fuels to be utilized at an unprecedented rate, all right, causing global climate change? Who's doing that? Right? Which people? Who had power when those things became to be? Who was that? Right? Who's destroyed the earth? Who has gone around raping, robbing, and pillaging everything, all right, in their path, other
Right.
than the so-called white man? There's no one. All right, listen, the Arab man, he's done some wicked shit. All right, the Chinese man, he's done some wicked shit. The Egyptian man, the Assyrians, listen, they all did some wicked shit, but no one, no, and I mean no one on the face of God's green earth is as adverse to life than the so-called white man who goes around hunting things just for fun. Just for fun. It's the goddamn white man. All right. So stop putting on the damn cape. All right, for people who have done nothing but rape, rob, murder, and destroy your people. Let alone the other nations of people. Everywhere he's gone, he has carried disease, death, and destruction. All right. We all know this. Everyone hates him. Why? Because he's adverse to life. Because he is a goddamn cancer. All right, and he's infected you with his cancerous ideologies. Okay, so shut up.
Hey, Tamario. But seriously though, so out of this whole conversation, would you agree that you've yielded to multiple positions that you've took on the stage?
No, I only as a convenience because it was grandstanding and we were literally
Ah,
going nowhere
so
with
you're a
that.
Okay.
liar.
Uh,
So you're a
all right. Okay.
liar.
All right. Out of convenience. Okay. Cool. So,
Thanks for admitting you're a liar.
all right. So with that, what point do you think that you've raised on the stage that still stands that brothers can't deal with?
Hold on one second. He said only as a convenience. To Mario, when you were speaking to me, the points I made to you between 1 and 3 points, are you telling me that that was based on a convenience of you actually not knowing the life of Christ but speaking on it and yielding? That
No,
was
to Yawasop's line of inquiry, not to what you had to say.
okay, but are you saying that you yielded to the points that I presented to you?
Well, Mahalab asked, "Have I conceded to all of the
No,
points?"
I
And
didn't.
right.
No, I
So
said
you
multiple points. I said
Right.
multiple
He
points.
said
I didn't say
multiple.
all.
He didn't say all.
he definitely is the replays on. Yeah. He definitely
Yeah,
said
the
all.
replays is on. I was careful with my words. I didn't say
Right.
all. See to all.
So to
Okay.
Mario, can you answer the question that I'm
All right.
asking you now?
So I'll answer the question. No, not in your case, Corey, but to Yawasop's line of questioning, absolutely.
Okay, so Allah, you can continue.
All right. So thanks for that. So that's something that you've admitted. I just want the audience to hear that because they might hear this build. We got new people in the room. So what point do you think that you've raised that still stands that brothers cannot deal with or have to deal with?
Don't name multiple. Name one at a time. If there is multiple, just name one. Just name one.
Right. The one point is that it is not a utility for black people to have this woe is me posture about life, because you know we have the latitude to move around in this world that Israelites would say
Was there a
we're
statement that you
captives right now.
said utility and woe as me posture and all of that? Was there a statement that you said that before, or can you just simply say what it is in simple words, the point that you made? Because there's no, this is the title, this is the subtitle. You don't have to give us like some type of conclusion. Give us the title. What was the topic? The thing that you will underline at the very top. Use simple words, a point that you made.
A point that I've made on this stage is that Israelite doctrine places us in a box to say, hey, let's hate the white man because of he killed MLK, right? It's the whole point of the room. But what Israelites fail to do is look at a Malcolm X who was killed by his brothers, or a
Bro.
or
Mm,
hang on,
mm.
hang on. If I
Let
can
him
Wait,
finish.
finish,
Tamario,
Let him
you're
finish. Let him
missing
What?
the
finish.
I
question.
wasn't finished. No, I'm not
Yeah,
missing the
You're
I'm
question.
missing.
trying to. I
You're
got you, Tamario. We're gonna let you finish, man. We're gonna
you're
let you finish.
missing the
Let you
question.
grandstand in a couple more.
Are
I give
Israelites
up.
killing
Tamaria,
Christ?
Tamaria, wait. You're missing the question. We just, like, for an example, I made you yield on the topic of you don't know Christ's life, don't speak on him. That's what you yielded on. I don't have to say how I made you yield or give you a total breakdown on why shouldn't people do that. That is a topic that I made you yield on. So just say the topic that you said that brothers didn't address. It should be no more than 5 words. What topic was that, Tamaria?
That is counterproductive to practice any hate doctrine. It's counterproductive.
Oh my God. Yeah. All right. Can we move on, please? Can we move on from the idiot known as Tamario,
Yeah,
please?
we moving on. We had the brother Chase. The brother Chase has been extremely patient. He's been waiting his time. And brother Chase, I appreciate that. That shows discipline, something that most people lack. To Mario, I guess he got moved off stage.
And
I don't
Yes.
care.
after that, you got Holy G.
Okay, and Holy G. All right. Chase, shoot away, bro. And I appreciate you for being patient, King.
Oh, you're good, man. I just been listening to y'all.
Anything to add? Anything to talk about?
Yeah, yeah, Chase. I remember at one point in the conversation, you had muted when Yawasop was kind of giving out some of his information regarding, the atrocities that happened to our people, and then you kind of challenged him on the statistics. You said, "I think you guys need to look at those statistics or something to that effect." Right?
Right.
All right. So which ones were those?
The death by police.
Okay, so what you will call race or ethnicity of people have the highest rate of death by police?
I can't really
Do you
say
want me to
that
show you?
because I don't. Yeah, I've looked at
No
it
problem.
before.
Give me a second.
I think it was fatalities by police, or maybe it was white
Yeah. While he's looking for that,
against
I got a
white
question for
crime
you,
Con,
and
Chase.
black
con,
against
con.
black crime.
Because
Salakia, Salakia, brother. I think I know where you're going, and I'm gonna tell you because that statistics right there have been
Murder
questioned.
rates.
Now I'm gonna tell you, it's called debt by suicide. It's an enormous amount of Edomites that's forcing the police to kill them. That's called death by suicide, where they actually run up to the police with a gun and force the police to kill them. So I think I know that statistics right there because there's a lot of people that claim that actually more white people get killed by the police than black. But remember, there's a term called death by suicide, where they actually force the police to kill them. This is how suicidal these white people are. So let's
Right.
Okay,
understand that
well,
too.
if you want to, I can actually speak on that personally. I've known, and in my city, there's all the time on the news. I even have a close friend that was black that challenged the police with guns. So I mean, as far as the suicide by police, that's I mean, if you want to look up the statistics on black, you might be questioning yourself.
Oh, no,
wait,
not
wait.
when it comes to the police, brother. I know
Chase,
that,
you
but
said you have
if
a.
you look at that statistics, 'cause that's what a lot of people argue, and that's what a lot of white people argue. And there is a statistics which called death by suicide, which the white man is known for going up to the police. You may have, of course,
You have a couple of incidents where blacks do it, but on the norm, they're known for doing that. They're known for doing that, and that's a statistic that you could look up. And
Okay.
that's why they try to say. One second, brother. That's why they try to say more white people have been killed by police than us.
Okay. Correct. Now, if you look at the statistics at the top, just read the title. You see that? This is from June 2021. This isn't an old article. This is right now, what we're living today at
Native
this point in
Americans.
time. Yes,
Okay.
there's a very a big thing going on surrounding, and I know personally people who live on reservations, things of that nature, right? Now, there's a very big thing in kidnapping, human trafficking, uh, extremely high alcohol rate, and of course, police brutality and shootings is higher for Native Americans than it is any other race in what you would call the Americas. Does that answer your question, bro?
Yeah, that answers my question.
All
I
right, no
think a lot
problem.
of people was wondering the same thing.
Okay.
Salaki,
Is
you
there
also
any
have something, Salaki, real quick. You also have something called per capita, right? So, yeah, white people may
Con.
die. There may be more white deaths by the hands of cops, but per capita, right? When you're accounting for the fact that white people make up like 60% of the nation's population, per capita, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are the number one, two, and three demographics of people who will get killed by police, especially unarmed. So that's it's you gotta put things into perspective, right? Of course, there's going to be more white people that die because again, there are more of them. But per capita, we are number one, two, and three.
Con, I can real quick, if I may ask, you're right, Ariala. And even if you look at that, that's racism in that because the patience that they deal with these white people, you know what I mean, where they literally have to kill them because they're actually pointing a gun at them. That's why it's called death by suicide. But the patience that they deal with them as opposed to our people is racism in that too.
All right, Chase, are you good on that point?
I mean, when you say the death by police, what does that involve? It involves, or suicide by cop usually involves a person pulling a gun on the police to force them to shoot them, correct?
Or a knife or any type of weapon?
Okay, okay. Out of all these police killings, have you seen any of the people with guns?
No, a very small amount.
Okay.
Very small amount. Like for instance, remember that kid that was playing with his toy gun?
Right.
Yeah,
In the park,
right in the park, and he got shot by the police. That's a child. There's no
correct.
reason why you should do that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And we could talk about many instances how there are certain things that should not have been done. For instance, remember the woman that pulled out her gun and she said she thought it was her taser when the taser is supposed to be on the complete opposite side of your body,
Yeah.
and a taser is definitely a whole lot lighter in weight because I've held one in my hand and it's a
And they're bright
completely
yellow.
different. Exactly. See,
Correct.
these are certain things that you have to question, right? So you have to question, why does this continue to happen? You understand?
Yeah, I
When
understand. I see y'all have a lot of stuff researched and stuff, but now my question for y'all is where to go with it. Like Tamari said, do y'all hate an entire race and go against an entire race because of it? Or do you
Nah, this is what we do, right?
like,
Because we are advocates of the scriptures. And the scriptures say vengeance is the Lord's. So we're waiting for the Lord to redeem our people through this, through all of the ills, that is going on upon the earth to redeem the children of Israel. So in that day when he redeems us, then through us, he's going to use us to cause vengeance upon the nations. So right now is not a time to sit here and think we're going to raid a White House. because that's just not going to happen. You understand?
Yeah, that
Now is
right
the
there.
time. Now is the time to heal our people with morality, give our people knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and come together. Right? The book of Zephaniah says, "Gather yourselves together, O nation not desired." They don't want us to gather together. This is why every time we come together, and it just simply has something to do with a black or Hispanic man with wisdom and knowledge, they get terrified. They don't get terrified when Bloods and Crips stand on the corners. They get terrified when men with intellect stand on the corners. Because the most powerful weapon on earth is your mind. So we have to come together and heal our people and teach our people how to survive in this world. Most of our people don't know anything about credit, right? They
Yeah,
don't. Most of our people don't know anything about taxes. They don't know anything about investments, right? These are just simple things. Most of our people don't realize uh, the morality of the scriptures, and you apply them in your life, and you will begin to succeed, right? You're not. I'm not saying you're going to be a Michael Jordan in this world, but at least you can have wealth that you can pass down to your children. You shouldn't be working to buy a whole bunch of Air Force Ones and a whole bunch of Jordans. You should be working for wealth to pass down to your children. Do you understand? That's what our people in the
yeah.
scriptures did. And if you take these blueprints that Abraham did, you take these blueprints that the children of Israel did, you will see how to create generational wealth. Not sitting here and saying to be a millionaire, but be able to pass things down to your children where they can succeed and pass it down to their children. Businesses and all of these things, so on and so forth. And the more and more we come together, the more and more we keep the laws of God and the faith of Christ, and we pray, we fast, we detox, we work out, we go to the shooting range, we go and do bow and arrows, everything. I'm talking about every aspect of life. Israelites have to succeed in because that is the blueprint that the scriptures give you. You understand, King? That's
Yeah,
what
I
we have to do
understand.
right now. We have to come together as blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans of Negro and Indian descent because without none of that, we're not going to be able to succeed. You
Salaki,
can
y'all
know,
stop. Did you
go ahead,
did
King.
you did you get his ethnicity?
No, I didn't,
Hey, what's your
honestly.
ethnicity, Chase?
I'm Caucasian, man.
Right. You know how I picked that up because he said he said I had a black friend. Right. I don't
Damn.
know if y'all caught that. That's how come I'm like,
Yeah, I caught
yeah,
that.
Well,
you
All
I
gotta
right.
stop.
said that because it
No,
was
I know why you
we
said
was
it. It
speaking
wasn't no
on
slight at
police
you. That's when I
brutality.
kind of picked up that you might have been a
That was
Caucasian
a
yourself.
lot. That was actually a good pickup because earlier I was gonna ask that question. I totally forgot. I ain't really had the time anymore. But there was something that Chase said. He said out of nowhere he just said like the white man is the devil or something like
No,
that. But it
I
was
asked, how is the
no
white man the
Chase.
devil?
No, you didn't ask. I'm not
Are
talking
you
about the
asked?
time. Hold on, Chase. I was talking. So y'all, this was way earlier when Yawasop was having a conversation with what's his name? What's the dude name that was just on stage? The coon?
Tamario.
Tamario.
Tafulio.
Yeah. And then you said that, but then 10 minutes later you was trying to refute. You was only been saying stuff about like white people. You was trying to refute the whole police shooting and everything. And then you just got like a weird little voice. So I'm glad Halab said that.
So yeah, Chase, what you supposed to do is, right, this is what you're supposed to do. Don't ask what we're supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to, every time you see a black, Hispanic, and Native American of Negro and Indian descent, you're supposed to tell them their ethnicity. Tell them they are God's chosen people and empty out your bank account and give it to them, okay? Okay, Chase? Chase.
Oh, I'm sorry, he had me on mute.
Okay, all right. Did you hear what I just
Uh,
said?
yeah, you told me to empty my bank accounts, and what you're speaking is really foolishness, man. We're all God's
See
children.
that?
Why do you say we're all God's children? Can you show me that in the Bible?
How are we not? We're made in God's image.
Show,
He
What
said, "Can you
separates
show him
me and
that
you
in the
listen,
besides
Bible?"
the
That's
listen,
what he
sun?
listen
asked.
carefully to what I just said, Chase. Can you show me in the Bible how every single human on earth is God's children? Or are you just winging it?
No, I can't show you. Can you show me
Okay,
where it says that Native Americans, Mexicans, and Indians are only God's chosen? That's
of
excluding
course,
everybody except,
I
of
got a
so
course.
you,
precept.
Asians and Chinese. What about them?
No, they're not.
They just exist.
Hold on, Chase. Where in the okay? We
I
don't
got
need
that
to.
written
We don't
right on
hold on
now.
real quick. We don't need to prove to this guy who the Israelites are. Right? Can you show me anyone? Because do you know the Bible well? Are you a student of the Bible?
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool. So can you, even though you're not a student of the Bible, can you show me a single Bible verse that kind of even hints to the unfathomable idea that the God of the Bible is the God of every nation?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. When we look at the ancient Egyptian pantheon, right? We look at Osiris and Horus and Jebus and all these other Egyptian gods' names. Were they also the gods of the Neo Babylonians?
I don't know, man.
No,
Hey,
you don't know.
Salaki
What
Ariala,
hold
real
on, real quick.
quick. No, I was just gonna say, like, he don't even know John 3:16. Not even that.
Listen, bro. It's
For
let's not get.
God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son. Yeah, I
I,
know.
yeah, I don't even want to deal with that, right? So Chase, um, was Zeus the god of the uh people that lived in Ethiopia? Was he their god?
I don't. That's mythology. I don't get into the Greek
What do
gods.
what do you mean mythology? Who cares if it's mythology? They had a pantheon of gods
Myth.
in which they worshipped, right?
Yeah.
Can you apply those Greek gods to the gods of the Cushites, the ancient Cushites?
No.
Okay, so why are you trying to take the God of the Bible, the God of the Israelites, and appropriate him to every other person?
In my belief, there's one God. That's why I say that.
That's fine. That's fine. You can. What's his name?
There's many names. I mean, there's
What do you mean there's many
Allah,
names?
Yahweh. I mean, just
Allah is not
depends.
a name of a god. Allah.
Do not
Allah
teach
is
this heat.
God, right?
Salakia. Do not teach
Allah
this
means
heat in the
God.
name of the Most High, bro.
I won't. I
Does
won't.
Allah mean God though? What does
It,
Allah
it
stand
means
for? And
God. No,
it
hold
means
on.
God, exactly.
Chase. Hold your foot. Cool it. Cool it, man. All right. I know you're getting frustrated because
Can I
you're
can,
dealing with a Negro who
can
I'm
has
I
a
dealing with
more
I'm
intellectual.
dealing with
can
three
I ask
different
Chase? Can I
people.
ask Chase something?
That's what I'm getting
Hold on,
frustrated.
real quick. Let me finish this with him, right? So
Mm,
Chase, I'm the only one
but
having a conversation with you. Hold on, Ari, I'm gonna meet you.
How is that okay for you to say?
Chase, slow down. Let's not
You
get
just said
ahead.
I'm dealing with a Negro. You're implying that I'm a certain way, and that's not it.
Chase. All right. Regardless, right?
Okay. Okay. Regardless.
When we look at Hinduism, they have many gods, right?
Right.
Okay. Do those gods have names, right?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh,
Shiva.
yes. So Shiva is a god, right?
Right.
And he's worshipped by certain people, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So when we read the Bible and we read about the God of the Bible, guess what? He has a name. I'm not going to teach you his name because he's not your God, right? But he's not the God of everyone. You do realize that, right?
No, I don't.
What do you mean you don't? What okay, so let me ask you a
You
question.
just said he wasn't my God. I don't
What's the
know
name of the
about him.
God that you believe in?
Ugh. I mean, I guess it would be Joshua.
Yahshua. So
Man,
you
I'm
believe in
not
a
really
God named
sure.
Yahshua.
Like I said, I just believe in God, a higher power, in other words.
What's his again? So I'm asking, what's his name? Where can I read about Yahshua?
Man, I don't know the terminology. I just know God. Like I said, I'm not all into the Bible.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you very simple. The God that you
Okay,
believe in, you said his name is Yahshua, right?
and that's what I know him by is God.
Okay, and where can I read about this God named Yahshua? Where can I read about him?
King James version.
Okay, so you're talking about the God of the Bible.
Correct.
So you're saying Yahshua is the God of the Bible.
I mean, you just asked me names. I just gave you
Yes or
names
no?
I've
Is the
heard.
Yahshua the God of the Bible? Yes or no?
I'm guessing not.
No, he's not, right? So Yahshua is
Okay.
not the God of the Bible, right? But the God of the Bible, is he the God of everyone or is he the God of Israel?
In my beliefs, everyone.
In your beliefs, hold on. So do you believe that the God Horus was the God of everyone?
I don't believe in no God horse.
Okay, but the ancient Egyptians believed in a guy named Horus and a guy named Amun Ra and a guy and someone named Osiris, right? And the Greeks believed in Zeus and
Yeah,
Aphrodite and Athena, right? Were those gods the gods of everyone, or were they the gods of those particular cultures?
they were the gods of the particular cultures.
Okay, so the God of the Bible, he's the God of what particular culture?
Um, I don't know, man. Enlighten me.
Okay, so he's known as the God of Abraham, the God of Jacob, the God of Israel, right? So he's not the God of everyone. He's not the God of the Edomites or the Elamites or the Egyptians or the Assyrians. The Assyrians had a God named Ashur that they worshiped, right? The Canaanites had a god named Asherah that they worship, a god named El that they worship, a god named Baal that they worship. They're not; those are not the gods of the Israelites. The Israelite has a god. The Israelites have a god, and he's their God. So why are you trying to take the family records, all right, the history of the Israelites, and apply it to the whole wide world? Why don't you do that with the ancient Egyptian pantheon?
What is the ancient Egyptian pantheon? The
We
Egyptian
just
Bible?
no, I didn't say anything about the Bible. I'm saying, do you know what the word pantheon means?
No, I don't.
Lord in Christ. What's your highest level of schooling?
Dude, are you trying to enlighten people or belittle people, dude?
Move on from this nigga,
Wh-
man. Move
For
on.
real, you're
Listen,
not
listen,
Yeah, mo-
qualified, bro.
listen. So Chase, it's not. I don't care to enlighten you, right? Because you're not my people, right? I'm asking you a very.
exactly.
That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. Yes, I'm. Listen, I am openly a racist. I believe that my people are above all other people, right? And those are the only people I
Okay.
care about, right? So I'm asking you a very simple question, right? Because you said that you don't. I asked you if you know what the word pantheon means, and you said that you didn't. So I'm asking, what's your highest level of education?
Eighth grade.
Eighth grade is the highest level of education.
Yeah, what's yours? College?
I'm a college graduate. Okay, I have a
Okay.
degree. Okay, so I'm smarter than you, right? I'm better than you. My people are
Yeah.
better than
You're
you.
you're better than me. Dude, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. I am better than you. So
Come
so
come to
Yo,
Shreveport.
let
Come
me
to
ask this
Shreveport.
Edomite something, man. Before
go
you
ahead,
dismiss him,
Joel.
Edomite.
I,
So
You can get at
whites
him,
are
Joel, because you're another
Edomites.
college educated Negro that's smarter than this
nigga
eighth
don't need
grade
to know my
dropout.
Man,
pedigree.
shut your
He's
racist ass
he's the
up.
police. He don't need to know my pedigree. But look, Chase, let me ask you this,
If
man.
I how about you come to
Ch-
Shreveport? Come to Shreveport.
But why? I just
Chase,
want to
wait,
ask
Come to
Chase,
Shreveport.
before
Cap
you,
out. Y'all
Chase,
doing all that capping. Do this shit in Shreveport.
Before you Look how you threaten, using you our talking
Burn
to a
your
new name.
stupid
person.
ass. I don't give a
Chase.
fuck.
Now look, Chase,
Dude,
we
every one of
understand.
y'all dudes think you are black
Chase,
Nazis. All of y'all are black
We trying to
KKK.
talk to
Y'all on
you.
the same
Chase,
shit.
I'm a different person. I'm trying to talk to you.
Okay, run it, bro. Run it.
Now, see how I didn't get upset that you offered to hang me and all that. I didn't get
I
emotional. I
didn't.
know how you. Right.
When did I say? I said burn you with a
Well,
pistol. I
that's
don't do
hey,
nothing. No, with a
hey,
pistol. Yeah,
oh. Even the
yeah.
same. Notice You how still I'm not want to kill upset. me?
Dude,
Even, even,
dude just try to belittle me, bro. Come on,
let somebody
be real, be real,
all right.
bro.
go
But you're
now.
talking to a new person. You're talking to a new person. I just want to ask
All
you one
right,
question, okay?
what's that?
If you could get in a time machine, what would you tell the Native American Indians to do to everybody that came off those boats?
Shit, kill him. I
Tamario,
mean,
you
dude,
a goddamn coon!
Right.
Tamario, you a goddamn coon!
bro, I know where I can admit where my race was wrong. I
Say it
know
again.
this.
Say that again,
I can
Chase.
admit I can admit where my race did wrong. I know this.
Tamario, Tamario, you the worst person I ever met in my life, and
And
I
there
never
we
want
go.
to talk to
Just,
you again.
but yeah, man, I don't hate you for your views. I don't hate dude for his views. Just because you said you're racist, bro, I still love you the same, dog. I'm just on here trying to see what
But what?
everybody's.
Hold on, Chase. I want to challenge that
I love you because
because
I'm
he said,
supposed to, bro.
Chase,
That's
can you
why.
hear me? Can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear you, bro.
Got you. So what happened was he said that um he was racist in the sense of
And he was
like
better than me.
Chase. I said, can you hear me? You said you can hear me, right?
Okay, okay. I
All right.
respect it,
So
bro. Go
listen
ahead,
to
man.
what I got to say and then respond to it when I'm finished, if you can. And I'll give you that space and I want to hear you out. So what I heard Ariala say was that his nation was above other nations, his own people. You and Ariala are not the same people. Chase, I'm gonna mute your mic. You got a lot of
Yo,
static.
was Tamario in here to hear that, or did he
Hold on.
leave?
No, I'm not sure. I
No,
think
he was
he's out.
gone. He was
But let
gone.
me make this point.
Oh,
Let me make this point. I caught it I got it on the 30-second clip, Joel, in the back chat. So
my
you can
guy,
send it.
thank you, bro.
Oh no,
Yep.
he's raising his hand. Tamario's
No,
raising his
no,
hand.
no problem. All right, we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that. I want to say something to Chase. So Chase, you said you love. If you can unmute right quick, Chase. You said you love Ariala the same, right? You love Ariala,
Correct.
right? But what I heard Ariala say is that his nation is better than yours. That was one point. Do you agree just on that one point? Not agree as in his nation is better, but didn't you hear him say that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him say that he was smarter than you?
Yeah.
Did you hear him say that he was better than you?
Yes.
That's all I heard him say. Did you hear him say anything more than what I just said that you took as disrespect?
Nah, probably what it
Got you.
just said.
Got you. Now watch this. Now what he said was his nation, meaning his people was better than you. He was better than you and he was smarter than you. And your reply was come to Shreveport. I'm going
Right,
to kill you.
right,
Do you get the difference, Chase? So then you follow
Uh,
that up with but I love you all the same. All
right.
he said was he was smarter than you, he was better than you, and he bet that Corey is also better than you too.
and
So there was a high level of confidence. It's just
and
like if we watch the Lakers versus the Celtics. There's a high level of confidence, and then you said, "Come here, I'm gonna burn you with a pistol, with a pistol, with a
no,
pistol."
you're leaving out something. He said he was racist, which means he is against me. He hates me. He has nothing for me.
That's not what racist mean.
Right.
This guy
What
doesn't
does
know the
racist
Are
meaning
you
mean?
of any
saying? Are
words.
you
He doesn't know
saying?
what
Are you
pantheon
saying that I am
means.
justified? Are you saying that I am justified in using violence against white people who are racist against me?
Right.
I mean, I see it a lot.
Well,
No,
we
I
see
didn't ask
It's
you
just,
that.
he didn't. Yeah, exactly.
Corey,
Do
can
I
you
you,
mean,
ask him?
that depends on your definition of
No,
justice.
no, Chase. We
Chase?
want to be
Listen,
like you.
Justifying.
Chase. Listen. So a white man who is racist, who deems his because that white man may not go around and hurt black people, but he may say, "I like white people better than black people. I'm gonna promote the Confederate flag. Fuck everybody else. I like my nation over them. I'm a nationalist." So that same white man, I can say, come to Atlanta so I can kill you. If I killed him, am I justified because he personally likes his nation above everyone else?
No,
So in that same sense, and you put yourself in the position of this black man from Atlanta who said he's going to quote unquote knock off the Confederate flag white man for saying he's a nationalist. All Ariala did was stand on the stage and say, I'm a nationalist. You use the word racist. So what? He understands the true definition of racist. So all he is saying is, I'm with my nation and not yours at all. He's not with your nation at all. He's not a supporter of your nation. He don't want to deal with you guys. He wants to separate and just be with his nation. And he bets his nation can beat any other nation. But he didn't say anything to you that was wild. You said, "Come to my city so I can kill you."
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Okay, so how
Hey,
can you then follow that up with, "But I love you all the same"? How can you
Right.
follow that up with that?
I mean, dude, I went off because just how he was talking with Tamaria, he was trying to downplay him and talk down, like belittle
Well,
him and shit.
Tamario
How
is
is that
actually
uplifting your brothers?
Tamario is actually a black man who would coon for you.
Right.
So
Yeah,
he
that,
was
I seen
handling.
that.
Hold on, Chase. Well, you were being nosy.
Shut,
So you, Chase,
you
listen.
cut me off, but that's
You're
crazy.
not
All right, go
listening
ahead,
though.
dude.
Listen to
You're
the
cutting
point.
me off,
No,
dude.
I'm bringing you back to you. You want to flee to the coon, to the black man, so we can then start talking about Tamario when I'm talking about you. You
No,
were the
please.
nosy neighbor. You were the nosy neighbor that's looking over the fence as brothers strife in their own family. Tamario's business was not your business. We were dealing with Tamario as our brother. So how we argue and what you actually hear through the window pane is not for you. So don't speak to the dealings that we had with Tamario. Speak to the dealings that we have from nation to nation. And you
Right.
are of another nation. So now we're dealing with you. So don't talk about Tamario. That's why I cut you off so you can come back and talk about yourself. So, was that right for you to say to Ariala?
No.
Is it okay for him to be a supporter of his family members and his family members only? Is that
Yeah, be
okay?
racist. Be racist, bro.
Okay, so but you shouldn't have invited him to your city so you can burn him with a pistol, right?
I mean, that's who says who?
So
See
you
that?
I'm asking you. I just asked you, were you wrong? You invited him to your city so you can burn him with a
I
pistol.
mean,
Is that
I
not bad?
I sensed hate, so that's how I reacted with
Would
hate.
that
That's how it
have been
is.
a racist act?
Nah, that wouldn't have been on his part. Yeah, on my part,
How
no.
would
That
that
would have
have
been.
not been a racist act if all he spoke about is being a nationalist and being for his people and you killed him?
I never heard nationalist. I heard I'm a racist.
Well, that's what a
Is that a correct
nationalist,
term?
a
Uh,
nationalist, the root word of nationalist is nation, and nation is your own people, the people you descend from. That's what the true word nation means. And race, how we use it today, of course, is we use it in society, but we deem it as a nation of people that's different from another nation of people, a race that's different from another race. So by him saying I'm a racist is the same as him saying I'm a nationalist, or the same as him saying I'm pro family and not for other families. So because he said that, you then said, "Come to my city so I can burn you with a pistol." Was
yeah.
that a racist act
No,
for
he could have
killing
been
somebody
white.
who's pro family?
Well, I mean, it was more so, like I said, he was trying to talk down on me, dude. He tried. He said, "I'm smarter than you have." What grade of education do you have? I
Right.
mean, like
But
it was
no,
more so him trying to
he was
talk to me like I
bold.
was stupid.
But you got to think about it, Chase. He was bold enough to say that because all of us was thinking it. I was thinking it. I was actually on mute, and on this side, I was like, "Damn, what grade is this dude in?" I was saying the same thing. He was just bold enough to say it out loud.
You see?
He was
Oh,
just
okay.
being bold. But you see
Chase,
how I'm talking to
Chase, am
you?
I not smarter than you? You don't know what the word pantheon means or
I
what the word
mean,
racist means. And
I
you
don't.
have an
If
eighth
I
grade education. Am I not smarter than you?
Pantheon is not an everyday word. Come on, man.
Right, right. So there, Chase, that's the point.
Yeah, you're
So
smarter than me.
Right.
Ariella is saying
Mm.
he's smarter than you because he used words that's not an everyday word and he understand them. You only understand everyday words.
I mean, my credit score is a 723, so I
Oh, you
mean,
see
What does a
that?
credit score have to do with you knowing what pantheon means?
Yo,
I don't. Is what is Pantheon? How? Okay, tell me this. Tell me this. How is Pantheon gonna bring me cash? What is Pantheon gonna do to bring me money?
Chase, you're missing the entire conversation.
Right.
Okay, that's what my credit score. Yeah.
Okay, Chase, thanks.
Let's all
Eighth grade
congratulate him.
education.
Let's all
Yeah.
Let's give him
congratulate
a
the
round of
white.
applause.
Let's
Thank
give him a
you.
round of
Thank
applause
you.
for the
Appreciate it. Did
white
it
man succeeding in his own kingdom that was easily
from
built for him.
from
Right.
no motherfucker. I grew up in more of a hood than you probably did, bro. You can
Nah,
come to
nah,
Oh
nah,
Shreveport and
nah,
my
see
nah,
where I
nah,
grew
God,
up
nah,
at.
nah,
bro!
nah, nah. Chill, chill.
Dude, I don't
Esau,
care what you talking about,
Esau. That's
man.
that's racist to say that.
Right?
Right,
How's that racist?
because we
Y'all
were
done all
forced.
said racist
Why do
shit.
black people?
Where
Why
did
do
he
black
grow up
people?
at?
Why do black people? Wait, hold
That's a
on. Why do black?
microaggression.
Hold on. Why do black people need to grow up in the hood?
Microaggression.
Wait, Chase. Why do black people need to grow up in the hood? Why couldn't we Right. come from the suburbs?
T-Chop.
You just said okay. What would it matter? What would it
Get out
matter
of here, man.
exactly? What would it matter?
I like
You're
you for saying that
prejudiced.
you'd have killed all them Edomites coming off that boat. I like that because there's black people that won't even say that.
Yeah,
So let me
yeah.
ask you. So let me ask you something, Chase. If you was a black person, white people was following you, and you was going to see your father, all you had was Skittles and a canned soda, and a white dude was following you, and he confronted you, what would you do to that white man?
I'd probably fight him.
Now, do you deserve to die for that?
No, if I was protecting my family and was in the right, no.
Mario also wouldn't say that about Trayvon Martin. Y'all forgot. Tamario also would not say that. This is great. I'm going on mute.
All right, so the point of the conversation, Chase, right? Because you're talking about you believe in God. I'm asking you, what's the name of this God, right? Where can I read about him? And you told me in the Bible, right? But
Yeah.
so what you're doing is trying to appropriate the God of the Israelites, all right, for yourself and for other people. But you won't do that with the Egyptian pantheon, right? Let me just for to let me enlighten you a bit, Chase. All right, the word pantheon. Okay, let's read it real quick. Um, a word pantheon. It's from the Greek word. Slackies, real quick, Slackies. It says a pantheon is a particular set of all gods of an individual polytheistic religion, mythology, or tradition. Right.
What's up,
So,
man?
so the Greeks they worship. You got a lot of noise. The Greeks worshipped, Athena and Aphrodite and Zeus and you had demigods like Hercules and whatnot, right? And then you have the Assyrians. They have a pantheon of gods, right? Their chief one being a god named Ashur, right? You have the Elamites, right, who worship a god named Elam, right, which is one of their forefathers. You have the deification of a guy named Nimrod in Babylon, right? So you had different pantheons for different nations of people where people worship certain deities or gods, right? You're not appropriating those pantheons, but yet you want to appropriate the God of the Israelites. Why is that? Is Chase gone?
Yeah, it looked like he left.
All praises. All right. So this is the issue, man. All right. The God of the Bible is the God of the Israelites. The Israelites are so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. All right. If you've been under a rock for the past, I don't know,
Yo,
three to 5 years.
bring it up.
Shalakia, can I
Yo,
read a precept?
wait, can we bring Tamario up and ask him what he would do to the Edomites that come off that boat? I just want to I want to prove that this nigga is a coon, bro. It ain't just us being mean to Tamario. We had a white man on stage that said the Native Americans should have killed everybody that came off that boat. Tamario, are you gonna come on stage and echo that sentiment? I need to know.
I invited him
Mario,
up.
my favorite scoffer, man.
If not, let's move on to Leon.
Oh, he's not gonna raise his hand? Oh,
Hey,
yo,
what's up,
Tamario,
everybody? How's it
you a
going?
goddamn
What's
coon,
up,
bro.
Leon? What's
What's
going
up,
on,
Not
Leon?
Leon?
much. Pretty good, y'all. Hey, thanks for what's up for inviting me here on stage. Happy MLK Day to y'all, to my fellow Americans out there. So, yeah.
What do you think about the topic of the room? Can you speak to that? Answer the question, please.
Yeah, sure. But before I answer, I want to just say something about the MLK. I think it's pretty good. I mean, like we Americans, whether they're natives, non-natives, immigrants, migrants living in the U.S., and also visitors or tourists visiting USA. I mean, they take things for granted. We as well. We gotta
understand and not forget that if it weren't for Martin Luther King and the African American and Black community, we would still be fighting for equality in the U.S. So many Americans, like I just mentioned, living and visiting USA, don't really get it, and that includes everybody from Asians, Latinos, Hispanics, Caucasians, whites, Europeans, indigenous, Caribbeans, Africans, Middle Eastern, etc. Regardless if you're white skin to non-natives, you're still a foreigner to the American white natives' eye and viewpoint. So um, we are a better nation, I believe now because of Martin Luther King and the African American and Black community. I mean, they've lit the fire and made the change for us, but we still need more change, and to be, we need to be part of that change. I mean, that's what I just had to say. So,
All right,
okay,
we'll address those
go ahead.
points, and I'm ask you some questions about what you
Sure.
said after.
Okay.
But can you
Yeah.
answer to the question of the room now?
Yeah. Okay. Can you ask me the question again, please?
Yeah. So if you can see it at the top, it says, can you see it? Can
Yes.
you read it?
Yes, I can. Uh-huh.
All right. Can you answer that question?
Yeah, I agree with it. I mean, if Martin Luther King, he loved the whites, he loved the people, especially the African Americans, his own kind. But still, he got shot by the whites because they didn't want his freedom of speech. They felt that he was making a rally to entice violence, which he didn't. But I mean, they want control. The white people wants control. Bottom line.
So you said he was making a rally to incite violence. I thought he was about
Well, no, no,
nonviolence.
no, not non-violence. I don't know.
Uh,
Maybe I might have said violence, but no, it's for non-violence.
oh, okay. Okay. Got you. Got you. So you that okay. All right. Cool. So what you said as far as your first opening statement, I want to ask you what has gotten better for the quote unquote African American community as a result of Martin Luther King's efforts.
I'd say what's gotten better is the not 100%, of course, right? Still needs to be changes. I'd say gosh, that's a hard question. I don't want to say the freedom because it's still not there yet. But it's equality in some ways, but it's not 100% yet. So I'd say the voice. I'd have to say the voice. I mean, he's spirited a lot of the African Americans, and not just African Americans, but the minorities too. That's non-white, to speak up and to take stance and kind of build a community and in a kind of gathering. But I mean, like I said, it's not 100%. We still need to make changes.
Oh, okay. So you said it's not 100%. You said so your answer you kind of realized the other spaces at least needed improvement, but you said definitively what it sounded like was a voice, right? So you're saying like you see my picture, like I have a microphone in my hand because I'm teaching right in that picture. So like is that what you're saying that Martin Luther King did for me? He allowed me to be able to speak in public.
Yeah, speak in public. Be real, right? Speak your mind. Stand up for your rights. To push for equality and to for the better of your children's and grandkids, etc.
Okay, so has that um has that voice made anything better? Them being able to have a quote unquote voice, has that bettered our community? Do you think has that helped? Has that voice done anything to improve our community?
I'd say yes, but like I said, it's not 100% because nothing is 100%. But
So
I
what
would
what
have to
percentage would you
say,
put it
oh man, that's tough. What percentage?
from the
Geez,
time before he yeah
from
from
the
the time before
time to
he's
his now.
hmm
Well, speaking of right now, I would say about 80%, give or take. At the time when he was at, it was like, man, 60, I guess, something like that, or lower.
so it was 60% equality at that time. And now it's
No, it's
80%
in
equality.
terms of the voice. In terms of the voice, equality
Oh,
wise,
okay.
no. Equality wise, it was like, geez, 20, 25% maybe,
Okay. All
maybe
right.
not, maybe even lower.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And so, we still have a long way to go, admittedly, by your own words. So
Yes, most
now
definitely.
we're at so you said we have a voice of about 80% now.
Yeah, I would say right now, yeah. Um, it's kind of hard. I mean, I'm just taking a wild guess, 80%.
All right, fair enough. Does brothers want to address anything that he said?
Con.
Go
I
ahead,
want to
David.
ask him what's your ethnic background, Leon?
Well, I'm a mutt, man. First generation. My mother's Italian and Spain. My dad's Filipino, so Asian Pacific Islander, whatever you
Your
want to
dad's
say.
Filipino.
Yeah, Filipino. I consider as a Pacific Islander. I don't want to get into like continents and geographically, but you know, who made the continents really is the white people. Who are they to say, you know, Filipino or the other islanders are Asian? I don't hear like the Muslims or Middle East saying that they're Asian. They're in the Asian continent, but they say they're Middle East. So why aren't Filipinos or Pacific Islanders? So, but I'm not
Okay.
going to go into that detail. Yeah.
Okay, so your father is Filipino. His father is like indigenous Filipino.
Yeah, I really don't know his full background, but I would think so. Maybe. Hard to
Okay.
say.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. So you think now let me ask you this question. Just kind of, you know, tying in with what the brother Mahala was bringing out about equality, things of that nature. Do you think that all people should be equal?
Yeah, all people. I mean, we're all human beings, right? Why can't we be all equal?
What
We
does the
should
word
be
what does the word human mean?
human beings.
No, what does
That
human mean?
human.
Yes, human. What does human mean?
Well, I'm not getting you. What? Can you expand on that? Give me an example. I may be misunderstanding.
Okay, so you're Filipino, so are you technologically savvy?
Savvy? Yeah.
Yeah, so you've heard of like like smart homes and things of that nature. You can get smart lights. You can get a Philips Hue light bulb. Like what is a
Right.
Hue light bulb?
Yeah. What about it?
What does the word Hue mean?
Oh, you. Okay. HUE. You're talking about HUE, right?
Yeah,
Okay. I was thinking of human. So, you want the definition, or what do you want?
yeah. What is because the word human
It's
is
like the color. I mean, I would say the color, right?
okay. Are so-called Caucasians, are they people of color? Are they men of color?
Oh man. Not in my book because but
So how are
yeah,
they
everybody
human?
has color. White, black, yellow, purple. Who makes color, right? I mean, who made that? Who said you're a white man, you're a yellow man, you're brown man, you're a black man? Who said that? Who created that? I mean, it's color, right?
Well, here's the thing: they're not people of color. They're not human. Right? They're people, but they're not human. So, all right. But you're saying that all people
Okay, I
should be.
get you.
You saying all people should be treated equally, or should be equal? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, but after what you say, if you're considering you as far as color, then probably not.
Okay. So let me ask you a question: the white man, the so-called white man, what have they done to your people?
Oh, what have they done
Why do you speak
besides
English now?
colonize?
What?
Besides colonizing, you know, I don't want to say education because the education way, of course, but the education is really one-sided because the history is all about the white. We really don't see the true history of what took place in the United States, all the bloods and the sufferings of people with color. So,
I'm not. But I'm not.
but
I'm not even talking about what happened to like America. I'm talking about
okay,
in the Philippines, right?
Oh,
Like,
in the Philippines, I don't know because I'm first generation in the
you first
U.S. So I don't
generation?
really, yeah, I really don't know the whole history of the Philippines. So I can't speak 100% about that. I mean, I
Okay,
can talk about it, but I can't speak
gotcha.
fully about Philippines. Yeah.
So based off of what the so-called white man has done around the world and raping, robbing, pillaging, colonizing, enslaving peoples, right? Should they be treated equally?
No.
Th- I agree. Now, now let me ask you this question, right? Your people, right? Filipinos, have they
Well, I
had?
mean, my mother is Spaniard and Italian, so I'm not going to say, Filipinos in just one aspect, right? Because I'm a mutt. So,
Yeah, yeah.
um,
The reason
okay,
why I said Filipino because your father's Filipino. You are what your father is.
okay,
Your father planted his Filipino seed inside of your mother. And you're the
okay,
fruit.
all right.
Yeah. So but your mother, she's Spaniard and Italian. Did not the Italians and the Spaniards go around raping, robbing, and pillaging?
Colonizing, yeah.
Okay, cool. But now let me ask you. We understand that. So the Filipinos, right? What did have the Filipino people been, you know, allies to so-called black people?
Wait, has Filipinos been allies to black people?
Yes,
Is that what the question was?
have.
No, not in my opinion. No.
Okay, so should we treat you guys equally?
In that aspect, no.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's your moral compass?
Tamario, did you hear that?
What do you mean by moral compass? What do you mean
Like,
by that?
like for instance, the Torah, the Bible, and its commandments. That's my moral compass, right? So I understand what's right
Okay.
and wrong, predicated upon what the Bible says. So I'm asking, what's your moral compass? You have like a discipline or philosophy or ideology that you are morally guided through?
Well, I'm Catholic, so I'm not like a full-blown type Catholic, practice the Catholic religion, but
Hmm.
I use my own judgment. I don't
Most
follow like
Filipinos
the
are
the
Catholic.
Catholic. Yeah, I mean, I don't follow 100% of the Catholic because I got to make my own judgment, my own, you know, uh, I guess my own mind. Um,
Hmm.
yeah,
Hey, Ariella,
analyzing,
his people
logic,
are
all
Catholic
that.
because they was
Colonists.
Colonized by
colonized.
Spain. That's right.
Yeah, I would reject that religion if I was you.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, but if I'm born Catholic, I'm gonna die as Catholic. I mean, it's whether you want to call it loyalty, but yeah, I
Damn.
mean, that's how I
See
just
how
feel like,
strong
So you were
see how
born a
strong the white
slave
man
and you want to
is?
die a slave?
Well, I'm not a slave. I'm Catholic. There's a two
That's the
different.
religion that represents your slavery. You're gonna worship this image of white Jesus. I'm pretty sure you know
No, it's not a white
Filipinos.
Jesus. I don't believe in white Jesus. There's no
You
such
Yeah,
believe in
but
thing
you
as
know
white
Aung
your
San
Jesus
Suu
to
Kyi?
me.
family does. Yeah, but you know your family does, and they have shrines. Yes, right?
Yeah, the image is a white
Yes,
Jesus. Yes, I can agree with that. But
yes,
I
yes.
mean, like I said earlier, I don't practice Catholic 100% the religion, and I don't believe some of the things. Like I said, I believe in my own self and my own person as and my own mind. So that's what I go by. So things like that, what you just said, yeah, I'm against that, even though that's what my religion says.
Interesting. Okay. All right, Leon. I don't really have many other questions for you. Um, if any other
I
brothers want to
got
deal
I
with them.
got one more for him. Can that with that 80%, right? That voice. Um, how has that voice? Uh, I'm trying to put this in a way that's real simple. How has that voice that has been increased because of Martin Luther King, specifically, um, made life better for the so-called African American community?
By not saying yes to everything, by saying no
For
with your
right,
own
for
mind,
example, what?
like
For
hey,
example,
do this, do that, go, follow the system. You need to live in that community. You have to do this. So
well, what part of
that's
the
my
like?
example.
Okay, so you said do that, do this. So what example? Like for example, like can you show us like somebody that says like no, we're not doing this, and then because we say no and don't do that, it betters our community. Can you give us an example of that?
Yeah, I mean, during that time, MLK, I mean, that's where the riots happened, right? Because a lot of the white communities in that aspect were telling the African American to do things and stay in their own, locations and don't destroy properties. But yet everybody was so upset because they had their own voice. So they were like, against it. They weren't just saying yes. They were having their own
Okay, so
voice.
when they moved out or said no, they don't want to just stay in their quote unquote communities and they branched out. Do you think that that's been better for them, Leon? So when they said no and said we're not going to stay in our, quote unquote place in our communities, and they branched out and went into other places, has it been better for them there, those places? Leon, can you hear me? You're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was talking. I didn't know I was on mute. Yeah, I mean, I can say yes to some point because they're able to branch out and go to other, maybe a white community or white neighborhood. And even though they're discriminated and told them to leave, they still stayed and because of their voice and didn't listen. I mean, to that aspect.
All right. I mean, at least you kind of still recognizing the issues with, you know, the community and what they still have to deal with, although there's these, what I'll just be quite frank, perceived changes and perceived, betterment in our community. Because to be honest, I honestly don't see any improvement. I think that all the you know, education, that we could get now because of the integration. I think that's detrimental to our people because, we learn to hate ourselves. We learn that, our history begins at slavery, for example. We're taught, white supremacy in these educational, um, institutions. So, just speaking from that aspect, I don't see any improvement because of the docile state that our people are in, because of these quote unquote advancements in society and things of that nature. I think inflation has caused us to, you know, to think that we've improved in society. I don't think that by and large, if we look at the numbers, that our community is, advanced economically, from that time till now as well. So, I at least can respect the fact that you do see that there needs to be improvement and that we're not there yet. So, that's all I
Yeah, I
really wanted
mean,
to.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. I mean, you just talked about the education. I mean, a lot of the black communities out there, they're not getting the books, they're not getting the proper education compared to a white community and a rich community. And why is that? Is because, like you mentioned, is the systematic system and by government, the capital. So yeah, we need to have change on that. I mean, because it's sad, to be honest with you.
All right, I appreciate that. No problem. So, to Mario, y'all will all have to ask you a question to Mario.
Oh my, yeah, I was working, so I turned the volume down.
It's cool, no problem.
Okay.
Yo, are you there? You want to ask Tamario something?
You'd have to ask because I can't do it right now.
Okay, I'll ask it for you. Hey, Tamario, did you hear uh the other guy Chase up here give his answer to y'all all concerning what he would do or have the Indians do, the Native Americans do to the uh foreigners that came to their land? Did you hear that answer?
Yes.
Okay. So, what is your answer to that? Same question. What would you tell the Native Americans to do to the Europeans that came off the boat? Every one of them.
Oh yeah, y'all have asked me this question before, right?
Yeah, he
Yes.
just wants to hear it again. He just wants to hear
Uh,
it again.
okay, and I had also amended my stance on it, I believe, with the brother King Ben, if I'm not, because I think he was the one that originally asked the question. But my answer has since changed. So if you want me to answer that particular
Yeah, yeah. I
question,
want I want you to hear. I want your answer that you'll give now.
oh, okay, I got you. 'Cause. 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 And this is if I lived here and people came on ships here, like the so-called European.
What? No, listen. You as being Tamario, right? You have the ability to travel, to time travel, right? You're not actually living there, you know. In that point, you're here, but you have the ability to time travel there. What would be your advice to them, right? When they saw the European come off the ships, all of them, what would
Okay.
be your advice?
Well, so I have to. If I'm here, I have hindsight. And again, y'all don't acknowledge this, but I'm a philosopher. So if I
Right, right.
told them
That's what we're saying. With your
if I
hindsight.
told them anything different, I would wipe out my entire existence, and nobody in here would be alive today. So that's so I have to. If you want me to ask that
No,
question,
what's your answer, bro?
Lord in Christ.
Hold on. I see. Watch this. I know how to talk to Tamario, right? I know how to make him answer questions. Just you just have to let him say that little point like that he said, all right? And because when you guys come off and then you get upset, then he kind of postures and moves to another position and says something else. So Tamario, what's your answer to that question? What would you
I
tell
don't.
him?
Well, I wouldn't
What would
want
you
to
tell him?
wipe out my own existence. So
No, I'm saying, what would you tell? You don't have to tell me what you don't want to do. What would you tell them to do?
all right. To give you an answer that you want, you,
No, I don't want you to give me the answer that
I
I
have to
want. I
be.
want you
I
to
have
give
Bro,
to
me the
live.
answer.
I have to be dwelling amongst them so that I can respond in real time. Because the original question to me was, if I was living amongst those people and Europeans came, what would I?
Never,
Knowing what
never
I
did.
bro,
know,
It was
what would
never
I
that.
do? Well,
bro,
There's a difference. It matters here.
Tamario,
Okay,
I know
Tamario,
y'all aren't
That was
philosophical,
never
man.
it.
I'm very philosophical.
Tamario,
So
Tamario.
Tamario. This
What
is
would
a
you help
this
the, hold on, Isaiah. Tamario, right? Because we're trying to see engage your level of empathy for those people. That's what the question is supposed to do. Okay, Tamario.
well, I
So
empathize with that. I
no, so
empathize
no,
with it.
wait. We're trying to see how much so, right, or in what capacity you do. So the question again: what would you tell those people? What would you tell the Native Americans living at that time to do to the European that came off the ship?
Got you.
Actually a
Okay,
very
okay.
simple
You know
answer,
what? I got you. I got you.
a
You
very
right.
simple
You right,
question.
brother. My fault, man. My fault. My fault. All right, I got you, brother. Even though it would wipe out everyone in here's life, I would tell them to find out who these people are, try to learn their tongue.
oh
Get no. Let me.
my
Can I
Hey,
god.
answer the
Isaiah, let him
question?
finish. Let him
I'm gonna answer.
finish.
Can I finish? Can I
Yeah, you
finish?
can, bro. You got it.
Learn their tongue, where they came from. Examine these ships, how to operate them if you don't know how. Um, Execute all of the captains of the ship. Allow spare. Take all the spoils. Like learn what these people know, and allow the second in command to take one ship, because however many ships came, we're going to keep one of them and let them go back to where they are. If they come back again, the people that we kept here, we're going to know what they know. And if they come back, we're going to have more spoils, or they would have more spoils. So that's what I would say to them.
You are simple, bro.
Bro, so you
You are
so
so
Brother,
simple,
I
bro.
know you just like dirty white feet women, man. What's
right,
So
that got to
listen,
do?
you're literally saying turn the natives to the white man.
right. You
Turn the
literally
Is that what?
saying
Is that? Did
telling
y'all
them
hear
just
what
to
I
do
said?
it.
because the white
Did
man
y'all
is
hear what
better
I
than
said?
Yeah,
the
we
white
did.
man is better than the lives the natives were living peacefully and
Man, y'all
healthy.
can't hear, bro. Like I'm pretty sure I
Wait, what?
didn't say
Okay,
that.
Samira. I'm
Yeah,
gonna show
we
you that I heard you,
did.
right? I'm gonna have a conversation about what you said, right? You know, I'll not reveal my sentiments, but just know that it's not good. Okay, so what would be the purpose of learning about their what they know and taking some of them as hostages and what would be the point in like dealing with them in that capacity at all? What would be the point? How would that be of benefit?
Well, um, if someone came from a foreign place and they presumably had things that I didn't know about, It will be wise of me to learn something that I may not have seen before. Um,
Like what? What did they have? What did they have that we should have learned about, or they should have
well, if
learned
they
about?
were able to come here and subjugate anyone with just, presumably a handful of ships, if that, that would be hard to do to someone that has some powerful type of civilization. It will be very hard to do that for, let's say, three ships of people to come here to do that. So
Tamario.
no, I mean
Are
that's
you
just what
familiar?
that.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, right? But here, it doesn't make sense though, because it's not what happened. That's the issue. You don't even understand how the subjugation happened, Tamario. Do you know how it happened specifically? They played nice. They played friends. You understand? They had, to put it in layman's terms, they had one hand out to shake your hand, and they had a weapon behind them. Right? That's basically how it happened. They got the natives to drop their guard, okay, embrace them as family and friends, okay, and then they gave them smallpox, Demario, for example, right? They invited them into a feast. They were invited into a feast, right? And then they slaughtered them. You ever seen Game of Thrones, Demario? Seen that? I'm sure you have. Tamario, you on
Oh
mute?
no, no, no! I've never saw it. No.
Oh, okay, all right. So anyway, I was going to say the Red Wedding, right? But I digress. The point is that they came in with lying tongues and deceit. That's all it was, Tamario, right? That's why we asked you the question.
Right. So knowing that, as we do, right? I wanna so the Israelite move would be to let me execute these people on the spot.
Wait, no, that wasn't. See, and
I,
that's why we brought you back up here because I got to stop you right there
oh, okay.
because the position is that there was a white person that just said that he would tell his people or tell those people to exterminate them. And he said, I have no problem admitting the wrongs of what my race did. That's the point of why we're asking you this, so we can show you, your level of coonery. But
Well, is
there's
it
even
conery?
somebody that's white that would say that he would advise the natives to slaughter them all. And it was an
Well,
easy, clean answer, too. Simple.
right, right. But I'm a person that's governed by reason at all times. We got to be reasonable, and if there is knowledge that I can get from someone, again, I will instruct them to execute the captains. The rest of these people, we're going to do whatever we have to do. We're going to find out what it is, where they come from. What are you doing there? I need to know that. And when they come back, I'm going to have more of an upper hand to do what I have to do because they're not going to send 1,000 ships across the Atlantic. And so that would just be me being wise, instructing natives on
Mario,
how to
why
deal with that.
Mario, why
Why
not just
would you let
kill
some go?
yeah, exactly, Tamari. Why not just kill all of them and then have the people think they fell off the other edge of the earth?
So because we have hindsight 2020, I don't know what the day in life was of natives here because they didn't record the history how one should record history. So
That's not true. Like,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah,
Bro,
speak.
Tamario,
I can't speak. Yeah,
that's
yeah,
hard to
yes, it
say.
is.
It's
Yeah,
a hard
y'all always with
That's a
the
hard position to take,
grandstanding, bro.
Tamario.
Yeah, yeah,
Very
yeah.
offensive when you say things like that, and you don't
Well,
even know. You
yeah,
don't
but
have
that's
the
the thing.
knowledge of that.
But see, that's y'all can get away with
Tamario,
that
how can
for
you say that they haven't? You just said that they shouldn't. You calling them savages, bro. That's what you just
that.
did.
That's
Right.
not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing.
Yeah,
But
You said they shouldn't have
savages,
recorded history the
savages.
way that they should have, or they didn't record things. How should they have recorded it? And
Like a
how do you
white
know that they
man.
didn't record it that way?
uh, I mean, because we don't know what a day in the life was of these people prior to Europeans getting here.
Yes,
they
we
We
do.
don't know
did
what
just
they're. We can speculate. We
what?
can hypothesize. we
All
can,
right, so Tamara, if
we,
one of
we
these
can come up with
scholars,
some anecdotal allegory to express what they
Tamario,
were
if
doing.
it's one of these scholars, right? I don't know if y'all stopped in here. If one of these scholars are able to show you some resources and some books to give you a understanding of the day in life of the natives prior to the Europeans arriving, right? Would you yield to that? Would you say, look, I shouldn't have said that. I was wrong.
Well, I will concede to any type of by comparison to us primitive type of living conditions, and I don't say that disrespectfully before anyone get in their feelings with that. I wouldn't reject that, but again, it's still anecdotal. Like it's not, you can't, you can't name like you just you know what, it ends in conjecture, Mile, and so that's and I can't dismiss it, but it doesn't discredit what I'm trying to bring out. Like it's
All right,
still
what you trying to bring? All right,
primitive by
you right.
comparison.
All right, we challenged that, but what are you trying to bring out?
Yeah.
We're gonna
So
let you land on that.
Wow, he's
hold
calling
on, hold on,
primitive.
hold on, y'all,
Lord of
hold on,
Christ.
y'all, hold on, y'all. Tamario,
I got
you're
information
trying,
for him.
you're trying to call these natives of the Americas primitive, but would have the white man survived in the Americas without them?
No,
So who was primitive?
you know what? The question was, what would I instruct those people to do when
Yeah.
Europeans came? No, 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 because we're getting in the weeds. We're getting in the weeds. We don't even have to do that.
Right, right, because you got put in
It
another box, but it's cool.
No,
Go
no, it's
ahead,
not
man.
that. It's I'm governed by reason. I want to know what these people know. Who sent you? What are you doing?
Can I
What
ask
do
a
you
question?
have that I could use? And I now have a
Tamara,
few.
couldn't you find that out and then kill him?
To Mario, do you? All right,
Hold
you're
on,
how
hold on,
you
hold on.
going as a
Salakia, Ian, because I really gotta find out his logic on that. Couldn't you find that information out and still kill him?
Well, if they're on my turf, at this point I have no reason to kill them because I'm in control.
Can I
I'm
please
in
ask a
control of
question?
the situation now. Like you've gave me a time machine to say, hey, here's what you do. So therefore, we can't get, no one can pull the wool over, so to speak. So I have a commanding posture, brother.
All right, man. I
Can
don't
I
have
ask?
enough
Can I ask
I'm
a
Mario.
bullets,
governed
man.
question?
by reason, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like
Can I ask a
I'm
question?
It's cool, man. We just wanted to hear that again. Ian said he had something to bring out.
To Mario.
That's all. That's all we wanted. That's all we wanted from you, though. Tomorrow, we appreciate you coming back to the stage and giving that answer.
Greek philosophy, man. That's what it's about, bro.
To Mario. What are you gonna learn from a Spaniard conquistador from the 1700s when you're a man from the future who's dealt with smart tech phones? What are you gonna learn from them? Give me one example.
Well, no, but the question was, how am I going to instruct those people back then? So it's so that has nothing to do with anything. Me saying that, hey, watch out, these people may be wicked. That's pretty much all I can.
Maybe.
Right. But we're still missing the point though, because some brothers lack reason on and how to acquire wisdom. Um, with respect to Solomon, brother had a lot of wisdom, but just you know, I'm just saying this. I don't know what y'all want me to say
To
here, but
Mario.
Can I
killing
ask
To
a
people.
Mario.
question?
To Mario. I'm gonna give you a good example why you should just kill all of the people that are on the ship. Number one, Europeans did not have good health, period, in civilization. Number two, sailors had some of the worst health ever. They get scurvy, they get all these nasty diseases, and that's why when they hop off the boat and get in contact with Native Americans, they get smallpox and die. So you could have just told them, oh, well, fight these people and take some of them in, and they get smallpox, and you wiped out the whole damn tribe.
I got you. So let me ask you this. Can y'all tell me um the empire here in the Americas that is equal to that of the Roman Catholic Church.
Are you kidding me?
That
brother.
no, no,
You
no.
know,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
two had
Name that
fucking
for me.
bro,
Name that
bro,
for me.
bro, bro,
Name
bro,
that for
bro, bro.
me.
Tamario,
Name
Hold
that
on.
for
What
shut
did
me.
up,
he ask? I got you. What did he ask?
bro. Hold on, Tamario. You realize that the Aztecs built a fucking city in the middle of a lake, right?
Okay, that's anecdotal.
No, it's
What?
not
How is
Was
that
that?
anecdotal. Hold on,
anecdotal?
Tamario.
I
Yo,
got
we
you.
got the
I got you.
I hate
codexes
this.
for the Aztec.
I
What?
got you.
No,
Don't
no, no,
worry.
no.
It's
Are you
okay.
telling
Watch.
me? Are you
Why did
telling
they?
me
Hey,
that
hey,
that
hey.
was more
Tamario.
powerful than the
Tamario.
Roman Catholic Church? Is that what you're
Tamario.
telling me?
Tamario. Tamario. The problem is you continue to put on a condom for Becky and a cape for Billy and Bob. This is what you continue to do. And you don't know history.
Let me say
You
why
don't
I asked
know.
that question. Let
Shut
me tell
up
you
and
why
let
I
me
asked that question.
finish.
Though. Let me tell you
Shut
why I
up.
said.
No, I'm going to answer the question. Right? I came into the room just now and heard you say that, and that is crazy, bro. Do you not understand the water filtration systems that the Mayans and the Aztecs had that is far beyond what we have now? Do you
Let me
understand?
clarify.
Be
Military
quiet.
muscle.
Be
Military
quiet.
muscle. That's what I'm.
Okay.
Let's.
Okay. Now, if you actually read something like something called a book, you would realize that the natives here was whooping the white man's ass. If you read a book, and this is for the audience, right? This is something called The Eyes of the Conquistadors, or excuse me, Through the Eyes of the Conquistadors, which is Spanish letters and Spanish diaries, including Portuguese letters and diaries, and accounts on what they were going through as they were attempting to conquer the world, right, in the Americas. The only reason, the only reason why we began to lose was because the white man was diseased and disgusting and filthy and dirty. So as they began to go into areas that they called New Mexico, excuse me, New Spain, which is modern day Mexico, including Nicaragua, Honduras, and so on and so forth, they brought diseases that began to wipe out the native populations at an extreme high rate that now they were easier to conquer. That's what began to happen, Ak. And these diseases began to spread through the Americas like wildfire. That's what began to happen. But since you don't know history and you don't read books, and one of those books is right there on Priest Anya Allah, Stolen Continents. I've read that book. Great book. You should read it, Tamario. Because you're talking about military might. We were whooping their asses. That's what you don't understand.
Right,
You would
right, y'all.
read the letters. Read. Go ahead, Ak.
This book records. No, I'm agreeing with you. This book records that the Indians were kicking the white man's ass, and that white man had to go and get reinforcements. Tomorrow you don't read, but go ahead, y'all. What's up? So,
Correct. And when the reinforcements came, guess what they came to? Cities plagued with smallpox. Cities plagued with a variety of diseases that the disgusting, filthy white race brought here. That is the reason why they were able to begin to conquer, Ak. But you don't know this history because you don't read and you're a coon. And I'm going to finish up right here. You put on the cape for Billy and Bob, and you put on the condom for Becky. That's your problem, Ak.
Undoubtedly. Let's put this into perspective. The dusty ass white man is the one who brought roaches and damn rats to the Americas. There were no rats here prior to the white man bringing his flea bottom ass. Okay, put that into perspective.
Got so I guess I haven't taken on the characteristics of my so-called oppressor because in my spirit I don't I don't just kill people like that doesn't come natural
But
to
they,
me.
but they do
Um,
though, to Mario.
well, right, yeah, but nobody else can make me dance. Like I move how I move,
You suck and
Can
and
jive
I,
all on your lonesome, huh?
I see you tap dancing a lot of
Hey,
questions
real
coming
quick,
to
you
the
see
room,
that?
man. What you talking about?
Co-
Yeah, he didn't even address the
correct.
information that came
But
out. But
look
Tamario,
at
that
the
means he
top.
yielded. That means he yielded, right? Because
Correct.
when
Look
he
at the
No,
top,
it was
right?
inconsequential to the original
Tamario,
no,
question.
Tamario.
because he showed you, right? That same they displayed quote unquote military might. They was kicking their ass when they came over here.
Correct. Now look at the top, right? This is researchers uncovered 2,000-year-old Maya water filtration system that actually mirrors today's water filtration system, but is way beyond the technology that we have today
Got
because
you.
it's
Let me tell
actually
you why I asked that. Let me tell you
be
why I said that
quiet,
though.
be
What?
quiet, be quiet. I'm not done talking. Now, when you look at this, how can you sit here and say the natives are primitive and you don't know history at all, bro? At all. You, and I'm going to say this one more time, then I'm going to allow you to talk. You're going to continue to put on the cape for Billy and Bob and put on the condom for Becky. You hate your people, bro. Just say it. Instead of dancing around and say, you're representing me wrong, everything that comes out of your mouth is hatred for your own people, bro. It's that simple.
Hey, just y'all wasn't in the room the other day. I'm gonna let you talk now to Mario, but I want you to explain to the brothers on the stage. You took the stage and said you're pro-black. I have never heard you be pro-black yet. I don't think anybody else on the stage has heard you be pro. I haven't heard you say anything pro-black since I met you. So,
La ah.
this could be your perfect opportunity to show us, because I don't believe it.
Right. So if anyone ever actually listened to what I'm saying, and not just listening to respond or try to cut what I'm saying, it all leads to mental liberation. I can't like to have a black person thinking that there's some boogeyman out there that looks white, and for them to live their life like that, there's nothing liberating about that. And so and the stuff that I bring out, they're factual. There's just no debate on that. And, people just need to have discernment on what they, feed their minds with, so that they can correctly, navigate this world. Like I don't benefit from being angry at what anybody did to me. It's not a service. Like why would I even consider that? Why would I even call America a new Babylon or some type of captivity? Why would I think that mentally? Because that's just gonna cripple me from what I from providing from my family, which I have the
Tamario, are you
liberty to
saying
do here.
I
So,
feel you
so
because you was
basically, what
landing.
you're doing,
Are
Salaki,
you
go ahead, bro.
saying that? Oh, go ahead, priest. I got a question after you done.
I was just going to say what you're basically showing us with all the formal education that you claim to have and all the philosophy you study. What you just said that shows me a level of mental weakness, because you're saying that if you know your oppressor is oppressing you, that's going to stop you from being able to do certain things. That's the difference between you and us. See, we know our oppressor is oppressing us, and we are still able to survive in the system and still able to get around because we're mentally stronger than that. So you have a lot of weakness with your philosophy that if you actually took the time to study your history and see what your oppressors have done to you, that it will handicap you. That's weakness, bro. You need to gird up, bro. But go ahead, Mal.
Con, appreciate that. Hey, Tamario, and when you just made that little soliloquy, I got the impression that you were insinuating that the Israelites don't know how to navigate in this society and take care of their families. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But the doctrine of hate is counterproductive. Like, it's just not useful at all. It does nothing, literally. And so you're taking on the characteristics of your oppressor. We're gonna use that because let you tell it. That's what he does. So that's not I can't use that in my everyday life to be mad at something, because guess what? is not going to change. And let's just some philosophical reasoning. If I were to change anything in the past, I wouldn't be here. And I'm not going to trade my life just to change anything in the course of history. Period. And that's just so
To
I have
Mario, to
to
Mario, you just said that the native should take on the same characteristics of the oppressor when they
that,
come there with their ships.
that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you
If
said, man.
one is getting information, somebody came from a very long, far place away. They came. I want to know, where did you come from? Who are you? What are you doing? These big ships, these whatever you have on these ships,
You said kill all of the
I need to
captains.
know that because again, I have hindsight, right? I have a time machine. I know how powerful the Roman Catholic Church was because they greenlit everything. So presumably those people could come back and send 1,000 ships, as y'all
All
was
right.
saying. Well, hey,
I want to give. That's
they had to
cool.
bring reinforcements.
Tamario, that's
So
cool. That's
I
your
want a
answer.
heads up on any intel that I can get. That's
Tamario, we got
just
to get back to what you were saying, right? Because your answer to my question was no, I'm not saying that, right? So, do you believe that brothers, let's say just on this stage, right? Because we're the main teachers, so to speak, on this platform called Clubhouse. Do you believe, or do you know or have asked if brothers know how to navigate through this society and take care of the
I don't
children?
hold that
You,
belief, Dominique, at
you, I'm
all.
asked. Okay, so if you don't hold that belief, then that means brothers are navigating in the society and taking care of their families. Would that
Right.
be fair to say?
Yes,
Okay.
but we're
So
we're,
okay.
we're
Oh, to Mario. So just let me ask my next question, and I'm gonna let you talk. You know, we have good bills. All right. So in that case, how is the because the doctrine is the doctrine that you're saying that we're teaching in a nutshell. How is that being counterproductive to them if they're taking care of their families and navigating through society? How is it counterproductive?
right. So when we tell people that we need to separate from these people or wait for this system to be destroyed, I never hear like when I say that that's counterproductive. Um, we need because as brothers have brought out on the stage, we were taken away. Like we didn't bring this out, but historically we know here in America that at one point in time it was against the law for black people to be educated. So we had to go to someone else to learn or relearn. Let me say relearn mathematics when we were cut off and physics, and we don't know we lost if we had any type of military muscle
Mm-hmm.
or warfare.
All right,
We don't know how to do that. So when we
all right. Say this last sentence. So I got to ask you something.
all right, go ahead, brother.
All right. So have you ever heard brothers say or teach not to go to college or get an education on a platform?
I priest was in a you know I'm yes to that, but
Yes.
not everybody
So
says
you've
that.
heard some people say, "Don't go and get an education."
They I mean, again, me and priest had a bill like I can't give you a clean answer on that because I feel like there's more like I've heard that. To answer your question, I've heard that.
From this platform, from the teachers on this platform, you've heard that.
So my interpretation is going to be different than y'all's, right? Because when people say, "Hey, this system is not for you," and because I like to talk about physics, I've heard someone on this platform say,
I'm I'm showing you something through this
call it white
conversation,
man
Tamario.
science." I've heard that
Right.
term
Hold up. Can
with
you
you
get him to
brothers.
actually answer your question?
Yeah. So again, because I'm showing you something through my line of questioning, right? I'm trying to get you to understand something which we've tried to get you to understand multiple times. So Tamario, again, have you heard anybody on this platform ever say verbatim, "Do not go and get an education in these schools in this society"?
You kind of cut out.
Okay. Have you heard anybody? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now you did not cut out. Maybe his something wrong with his phone. I heard everything. Salaki.
Uh, all right. I'll say it again for him. Have you heard anybody on this platform, on this stage, ever teach not to get an education or go to the schools in this society?
No, I haven't heard that.
Okay. So now, with that being said, have you ever heard anybody on this platform teach not to get any jobs in this society?
All right, so we're grandstanding
No,
again.
I'm because I'm proving a point. Or have you heard? Have you heard? Because that answer is going to be no too. Or have you heard anybody on this platform say, "Do not do any business with uh, the other nations"?
No, no, I haven't heard that. But do y'all hear the point that I'm making though? That
No,
it's
No, because I do
no.
hear the
counterproductive.
point that you're making, but I'm showing you that it's moot. It doesn't
Well,
exist.
it's,
It's not a
it's not
thing.
mute though. We're
It
we're we're
is.
back to grandstanding. I know it's
We're,
not
we're
mute.
not grandstanding because the point that you're trying to make is that what we teach is counterproductive, but we don't teach the things that you're insinuating that we do for it to be counterproductive. Right? So the word counterproductive shouldn't be used. You should choose another word.
Well, you teach that America is the place where we all live. Is gonna fall, and we're waiting for that to happen. We're gonna bake marshmallows and sing "Kumbaya" when that happens, and
Ah,
like that. No, I mean, and
That's
and what I
right.
mean by that, I can't use that. I can't apply that to anything. It
Okay,
is
so we
not
wait.
a
What? That's you now. Here,
utility. It's not a
Tamario.
utility. It's a waste
Right?
of
What
time
you're
to
okay?
do that.
Tamario. You're like criticizing our faith, right? That's
Oh,
what you're
not at
doing.
all. Not
You're
at all.
you are
Not at
when you
all.
say because that's faith that we that have through what we see in the Bible, right? So if that's what now we're getting somewhere, right? Now we're getting somewhere. Tamario doesn't like that part, right? Because he wants and he hopes this place lasts forever. So he thinks that we should walk around with the mindset that we're going to be here forever, right? Generation through generation. Is that right, Tamario? Is that fair to say? Should we walk around with that mindset?
Hey, man. There are things that.
you
Yes or no,
tap
Tamario?
into
Don't evade me.
Well,
Come on,
but
bro. We
we
living in that.
can't. Right, but we're not going anywhere with that. Like it sounds
I'm
good,
gonna I'm
but
gonna let you make your point right after you ask this question. Answer this question. I'm gonna let you grandstand for like a minute and
I
a
got a
half.
precept though.
Right?
yes. Can
Yes. We
America be
should. We should
better?
walk around
Can
with the
America be
mindset.
better? Yes, but
No,
absolutely, I don't want this.
Tamario,
I
we
don't
should
want this
walk
nation
around
to
with the.
fall.
Let me clear it up, and I'm gonna bounce you the ball, all right? And then we're gonna let a union get his precept. So yes, we should walk around with the mentality that this place is going to last forever, and we should try to make it better, right, Tamario?
Yes, yes,
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Tamario.
right. So all I'm saying, brothers, is that um, me just holding this anger or whatever it is. I just can't use it. I can't apply that to any. I literally just don't win with that. And just I need to be focused on other things.
You need to
It
be
just
focused on the future and making this place better for your
right, but
generations to
but
come.
when we but what happens, because I wasn't always a philosopher like I am now. Like I used to be sleepwalking. Like I used to be asleep, right? And I used to hold those same type of thoughts, right? And what that
I
did
don't think
was.
so. I don't think you held those type of thoughts.
Oh, no, I did. Well, not to like y'all do it, not that far, but I used to be on the front line of the cause. Until I just.
What cause?
until you got a six-figure job.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that.
Yes,
It's
yes, yes, it
no, no,
is.
no, 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 no. It's about
Then you
why
forgot about your people's struggle because you eating fat.
oh
Hey,
man.
Salakia.
Absolutely. I've seen you mention that, brother. You know what I'm saying?
I
You need
haven't
a fact.
mentioned that,
Yes,
man.
sir.
You say that,
Yes,
brother
sir.
Macabre, but I
Yes,
haven't
sir.
said that on this
Hey, can
app,
I ask you
man,
a
at
question
all.
real quick? How do you feel when a white cop pulls you over since he's not a boogeyman?
You know what? I don't
Do you
have.
feel at
You know
ease?
what?
Do you feel at
I'm
ease,
gonna
sir?
have to. Well,
Hey,
no,
that's a good
I have to.
question. Do you get
Well, I have to
nervous?
say, but I have to say this way. When I was a young man,
I hate when you tap dance around the question. Do you
no,
feel
no,
at
Tamara.
ease?
because Israelites have a way to. Hey, let me put this man in a box, and you can't put
Right.
Tamario in a box. I can't be in
Right.
a box.
No, Tamara, but
Brother,
it's a
you
straight
already in a
question and
box.
it's an easy answer. They're always easy answers.
So there's a difference though. When I was a young man and I used to conduct myself like a programmed Negro, like
So now
I drew attention to myself
let me let you
as
finish. Go ahead.
a man with a little bit more wisdom now. When they stop me, I don't feel any type of way at all
I
because
doubt that
Okay.
very serious. You see my
All
gray
right.
beard? You see my gray
Hey,
head? When they stop me, I still feel away. What are you talking about?
hey,
That's his answer.
Salakia,
We think it's cap, but that's
Salakia
his
Halab,
answer.
real quick, Halab. I'm gonna create the next room. Everybody, I'm gonna put the link up here. When I do, please everybody transfer to the next room, okay? Because we want to keep the replays, okay? We can continue the conversation in the next room. Tomorrow, yeah, make sure you join the next room, okay? I'll be right back. All right, I just want to let you guys know that. All right, I
Con.
yield.
Hey, Tamara, we got.
Shalakia,
I
really
think
quick,
we got
Ark,
somewhere. I think we
really
got.
quick, Ark.
I think we got some production in this conversation because what Tamario just uh showed us and explained is that he's not saying that we're not moving in society well now. He's not saying that we're being counterproductive as far as raising the families and moving around and getting an education, trying to start businesses and things of that nature. He's not saying that. His real gripe is that our ultimate faith and belief is that this is not going to last forever, and we are excited about that. That's his real beef
God,
with
no,
six
us.
it's not
figure
though.
nigga.
It's not.
Six figure nigga.
Yes, it is,
Yeah,
Tamara.
God.
The
So
replay is
like
on.
Tamario, are you saying Tamir Rice was a programmed Negro? That's why he got shot?
no. But what about Young Dolph? Like what about like we can't don't straw man me with that, bro. Like if we want
No,
to
no, you made
line
a
up.
statement.
We
Nobody's
No,
always
but
go to
straw
that's a
you.
we
straw man.
always
Like
go
that's
after the
no, we
gangbangers
can't
too,
do that
King.
though. We can't
You
do that,
can't
bro.
sit up
No,
here and say that we don't go hard on the gangbangers. You must not be watching us.
No, y'all
We go
do,
and we go
but
in
don't
the
bring
hood
up an
and go
incident like
heavy
Tamir
so
on them,
Rice. Like,
as
Tamario,
you
yes,
what
know.
you're
that
saying is the people who get killed by the cops are acting out of order and they're being targeted because they're acting out of order. So based on that, I asked you if Tamir Rice was a programmed Negro.
What about George Floyd?
all right.
Was
So when
George
y'all
Floyd a
try to
programmed
straw man
Negro?
me, when y'all try to straw man me with
You
Listen,
that,
made the
listen, Tamario.
statement.
A straw man means that somebody is trying to present or make an argument that you aren't making. They're not straw manning you, bro. Choose
no.
another
Well,
term.
no. That the straw man can be what that is as well, and I'm gonna tell you
Oh my
how.
God.
So
I'm
wait,
gonna tell
so
you
what?
how
What?
it.
What terms mean, nigga?
Oh my goodness.
Right. What
So
is a
so
straw man? Wait, we might have a different. What's a straw man to you, Tamario?
when you come with an argument that is incredibly flammable. Like I could just freaking like, why did you even bring that up? It was a waste of time to bring that up. Like that is a straw
No,
man.
Come
wasn't.
on,
No,
man.
wasn't.
You
Oh,
see
that's
that?
That's
gaslighting,
exactly
Tamario.
what he said.
Tamario,
I same
that's
difference.
gaslighting. No,
Same
it's
difference.
not. No, it's not. That's gaslighting. That's not a straw man,
Yeah, call
Tamario.
it
You're
gaslighting,
supposed to be
Tamario.
educated, bro. You're supposed to be educated.
I
Come
mean,
on
I
now.
don't use the term gaslighting.
Well, you
I
can't
don't.
I
use the
can
term
I
straw man
can
because
read
it's not
straw man.
applicable. Can't make up your
Tamario,
own
which one
stuff.
of the people on the stage brought up the term programmed Negro?
I did.
Okay, so based
Ah,
on your statement, we're trying to get clarification because we don't want to be programmed Negroes. So I asked you if Tamir Rice was a programmed Negro.
No,
So why did he get shot by the cops?
and that is why I said that this is going to be a straw man. If we can like not be emotional about what I'm saying.
Nobody's being
Lord.
emotional here, King.
Yeah, Tamario's
Right.
not.
I
He's not
find you
nervous. He's not
hilarious.
nervous when the police pulls him over.
Yeah,
That's
he's
his
not
answer.
nervous. He's a six figure
Right.
nigga. That's why.
There's
Hey,
no
but let me ask
emotions in
I didn't. Come on, brother. I didn't say that,
you.
man.
right, but
A good report of
Tamario,
the whole.
there's no emotion in somebody asking you a yes or no question. Your reaction is
No, he
actually the
wasn't. I
emotion
answered the
because
question. I answered the question, priest. I answered the question. No, he
So,
wasn't.
so,
He was a child.
so
He
can
was
I ask
like
you?
13.
but he asked you a follow up. He asked you a follow up. He said, then why did he get shot? There's no emotion in that question either. You can just break it
No,
down for
that
us why it happened.
that was a wicked act by
All
an
right, also,
individual. Like that
Okay.
that yes, but I again, I can't condemn the Hall of Israel for killing Christ. I can't do that.
Hey, so,
So
because
hey,
the
so
Hall
check
of
this
Israel
out.
We
didn't, bro.
didn't kill Christ. The Romans did.
The Romans did,
Right, but
you know.
and even what you got to understand about that, what you would have if you did the assignment, is that the chief and the elders, right? They are the ones that organized to kill Christ, right? And they convinced the people. So we're talking about a select few. We're not
right,
talking about the
rogue
majority.
Israelites. So we're gonna be hypocritical and say,
No,
well, hey,
no, we're
don't
talking
judge
about people
all of
like
the
you,
Israelites.
Tamaria.
Okay,
We all got
let's go
judged.
based
That's
on
That's
that,
a straw
Tamario.
man
hypocritical.
argument.
No,
We
it's
all got
not.
judged though.
That's what
Tamario,
you call a
you
straw man.
said the person who killed Tamir Rice was a wicked individual. Why is it the people who keep killing the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American all look the same?
All right, I'm 41. If I line up the number
Yo,
of deaths
14.
by a brother killing
We're
another
gonna say
brother
black on
versus
black
a
crime. We can't
police
never take that
officer
angle.
killing someone black, it would be embarrassing.
oh, but
Embarrassing. That's the
hey, but
point
check this
y'all
out.
missing because you want
No,
to
I'm not
be in a
missing that
box.
because
All
that's
right,
the same
Tamario. How about
argument.
this? Won't
How
I'm
you
not
chicken
set
missing the
shit.
up?
point, Mary. I hear you make that point all the time.
Won't
Yeah,
you?
how
Won't
chickens
you
make that
compare
argument all
all
the
the
time.
deaths?
Well, hold on 1 second, King. I just want to ask him this. So, how many shooters and drug dealers and everything that Israelites went out there and brought into this truth, and now they're no longer doing it? How is that counterproductive?
Respect to that. Respect to that. But you know what my biggest gripe is? Like, yeah, America
So,
has a
so you
history.
bring that
The
up to
biggest
us
gripe.
as
This is
if
his
we
biggest gripe,
don't know it's a
Macabre.
problem and that we're not facing it and doing something about it. Don't bring that argument up to us. We're not gangbangers. We're out
No,
there
Macabre,
I
talking to
no,
Macabre.
the
I got
gangbangers.
you.
What are you
Tamario,
doing?
hold
Are
on.
you talking to the gangbangers? Are you?
Hey,
With
Elder
your
One
six
Macabre,
second.
figure
this is his
nigga,
biggest
you
gripe,
know what I'm
right?
saying? Don't do
Hey,
that.
brothers, real quick.
Stop
Can I
that.
read the scripture? Macabre, Elder. Can I read the scripture real quick? Because to Mario, he's a fast talker. He's a slick talker. He made a statement to try to kind of circumvent what was being asked about Tamir Rice. He said, "Well, can I blame all the Jews for killing Christ?" As brothers eloquently pointed out to you, the Jews did not kill Christ. Let's read the scriptures. This is the book of Saint John, chapter 18, verse 31. I'm not sure if you read this before, but after today, um, maybe you'll know this. St. John 18, verse 31, it says, Then Pilate said unto them, talking about the Jews, Take ye him and judge him according to your law. So Pilate gave them the opportunity to put Christ to death themselves. And here's their answer. And the Jews therefore said unto him, It is not lawful for us to put any man to death. So the Jews did not kill Christ. They gave him up. They gave him up. They turned against him, but they did not kill Christ. So you're going to have to find another argument, Salakia.
And Salakia, y'all. I don't know if anybody on this panel heard the man Tamario say that nobody on this panel would exist if it wasn't for the white man, and if he went back in time and killed all the white people
He said that.
from that. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, I mean, were you confused by that? Because if we change
How
any,
wouldn't have you been born, bro? No, I
well,
didn't.
well, 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 we have to look at if we change the course of history, your great 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 grandparents would not have met, or an oppressor wouldn't have
Dude, this is not
raped
the damn
someone.
Disney sci-fi
No,
movie,
no,
man.
but
It
that's
don't
just
work
the
that way.
facts, though. Like again, that it, some Israelites like to think in a bubble or in a box,
No,
and
bro.
not
This is
very
not like
philosophical.
this
Like
is not
that's
like if you have like a carbon footprint and you put your foot down in time and space, and you can change. No, it doesn't work like that, bro. We still have forefathers and foremothers that weren't them,
That is
and they
so
would
all
still
right.
weird.
So
kept
let's do this.
reproducing.
If I could somehow unwisely stop the conquest of Alexander, would you
How would
be
that be
here today, Dominic?
unwise? How would that be
What
unwise,
I
bro?
wouldn't be in a Lord willing, I wouldn't be in America here today, but I think I would still be alive.
How would your parents, and great grandparents, like how would those people come about?
They
Because
would
I
continue
don't
to
think
mate
he
in their land.
understands. Hey, Halab, I don't think he understands what we understand about the concept of
Re-
life
yeah, and
and how,
regeneration, right?
and yeah, he doesn't understand regeneration whatsoever. This is why, Tamario, bro, I don't understand,
Yeah,
bro. Do you still smoke weed?
An
Salaki.
asshole.
yeah.
Yo, Salakia.
I have a question for Tamario. This is Kenny at the bottom. So, brother, if if you had a choice to be born into a oppressive state or to not exist, which one would you rather have? If
Suppression.
you had a choice,
I
would
want
you
suppression.
would you rather not have known anything to not exist, or be in a state where you're oppressed and you're living in abject poverty? Which one would you rather have?
Okay, so I love that's a beautiful question, bro. Let me just say that off the rip, man. That's a philosophical question. It would depend on the type of oppression. Israelites would say that America is an oppression. I would take that, but if you're telling me that I'm somewhere where I would have to watch my wife being raped or my child being kidnapped, I would rather not exist. I would rather not experience life. So it just depends. Great question, though, brother.
Yeah, the reason why I was asking is because you said, without white people, we wouldn't be here. I mean, I don't. I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to show, like, guess their importance or the significance, but what does that do for us at the end of the
No,
day?
what,
Like,
what what I'm demonstrating with that is history. The course of history bared out how it bared out, and if it didn't happen that way, my ancestors, the ones that ultimately how I got here, they wouldn't have they wouldn't have never met it. They wouldn't have met that. Like it wouldn't have. My life wasn't prophesized. It wasn't gonna happen regardless of history. Like my personal life experience. So the point is me holding any ill will toward that, I cannot use that for my benefit in life. Like it's like a waste of my time to do that. I need to be focused on other stuff. When people carry that burden of being oppressed or being a slave, even though they've never been that, that throws off their thinking. That puts them in a box, and it basically cripples them when it comes to, it just does. I mean, y'all can ignore that fact, but that is still a fact because they're focused on stuff, things that they can't use. They can't apply that to their life. Me hating a white man or whomever literally serves no purpose for me. Well, how do I benefit from that? How does anybody benefit from that? Like, why would I teach my child that? Hey, have this burden in your heart. You're oppressed. Like, why would I want him thinking that way? I don't want him thinking that way. It's just
okay,
it's counterproductive.
here's why it's productive. Look, you can't be living in a fantasy. To be able to rise, you have to know where you are. You can't try and rise and not be aware of your surroundings. It doesn't work like that. It's like you're playing basketball and you're 50 points down and you don't know and you think, oh, the game is tied. You have to know where you are so that you can tell your children, hey, this is where we are. We have to be better. We have to actually get back power. We have to claim back what was stolen from us so that you can even the score. That's the whole point. Like, if you're a ruler, you have to know history. You have to know where your people are from, what they have been through, and what you're going to claim back, what you aspire to be. That's part of being a nation. So this whole idea, like, oh, I don't care, I have to focus on myself, bro. Like, that's not the way a rulership kind of mentality, comes about. That's kings don't think like that. That's the thinking of someone who's like just. I
Yo,
don't know. It's not. It's weird to think like you're thinking. Like
hey,
it's like
Salakia.
programmed. You know.
Salakia. 1 second, family. All right, so I got the room set up. We're gonna be moving this room to a different room so we can keep our replays. I'm let me see who's in here. Ariella, you here?
Con,
Ariella, hey, come to me with the other room so I could come back over here,
I got you.
please.
Yeah, bro. But you see what I'm saying, though, right? Like you have to know where you're coming from, in order to move forward.
Well, so Lucky, I want to say something to what to Mario has said. He says, "How does that benefit us?" Oh man, where would he go? Um, Jewish people have campaigns, had treaties signed, and they had the Germans pay them back for everything that was done to them. And basically, they did the same thing. Oh, the Germans were oppressors. The Germans are oppressors. Black Lives Matter. They received $30 million. The police are oppressors. The police are oppressors. So when he's saying that, how does that benefit us? If you just look what's going on, it benefited a lot of people very much well. And the only people who've not gotten any type of reparations is the ones that's talking up here.
Hey, everybody, the other room is on top of the screen. We try to get everybody into the other room. This is your kosher brunch, right? Better than lunch. We got them precepts for you to munch, all right? So this is the real food for your soul, not soul food. Y'all click onto the link on top of the screen and let's transfer everybody to the next room, y'all. Come on, at the top of your screen, y'all. All right, Rodney, you're welcome in the next room. Janelle Gray, hey, shalom, how you doing, sister? Let's get you in the next room. Peace and blessings to everyone on stage. Let's get everybody into the next room. The next room, right? If you haven't followed me, follow me. Follow the moderators into the next room. Sister Thaimara, shalom. King Ben, shalom. Click the link to the next room, the kosher brunch. Let's get it, y'all. Kosher brunch, kosher brunch. Peace and blessings to everybody. Yasha Allah. Ahabadah Yasha Allah. Kwam Yasha Allah. Let's get everybody into the kosher brunch. Haven Shy. Hey, Haven Shy, man. You ain't come on stage in a while, Haven Shy. Shalom, gang. But I want to get you into that kosher brunch. There's a link. There is a link on the top. Yeah, like 20 people done dip. All right. There's a link on the top of the screen. There's a link on the top of the screen, y'all. Kosher brunch. Kosher brunch. Y'all get into the next room, y'all. Kosher brunch.
Everybody click on the link on the top so we can go to the next room. Everybody to the next room, please. All right, we're going to be shutting this room down in about 2 minutes. Click on the link above our head. Go to the next room. Go to the next room. All right, this room is done with. We need to keep our replay. You got 2 more minutes and we're shutting it down. All right, Israel, please listen, Israel. Click on the link and move to the next room. Water.
Yeah, I'm about to shut down this room, y'all. So you might as well click into the next room on the top of the screen. All right. Give y'all probably like a couple more minutes to do so. Then I'm shutting this room down. Probably 1 more minute, man. Everyone, listen. Click on the link into the next room when you get a chance. I know a lot of y'all is at work and y'all just listening in, right? Y'all in captivity, just listening in. But pay attention. Click into the link into the next room. Kwame Ashala, we still got next, man. Click the link. Click the link. Ti King, Sister H, Sister H Skyers. Hey, shalom, sis, from the UK. Always a peace and blessing event where you are on stage with us. Love you very much, sister. Click the next link, Sister Chantel. Click the link on the top of the stage. Click the link. All right, Kwame Asha'Allah, we got next. All right, Kwame Asha'Allah, Habata Yasha'Allah. About to shut down this room. Shalom.
Shalom.
Camp were on the street preaching to this, and this Edomite came up and they were asking him, "Hey man, do you love pedophilia? Do you love the pedophiles?" And he's like, "I love all people." Just same as Tamario is talking about. And he's like, "Oh no, I love the person, but I don't love the action of the pedophilia." And then some young kids were on the street passing by the camp, and they heard what was going on, and they jumped on this Edomite and start beating the shit out of him in Philly. He had to run down the block. They ran after him. Yo, judgment is coming quick right now, man. Before, Jake would not touch an Edomite, man. Jake would beat you up and tear up everything you got, but not touch the Edomite. The Edomites could walk through the neighborhoods with no problem. Not so, man. It's changing right now. So let Tamario stay in that mindset, man. He's gonna get destroyed with the wicked. Let me just bring out the scripture, man. Proverbs 11:21, man. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. So if Tamario want to hold hands with these wicked people, they still gonna get punished, and he's gonna get destroyed with them.
Shalom, Shalom. How y'all doing?
Shalom.
Come on, sis.
I only raised my hand because I wanted to ask HOI what was that scripture that he brought out because I was in the other room, so I caught the end of it. I didn't, but it sounded good, so I just wanted to know what it was.
Ariah is talking about you, King.
Well, Khan Salaki,
Revelations chapter 18, verse 8 down to verse 11.
All praises. Thank you.
Uh,
Tamario, did the other room get closed already? Did Tamario come back in this room? Anybody see him?
I think Tamario got tired of getting blasted by the word of the Lord.
Yeah, he probably had enough. He might come back in. He might be on his little uh, slavery right now, so he might come back in. I definitely know he not scared to come in. He just sits there. He's like a punching bag that just keeps getting punched, and he'll sit there and take it. So I'm sure he'll pop back up at some point if he
It's
wants
just
to
sad, King. You know,
get
the
punched
the
again.
the Edomite came in the room, and he was answering the question straight, man. But Tamario got to dance around the question and bring philosophy and his reasonings, and it's just a wicked thing, man. It's amazing for me to see this, man.
It, you know what it is? And Tamario said we got the biggest burden. I think his burden is trying to have everybody like him. Everybody gotta love Tamario. Everybody gotta like. That's a huge ass burden. Look, even though what's his name, Chase. Chase worried about two things: money and his own people. That's it. He said literally, I would have told him to kill all those white people on the boat, and he's white.
We got some
Chase,
insight now. Got a guy Rodney on the stage.
hold on, y'all, because Chase also said that he'll burn niggas, man. Chase said he'll burn you, man, with the pistol.
Yeah, that
You
was
know,
just
Chase
more
gotta
of
be
an
wicked.
emotional response to Ariella. He probably that was probably his first time ever hearing, a so-called black man tell him that. You know what I'm saying? So how can I just? I think he would do it, but you know what I'm saying. That was definitely a more emotional response than a rational, because he was that just threw him all the way off. Like, what did this dude just say? You know what I'm saying? He was shocked that Ariella said that. But yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
think that.
he was definitely shocked, bro. Nigga talk about he got an eighth grade education, bro. Yes, I'm smarter than you, bro. It's just nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of people smarter than me.
But yeah, we got a couple brothers on stage. I know Rodney popped in the last room, but he wasn't able to talk. So what's good, Rodney?
Hey yo, what's good, man? Shalom, man. Appreciate you with
Shalom, man. What you
that.
got? What you think about this topic right here, man?
Integration. It's been long before MLK. Especially in the North, where a lot of our people went up during the 1910s, around 1930s. I know a lot of people say the result of integration was we lost a lot of our black businesses. That has been going on long before Martin Luther King as well. Even Malcolm X had an issue with that, about how black people did not put their money together to start building businesses and structures for our people, and instead we have to go to the white man. So I think what Martin Luther King did, he did what he was best for our people. To be honest, I did not. Did I agree with everything? I do not. But I think we have to look at what was his mindset, especially a lot of our grandparents' mindset in the 1950s and 1960s. This was the last form of survival. I mean, a lot of our businesses and a lot of that stuff was already collapsing long before. So when I look at Martin Luther King, I think it was more of him trying to have people be treated like a human being when more than it is integration. Because again, a lot of us have already been going to these white-owned businesses and putting our money over there long before Martin Luther King came to the picture. So I can't blame him for integration.
Yeah, I wasn't. I don't think that it's about blaming him per se for integration, but we do know, as a result of his movement, integration exploded. I think that's fair to say. The
Okay.
most the most
Salaki.
reform was definitely made after that. So the I want to ask you, based off what you said, he did what was best for our people. What was what's a positive of integration?
Right. So a positive integration, what I was saying is, a lot of our people during the 19, pre-Martin Luther King, again, we were not putting a lot of money into our economy, and we did not have much money generating within black economy. So with integration, with, obviously there were more, white businesses and stuff like that. For us to integrate, we're able to work in these places where we were able to extract that money and put into the black community. We noticed how, during pre-integration, the black American spending power was only $20 billion as a people, with a 30 million population. We take a look at 2022 with a 35 million population. We see that the black American spending power is $1.4 trillion. That's a huge amount. That's a big jump within 40 years, and that could
But
not
what do
have
they
been done.
spend on, Rodney?
Yeah, and we were not putting our. But the biggest issue is that we were not putting that $1.4 trillion spending power into our black communities to build our own businesses.
Right, and Rodney, were we doing it when we had the 20 million and the 30 million? Were we putting our money in our own businesses then?
Not all of them. No, we were not. That's why I was saying Malcolm X had an issue with that. He had a speech about that.
Right. So can you really say that that's a positive?
The reason why I say it's the only aspect of a positive is what I'm saying is that a lot of us were able to work with. Not saying it's a good or a bad
No,
thing.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
We
right.
more jobs were available.
More jobs were available and more money was available to extract from the white community to bring it over to the black community. Only problem is that we were not putting it into the black community. We
And
were
and
putting it right back to them.
and what happened when we tried to do that?
A lot of our businesses were burned down, or they were, what you call it. A lot of it was from the government, mainly the tax regulations or policy regulation. But the unfortunate reality is a lot of our people burned down their own businesses, especially the big riots here in Chicago, on Roosevelt in the west side of Chicago. It was a very prosperous black
That was
neighborhood with
bigger than
basic.
Tulsa.
Yeah, and we and they burnt our own people
Wow.
burned it down.
Salaki.
Can
I,
you read?
Uh,
Can you just read the title of the link above real fast?
How integration led to the decline of black-owned businesses.
Okay.
Damn.
yeah, Salaki. I just wanted to say at the end of the day, um, I'm not for integration at all, right? But at the end of the day, we had to go through this. We had to go through the Most High says we're gonna serve our enemies. You know what I'm saying? So it was bound to happen. I mean, we done had over 100 black cities in America. They all got burnt down. Um, so this is something that we had to go through, whether we like it or not, whether we wanted to be integrated or not. I'm not for integration. I'm not for us being with no other people besides Israel, because Israel needs to heal. However, that's part of the punishment. I mean, when you're on punishment, you don't get what you want. You get what the Most High gives you. And right now, this is what we got. This is the result of our punishment. So, we could always go back and forth on should we be integrated or not, but that's not really up to us. That's up to the Most High. It's up to us if we're gonna do Leviticus 26. You know what I'm saying? 40 on down. We're here to repent for the sins of our forefathers. And then as you see, Israel starts, you know what I'm saying, getting businesses, getting things going. We start going off. Right away we start going off. You see what I'm saying? That's why the Most High said, "Look, when the shackles come off, we're gonna digress. We're gonna go off even worse than when we was in the captivity." You see what I'm saying? Look how far we came from actual shackles, and we're worse as a people mentally. The whole head is sick. You see what I'm saying? The white man, like, yo, listen, man, we could take the shackles off of them, and they just gonna kill each other. They gonna destroy each other. You see what I'm saying? And that's exactly what happened. We went back to serving other gods. We went back to Islam. We went back to all of these things, man. So it's like, do we really deserve anything? You see what I'm saying? Do we really deserve it? Because it's like we keep going off.
So, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Israel is its own worst enemy. This white man couldn't do nothing to us unless you had somebody to sell us out. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we just had to go through this captivity. You know what I'm saying? It's inevitable. And I yield the floor.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of our result today, I blame it more, in my honest opinion, the Great Migration than I blame the Civil Rights Movement, because prior to the Great Migration, a lot of our power was centralized within the South, and when a lot of our people left, obviously they had to make that choice for their families. But when a lot of people are left, the ramifications of that was, especially when we get up north, spiritual wise, we began to find things that were very not very foreign, like Nubianism and Egyptology, so on and so forth. The Moors, the Nation of Islam, that divided the people from the south, and we became, that's why you see a lot of people from the north, they talk ill about black people in the south, even though they're the same people. So economic wise too, that affected us. So that's why I blame the Great Migration much more than I blame the Civil Rights Movement.
Yeah, I mean, this is Kenny. I definitely can agree to that because that's making things worse. I don't know if you guys check out these rooms. People talking about all this nonsense about the Bible is not true and where it's a white man's religion. I mean, all that just brings confusion. And when you have confusion, you can't move forward. And and it's keeping us spiritually back too, obviously, because the power of the black of the black race or is in God. It's in the Most High. So if you're not tapping into that, your enemy is just going to do whatever the hell they want with you, and that's what they're doing right now, and it's getting worse because I mean more and more people are turning away from God and looking towards all this nonsense, Egyptology and all these things that honestly is what got our ancestors in trouble, right? That's what put them in where in the bondage that they are in right now. So, or that we are in right now. So, it's just a cycle that needs to end. It has to stop.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So, like I said, at the end with Martin Luther King, um, it wasn't wise, but it wasn't. I don't think. Again, he did what he had to do, and I think he understood. He made an error at the end, especially in 1967. He left to Jamaica. He went to Jamaica to, write his last plans for Black people after he realized integration did not work, or this dream that he had didn't work. So, like I said, the result of it today is some mixed feelings, but a lot of the things that are resulted today, this has been a problem since, the early 1900s. That's why there's a book called Miseducation of the Negro by Dr. Carter G. Woodson. So a lot of the problems that we have today it's not brand new. It's about a century year old.
I think we kind of understand, and we're not trying to. The purpose of the room wasn't to try to put all of our problems on MLK, and I don't think you think that we are as well. But today being what it is, and how he's observed and celebrated by the masses, right, who are largely uninformed about his sentiments towards the end. He's largely remembered for you know the integration and the I have a dream, and that's still what is being pushed today. So that's why we created the room, and thanks for sharing. I think we got a clean answer from you, Rodney. um really appreciate that.
Appreciate that, brother. But would you say, just real quick, last question before I drop myself down, would you say we would have to give MLK a little bit of quote unquote grace? People don't know he was only 25 or 26 years old when he inherited the civil rights movement. Like, I know what I was doing at 26. I'm sure a lot of us were doing with 26. This guy inherited the civil rights movement with 20 million people behind him at 26 years old.
How did he inherit it?
So what do you mean? How do you? I mean, well, his father was a revolutionary, so I would say it comes a lot from his family. He wasn't originally in the original civil rights movement.
I know, I understand that, but what I'm what I'm saying is, like, when you inherit something, that means, like, it's given to you. So I personally, here's why I would say no. Because at 25 years old, I could make my own decision on, yeah, I think that this is what I want to do, or no, this is not what I want to do. Nobody made him, you know, become a leader in the community, right? It wasn't forced. Nobody put a gun to his head and said, look, you have to lead this people, right? Could have been pressure, yeah, you know, but it's no different than the pressures that we have when we're 25 years old. So I think that he chose that path knowingly. Maybe he did not count the cost, right? But he definitely, I think, made a well informed decision. He knew what he was getting into, and I think he had goals and he knew what he wanted to do by age 25. So, you know, I would say that he had, you know, the proper space and grace, you know, at the time to make an informed decision, and I think that he made that decision, you know, and you know the results is what it is, you know. So I would say no, um, as far as your question is concerned.
Kind of appreciate that, brother. And again, I appreciate y'all allowing me to speak. I just listened to the room, and I'm gonna draw myself to the audience. I appreciate y'all bringing me up the water.
Hey, Rodney, real quick, I got one question though. So, do you think us segregating would be a better choice moving forward for us as a nation of people?
Segregating, I would say yes. I would say segregating would be a much better idea since that's a natural thing. You know what I'm saying? It's natural. Like for example, I live in Chicago. It's one of the most diverse cities in the country, but yet it's segregated. Like nobody's stopping people from moving to a black neighborhood to white people, but people just choose to live with their own people. So I would say yes. I think it is reasonable for black people to live within their own communities. Is it okay to make businesses or whatever with white people or next or whoever else? I don't see a problem with that. Even biblically, we see that Solomon made a deal with the king of Tyre to build a temple, right? So, but
Well,
overall,
hold on,
yeah, the
Rodney.
answer is yes.
Rodney, I meant in a radical form, like the way we moving right now.
Yeah, I
The-
would support that. I would support that, but
Okay.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. But I would say if it comes to commerce wise, we have to separate, you know, uh, business and politics or social politics. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just how commerce works. But overall, in the radical side, to answer your question straightforward, yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, Rodney is about that life. I will say that. You know, he was trying to get some land. I don't think his method in doing that agrees with ours or the way that he would go about doing it. But he definitely is about that life, though. So.
Salaki. I also want to add too, we're gonna have to be segregated regardless. The Most High is gonna segregate us regardless. Man, when it happens, when this segregation happens, it's not gonna be like any other segregation. You know what I'm saying? This one is gonna be like if you go on to another people and or try to go into another city where you're not wanted, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be put to death. You see what I'm saying? Because those people are not, or you're gonna be put in chains. They're gonna have you in bondage. You see what I'm saying? This separation that's coming is gonna be like no other separation that ever happened before. This is gonna be a real segregation. You see what I'm saying? See what it is we keep trying to do things on our own time. It don't work like that. The Heavenly Father says, gather ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Gather yourselves, O nation, not desire. Because when it really comes down, it's not going to be the way we think it's going to be. It's going to be because the Most High is going to trying to be reversing things. And in this reverse, we're gonna go through some struggles. And them struggles is going to be a lot of famine. It's going to be a lot. That's why he says, gather yourselves. You see what I'm saying? Because other people going to be trying to hunt us down and kill us. It's really going to be on. It's going to be on. You know what I'm saying? So this is why he's saying gather yourselves. You know what I mean? So the segregation we talking about, like us just separating ourselves and you see what I'm saying, and trying to get things going, you know what I mean, our own businesses going, ain't gonna be no businesses in that day. You see what I'm saying? We're gonna just be surviving off of the food that we learn how to grow and things like that. You know what I mean? Off of nature itself. Ain't gonna be none of this stuff that we think it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? The world, this world is over, man. This white man's world is over. You know what I mean? Ain't gonna be no trying to gather and get businesses and grow and prosper in this white man's society. It's just not going to be like that. The Heavenly Father already set it up that this place got to go out. The segregation that we going to be dealing with is, you know what I'm saying, trying to keep our people together. And, you know what I'm saying, if we got to go to war with another people, then we got to go with a war with another people. You see what I'm saying? That's what's going to end up happening because it's getting bad out here. We got to go right now. We got to go to to the enemy for the wants of all things. You see what I'm saying? So when he shut this down, we we gonna really be on our own. We really got to know how to grow food, how to do certain things. That's why you know what I mean. I give it up to the brothers that bought the land. You know what I'm saying? Because these things are needed. You see what I'm saying? In that time, I yield the floor.
Shalakia Mac, I got a precept to go with what you're saying. Uh, two precepts, but I'm bringing out the one in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 7 from verse 1. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee unto the land whither thou goest to possess it, and had cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughters thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son, or they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and destroy thee suddenly. But thou shalt deal with them, but thou shalt ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars and break down their images and cut down their groves and burn their graven images with fire.
Con, and that's the kind of separation is going to be. The Most High want to see that. See, that's the problem. We came into this from the beginning. It tells you we basically try to come in trying to love everybody. Most High says, "Yo, go destroy them people, man. Kill them, kill them people. Destroy their altars, whatever." We went in there trying to make love to their women, man. We went in there trying to love these people, man. That was the problem from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? We were supposed to be, how should I say? We were supposed to be fucking shit up. That's what we were supposed to be doing. Heavenly Father's like, fuck that shit up. We ain't supposed to be sitting here loving and trying to build and do all of this, that, and the third. Nah, we supposed to be fucking shit up until we make the Most High's name a praise in the earth. Because the heathens is not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? This is what he want to see. He want to see us on their fucking necks, man. This is the kind of integration he talking about. Not no, like, oh, we just gonna, you know what I mean, separate. Nah, man. The Most High is not about, you know what I mean, us trying to build on somebody else's laws, trying to build on somebody else where somebody else is ruling, man. Nah, man, we supposed to be tearing this shit up. And this is what he wants. This is why he's letting it go the way it's going. If you notice, it's going the way it's going because the Most High is trying to fuck shit up. And he wants you on that same time, you know?
Uh, Integration is what got us in trouble in the first place. Holding hands with all of these other nations. You know, we gotta the terminology that they use here today is cultural diffusion. We got to get into other people's culture and understand their culture, start eating their foods, and cultural diffusion. You want to celebrate the holidays they celebrate and embrace the things they embrace, go to their holy feast days and do all of these different things. That's the problem, man. You start integrating, you start falling away from what God tell you to do. You start celebrating these wicked holidays. You start dressing like them. You start eating the meat with the blood. You start mentioning their gods and starting to inquire. Oh, so this is how you guys serve your God? Oh, on Christmas, you put a tree in your house and decorate your house with lights? Oh, wow, that's so beautiful the way those lights look. And you give gifts to your kids? Oh, man, that sounds great. I think I want to do that. And you start falling away from what your Most High God told you to do, man. It's because of the integration, it's because of the holding of the hands. You know, this is what it is, man. This cultural diffusion, God said, don't do that. Don't have no damn cultural diffusion. You don't need to know their culture. You don't need to follow their ways. You don't need to understand how they serve their gods because all of that stuff is foolishness, man. And this is why we got to pick ourselves up and get back to what we're supposed to do, what we're commanded to do. Hold fast to these laws, man, because that is our wisdom. Fear God because that is our wisdom. Teach our children because they're the ones who got to get to the next generation to teach them. We're always going to find coons in our nation, man. The scripture tells you that the tears are going to grow with the wheat. The Rodneys are going to grow with the Shawpaws. But you have to know them by their fruit, man. What kind of fruit is Rodney producing? What is he doing? Rodney's profile says, physics is the highest level of what man can attain to. So his statement already is just killing God. There's no God in my life. I'm the God in my life. That's Rodney's profile. He's about philosophy. He's not about following God's laws. He's not about humbling himself before the Most High God. He's not about loving his brother. He's about loving everybody. He's one of these people that come to camp and be like, you know what? If God don't love everybody, that's not the kind of God I want to serve. Okay. Okay, Rodney. See you later. I see you. I see you, bro. You're food for the fire. Yahushua says, what? Them don't want to serve me? Bring them before me and slay them. You don't want to serve God? You think God is all of you? You guys, God, Yahushua is not about that puppies and ice cream, man. You're definitely going to be screaming, but not the ice cream you're thinking. Them that don't want to slay me, bring them before me and slay them. That's the kind of system that's going to be in place, man. The kind of standard that it's going to be. You know, all those who don't want to get blood on their sword, they're going to get destroyed too, man. We ain't going into a system where the Most High give an order and you're like, well, I don't feel like doing that because my morals and my understanding is not the way. Like, I don't feel like I gotta be dashing no heads against no stones, and I don't feel like I need to rejoice, for doing that kind of stuff. That's making me just like the oppressor if I gotta kill people and destroy them. Well, I ain't want to hear that. You think you got free will when you're talking like that. You think you could do what you want. You think you got your own way. You ain't got your own way, man. Our footsteps are ordered by the Most High. Man's goings of the Lord. It's either you fall on the rock or let the rock fall on you, man? Which one you want to do?
Con, and to land me back on what the brother's saying, man, like the Most High is showing us right now. Like we know at the end of the day, right at the moment, we supposed to be at peace with all people right now because we're not in rulership. We don't have the military. We don't have certain things. But when we speaking right now, we're speaking on this time that's coming. You see what I'm saying? And they're already showing you already. Like, look at our women, man. They snatching our women up. They snatching our kids up. They kidnapping them. They organ harvesting them. They doing all type of stuff. They're showing you that they don't have no respect for you. You see what I'm saying? So even when they dealt with the Haitians down in Mexico, they put them brothers under, they put them people under a bridge, man, left them under a bridge. They showing you like there's no care for you. You see what I'm saying? They'll treat the Arabs and every other race better than you. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's been shown to us time and time and time and time again. It's like when are we gonna get it? That's why I kept saying Zephaniah chapter 2 and 1. You know, gather yourselves, O nation, not desired. You know what I'm saying? Before the decree be brought forth, and that's gonna be massive death. You know what I'm saying? The the fact that the cops could come because we don't own no businesses in our community, right? We don't own no like when you go on certain avenues or boulevards where a lot of these stores are. You see, our people are. You see, our young brothers is out there selling drugs. They're hanging out in front of the store, but they don't own none of those properties. You know what I'm saying? And this also gives reason for the police to shoot us down. We don't own anything. We don't have anything. We're just consumers. You see what I'm saying? So they could give us $1 trillion as a people yearly. We could get $1 trillion. It's not going to mean nothing because we just consume. And the Heavenly Father showing you, like, listen, man, I'm trying to tear this down. You see what I'm saying? You don't have nothing here. You know what I mean? If something was to happen to America, every race of people could go to their own country. They could go to wherever they want. Where we gonna go? We ain't got nowhere to go. Everywhere we go, somebody else is in charge. Somebody else is in rulership. We're under other people's rulership. That's why the Most High is saying we supposed to be trying to fuck this shit up. We supposed to be tearing these people's stuff up, man. And he's gonna bring it to that. So when we talk about segregation, this segregation is gonna be a final segregation. You know what I'm saying? And whoever in Israel's not going to be on the side of the Lord, you know what I'm saying? They going to get washed away. You see what I'm saying? They going to get killed by the heathen, by the hand of the heathen, or however the Most High feel like He want to destroy them.
Con, I got a precept, King. It's the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 6, from thy enemies and take heed of thy friends. So just to piggyback off what the brothers were saying, you have to separate yourself from your enemies. And that's why when you go to Sirach 12:10, the Lord tell you to never trust your enemies because it's gonna get bad in these last days. And you gonna see the white man's true color come out, and not just only the white man, but the Asians, the Arabs, and a lot of our people, they want to cleave unto the heathen because he has a good success, or he know how to hunt, or you know how it is. You feel me? So the Lord is telling you that you have to take heed of your friends. That's why the brother pointed out in Zephaniah, the second chapter, that you have to gather yourself together because you want to gather together with like-minded brothers and sisters. That's keeping the commandments, and it's simple as that. But if you out here if you trust in your oppressors, then you sadly gonna be let down in the end, and the Lord gonna cut you down in the land of the living, and you gonna be made look like a fool out here. So that's why you know, you have to stick with your people. Especially us, knowing that we Israel, we have to stick together in these last days. And with that, I yield.
Con Salakia. And speaking about sticking together, man, make sure y'all hit the greenhouse up top, man, and become a member. of this room. We're trying to get up to at least 1,000. Sooner than later, we've been trying to get there for a long time. There's no reason why we shouldn't be there with all the people in the room. So please hit the green box on top and become a member of HOI to the Chariots Fly, and I yield.
Oh, eh, did everyone on the stage speak to the topic?
Hey, Salaka Akim. Anybody bring out Jeremiah 23 yet? Brother should bring out Jeremiah 23 and break it down, man. You know, Jeremiah 23 and 1 to like 4. Jump to verse 23, read verse 23 to verse 25. Y'all better break that down, man. You know, I'm out making some runs right now, so I can't really teach it, but y'all brothers on stage, y'all should bring it out.
Salakia. Khan. Shalom. Shalom, family.
Shalom, King.
Shalom.
Uh, break it down. Break it down. Jeremiah 23 and 1. Khan. Let's get that. I'll bring it out. This is Jeremiah chapter 23 and verse 1. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord. Verse 2. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, God of Israel, against the pastors that feed my people. Ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings, saith the Lord. Right. So this verse is talking about, for example, we'll use today for Martin Luther King. And it was some beautiful points I was bringing out earlier with all this separation, segregation. Another word for segregation, basically separation. And like the brothers was saying earlier, we need to separate from our enemies because the pastors ain't teaching us that. The pastors is telling us that anybody can come into the church, right? We can all be as one. You know, the Lord accepts everybody, all different colors. It don't matter what you look like. It's about the spirit, right? But if you look in the scriptures in John 6 and verse 63, the Lord said the spirit is what? It's the word of God. But that spirit or that church pertains to who? The nation of Israel.
Shalakia
So these
King.
pastors today, they've been tricking and lying to the people, and they don't tell the people the truth. Why? Because they want to benefit from the amount of people that's coming into the churches. The more people that come into the church, the more money they're making, right? So they
Shalakia Arya.
benefit. God, go ahead, King.
The only separations the pastors are teaching is separate from the ones who are not vaccinated.
Separate. God, God. What's funny, you know what's funny about that? They said separate from the ones that's not vaccinated, but the ones that's not vaccinated, they're doing good. They all right. You know, they're not having as much health.
Con, con.
It's the ones that's vaccinated that's dying now. You know, in these hospitals, you got health workers. They I think it was three or 4 days ago. They allow health workers that had the coronavirus to come back into the hospital to work there because of the lack of people that was working. People was leaving their jobs. People was just going ahead and just staying home. Right now in America, the economy is so jacked up right now. Like more than 52 million people is unemployed. And more than half of them, they're not going back to work because of all the stipulations with these so-called vaccines. Right? So the American economy is literally crashing. But at the same time, the Most High going to bring judgment on these pastors because a church or a pastor or a deacon is supposed to teach the people the truth, the knowledge, supposed to lead them. Right? A shepherd is supposed to lead the flock. But if you're leading the flock to destruction and you're lying to them, guess what? You're carrying their sins and your sins because guess what? You're not even trying to get into the kingdom of heaven. You're trying to block them from getting in yourself. And now the Most High is going to bring judgment on you and on those that's following you. We had a quick example. We had this brother, I think his name was Michael Holland. If y'all know what I'm talking about, the dude spit in his hands and was trying to do some type of sermon and show the people that if you don't follow God and you feel what the Most High is doing, you can never change. You can never be better. The dude spit in his hands. and rubbed his spit in the face of another man, right? Disgusting as hell. Rubbed his whole spit in the face of another man. And the dude is just staying there, just taking it. And these are the people that our people want to follow. Why? Because they got status, they got money, right? But speaking with Martin Luther King, even he said it at the end. He said, I have led my people into a burning building. And it's sorry to say, the dude was a coon. He was a sellout. It is what it is. You know, the brother said earlier, he said, we got to give him a benefit of the doubt because he was young. Nah, not really. For example, in the book of First Kings, you have Manasseh, who was a young king who started like around the age of 12, and he was wicked as hell, a king for Israel. And as he got older, he started to become more and more wicked, right? So you can't really say, you know, he was young, you got to give him benefit of the doubt. No, he knew what he was doing. And speaking about segregation or separation, as you would call it, we don't need these other nations at all. If any of y'all read this book called Babylon and Timbuktu, page 90 in the book, it shows the nation of Israel, the Jews, whenever they went to Africa or West Africa, they brought with them a whole entire nation of people that was doctors, scholars, workmanships, language interpreters, you know, jewelry maker, uh, armor maker, weapon makers, all these different things, right? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'll be speaking to Shemaiah sometimes, and he had this book called 100 and More Inventions of Black People. And it showed all the things we created that you wouldn't believe. The elevator, the AC air conditioner, the engine for the car itself, right? The iron, all these different things you wouldn't believe. The stoplights. We created all these stuff, but we don't get no credit for anything, right? So we don't need these nations, they need us. So when we're integrated into these nations, they're benefiting while we're getting destroyed. You know, they're multiplying while we're getting destroyed. So we don't benefit coming in with these other nations. That's why the Lord's telling us to separate from these heathens, right? So we can build as a nation itself, right? So let me go to verse 2 again. Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 2. It says, therefore, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, against the pastors that feed my people, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away and have not visited them. How the pastors have scattered the flock? Because they're not telling them the truth, right? All these different pastors, they coming from all these different religions, Pentecostals, Seventh-day Adventists, what you call it, all these different other Christianities, all these different, you know, denominations. They're not teaching the truth. And what's happening now, when we out there teaching the highways and byways, they feel offended. They feel threatened because we're waking the people up with the knowledge of the truth of the Bible, and we're getting them out of their wicked pastor churches, and they're coming into the real church, which is the Church of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, which are these camps, which are these ministries. And they're being fed the true knowledge of who they are, their history, knowing that they're Israelites, right? For example, if you go to church for more than 30 or 40 years and you never heard of the book of Obadiah, you never heard about Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68, or Revelations 1 and 14 and 15, right? Or Acts chapter 2 and verse 21. If you never heard these type of scriptures, your pastor ain't doing his job. Or Jeremiah 14 and 2, basic stuff. Your pastor ain't doing his job. But if he teaching you John 3:16 and Galatians, and you know, we can eat whatever we want, that's a damn lie. He's not doing his job, right? So it says, and have not visited them. That means what? The pastors don't give a damn about the people. You got Aunt Jackie been to church for more than 30 or 40 years, sending her grandchildren, her children, daughters, sons and daughters to church. And what's happening? Now when she need help for rent, after all the millions of dollars she paid to the pastor for more these 30 or 40 years, he not trying to help her with a damn thing. He gonna say, just pray, just pray. You know, God will help you. But when he needs money, he's saying, I got a vision. I got a dream. The Lord gave me a sign. You know, we need 30,000 more dollars. We need 3 million more dollars for the church. Right? So you can what? So you can buy your damn jet. While you got your congregations, all of them got to walk to church or got to take the bus. Right? Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings, saith the Lord. So now these pastors are dying left and right. For example, Eddie Long, wicked as hell, opened up a church in Atlanta, and you got all these sodomite dudes coming left and right, and they got a testimony on this man. You know, basically having sex with them, raping them, all these different things. And then the dude lied and said that he was losing weight because he had cancer, but he didn't want people to know. And he lied and said that he was on a fast. You know, he was on a new diet. You know, he's trying to eat healthy. The dude went from like 240 pounds to now he looking like 110 pounds in less than 4 months. And that's the Most High bringing that judgment on him, right? But the Lord also brought that judgment on Martin Luther King because he thought that we can try to integrate with these other nations. It don't work. You know, you try to help the white man, and next thing you know, you get a bully in your damn head. It don't work, right? So, verse 3, I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries, whether I have driven them, and will bring them again to their folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase. So that's Zephaniah 2:1. The Lord said, gather together, O nation not desire. So we're being gathered right now. That's why now people is waking up and seeing the economy was happening. They seeing that people got to come back to the Most High. In the book of Isaiah, the Lord said, every people shall go to their own, right? They shall return back to their own land and to their own people. They're not going to follow the ways of the heathens no more, right? They're not going to follow the ways of all these idolatry anymore, right? The nation of Israel going to come back to the Most High. And if you don't want to separate from your enemies and cleave unto your nation, you just got to die. It is what it is, right? So I'll yield the floor.
Right, Khan, all praises. This is why I posed the question earlier to Rodney, and I see he's still down there. Us separating in the radical form, right? This is why we're teaching our people right now to start thinking that way, right? Start thinking about gathering with your own people, because we can see through the scriptures what the Most High is requiring from us, right? We know He does the gathering, right? But we need to start actually implementing it in our own lives, right? I mean, we don't even have to go to the extreme. I mean, just see what's going on right now, you know. Um, so yeah, these are things we got to think about, you know. Um, Martin Luther King, I strongly believe that he thought in his mind that he was doing a justice for his people. Um, but at the end, he even admitted that, that was a big mistake. All right. The brother Maccabees was bringing up the point of how we need to start thinking more than just, you know, doing businesses together and all that. You got to think a little bit further than that. Right. You got brothers buying land, starting to think different, setting up little farms here and there, right? Dealing with their own people on a more closer, standpoint, man, right? So yeah, all praises to the Most High for brothers that are bringing out the word and rooms like this, platforms like this, all those social media outlets, you know, to bring us together in this form to start waking up our people, right? But with that, I'm gonna say, if you're in the audience, you have anything to add to the conversation, please raise your hand. We'll bring you up to the stage so you can add to the conversation, right? I didn't have enough room to write was integrating, because obviously we knew that was a past tense on Martin Luther King's end. But is integrating with white people like MLK did wise? Was that a wise choice, right? Because we can say that, yeah, he wasn't really thinking about that. He was trying to just put us in a better position as a people. But he kind of knew what he was doing. He knew he was trying to integrate us with them, right? That's the only way we can get along with them. It's that simple,
right? That's the only way we can get things out of them, because to an extent he knew their nature, right? Just like our people today, they know they got to suck up to the white man to get certain things, right? They know they have to play that, you know, docile role, right? Where they're beneath the white man to get certain things from them, right? But we can't think that way anymore, you know. But yeah, raise your hand, come up to the stage, add to the conversation, and with that, I'm gonna yield to the stage if anybody else have anything to add on to the conversation.
Once again, make sure y'all hit that greenhouse on the top and become a member of HOI to the Chariots Fly. Shalom.
Did everybody get a chance to check out the link on the top of the screen? It's a YouTube video. Y'all should check it out right quick. While the brothers get these precepts up, if there's any like a moment of silence or intermission, y'all should check out the video at the top of the screen. Martin Luther King, my dream has turned into a nightmare. Y'all check that out.
You can play the audio in the room if you want, Sharpo.
I'm moving around right now, King. I can't play the audio, but if anybody is in a position to play the audio, what I'm saying that'll be a good look right now. I'm saying if anybody's in position right now, they can play that audio. They say if anybody's inside their house, they can put their phone close to the TV and play it off of YouTube or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or if you have a laptop, you can play it off the laptop or something. Yeah, but if anybody get a chance, play that audio.
Con. I'm gonna go. Ari, you want to do it, or you want me to do it for? Go ahead and do it.
Yes, Lucky. Yeah, I won't be able to do it. I'm gonna move. If you don't mind, hold it down. I appreciate
Salakia, who, you don't have to say your age, but who here was alive during Martin Luther King's speech? Anybody? Anybody in the audience? Cause during his time, they said when they killed that man, they said when they killed him, they said Jake was wilding. Jake was burning shit up too. Jake was going crazy, burning stuff up, breaking stuff down. I don't know. I would like to hear from anyone that was alive during that time and witnessed it. You know, any generations that was back there. If you're in the audience, y'all could come up and give y'all testimony to how the spirit was back then. Was Jake still trying to come? The Jakes that was burning, our people that was burning stuff down and breaking stuff down, was they still trying to integrate after they killed Martin Luther King? This is something like I would love to hear a testimony from somebody that was alive during that time. I guess no takers, but just put yourselves in that position, man. You got brothers following him, sisters following him, and he's being the peacemaker. He's trying to bring everybody together, the opposite of Malcolm. And now they kill your leader. Do you have that same sentiment? Do you have that same energy of coming together after they kill your leader for him bringing forth peace? That would be kind of like a very uncomfortable position to be put in. Anyone that's following a leader like that, that might have turned brothers and sisters' hearts cold. Certain ones, of course, not, but certain ones that was following them, man, that probably made them hate Esau so much. You know what I'm saying? They children are right now in the truth. But that would be good if we could get somebody up that can testify to any of that.
Con. I'm going to go ahead and play the audio, Chief. It's only 4 minutes.
It ain't playing.
Yo, Shemaiah, you got it?
By the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Was that too loud? Or is that good?
No, that's good. That's good.
Okay, I'll start it right now. I have a dream. My four little children one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. That dream that I had that day has in many points turned into a nightmare. Now, I'm not one to lose hope. I keep on hoping, still have faith in the future. But I've had to analyze many things over the last few years, and I would say over the last few months. I've gone through a lot of soul searching and agonizing moments. And I've come to see that we have many more difficult days ahead, and some of the old optimism was a little superficial, and now it must be tempered with a solid realism. And I think the realism is that we still have a long, long way to go, and that we are involved in a war on Asian soil, which, if not checked and stopped, can poison the very soul of our nation. I'm not going to say that all of our problems will be solved with the war in Vietnam, but the war makes it infinitely more difficult to deal with these problems. When a nation becomes obsessed with the guns of war, it loses its social perspective, and programs of social uplift suffer. This is just a fact of history, so that we do face many more difficulties as a result of the war. It's much more difficult to really arouse a conscience during a time of war. That is something about a war like this that makes people insensitive. It dulls the conscience. It strengthens the forces of reaction, and it brings into being bitterness and hatred. Now that we got our gains over the last 12 years, the bargain rate, so to speak. Side of the nation. It didn't cost the nation to get the right to vote. Now we are confronting issues that cannot be solved without costing the nation billions. Any other thing.
Islam and violence is really the only way we can follow, because violence is just so self-defeating. A riot ends up creating many more problems for the Negro community than it solves. You can, through violence, burn down a building. You can't establish justice. You can murder, murder all of these other things that continue along like a man. We will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, men, white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, thank God Almighty. God. So there it was.
Con, con. Yeah, the unfortunate thing was, he wasn't the one that was going to be doing the gathering, man. Right. So the scripture is beautiful in its prophecies, and it's very straightforward, right, on who's going to be doing the gathering, right? Um, Yahweh Shai is going to be doing the gathering through the Spirit of the Most High God. But the water for playing that, I appreciate it, man. Hey, Shazak, you over there?
Shalaki, you called me? Hey, Ari, did you say something? I walked away.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was calling Shazak, but yeah, I was gonna get a couple of scriptures real quick.
Khan.
You got your sword on you?
Khan, I got you, King. What do you need?
Yeah, let's go to Jeremiah 23.
Khan, I'm there.
Let's start at I think I want to start at 3. Let me see. Is that what I want? Jeremiah 23. Uh yeah, start at 3.
Khan. Is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 23, verse 3. And I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries, whither I have driven them, and I will bring them again to their fold, and they shall be fruitful and increase.
Right. So the Most High is gonna gather us from every corners of the earth that He has driven us. Right. But listen to what else He's gonna do. Keep going, verse 4.
Verse 4. And I will set up Shalakia, and I will set up shepherds over them, which shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacking, saith the Lord.
Right. Neither shall they be lacking. Because what? The Most High is gonna put righteous shepherds amongst us. Now keep in mind, this prophecy has happened during our times, right? When Yahushua was here, he was a righteous shepherd, right? When other prophets and the Apostle Paul and other men that came before us, they were righteous shepherds, right? They were teaching us the ways of the Lord, right? But what happened? A lot of our people always fall back to their bad habits, right? But the Most High is going to do it again, just like He's doing in these days, right? It has righteous men out here teaching the scriptures, right? According to how it's written, breaking the scriptures down, not watering anything down, not making it sound good, right? Just giving it to you just the way it is, right? You should be grateful because when I heard this truth, I was so grateful when I heard it the way it was thought, right? You know, when I heard it from the elders of Bach, he wasn't trying to make it sound good, right? He broke it down precept upon precept to give you that understanding and that clarity, right? And those are the types of men you want to learn from, right? Not men that will, teach you smooth things or things that will make you feel good, right? Guess what? That's just for a moment, but you're going to still live in your sins and end up dying in your sins, right? But let's go to Thessalonian. Let's go to First Thessalonians 4:15. Baba Shah, you could drop that.
Khan, 1 Thessalonians 4:15. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep.
Uh huh.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout.
What is he gonna do? Read that again.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout.
Right. Did MLK descend from heaven with a shout?
La'ah.
La ah. That's not our savior. Right? This is why we can't look upon men, right, to save us. None of them can save us. Right? Even brothers that are bringing out this truth, right? You can call them servants and, a certain level of savior because they're teaching you who you are. They're breaking down the scriptures for you. And, through the spirit, being a vessel, the Most High is in control. No man is running anything here, right? Using each man to be a vessel to literally wake us out of death, right? To bring us out of our wickedness, right? But our ultimate savior is Yahweh Shah Mashiach, man. No other man is going to save us from this captivity. No other man is going to save us from our condition, right? All we can be are vessels being used by the Most High, right? To break down the scripture in a certain form, right? Getting that understanding from the Holy Spirit to teach our people, right? That's as far as we can go, right? Keep going.
Khan. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout,
Uh huh.
with the voice of an archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first.
All right.
Then
Keep
we,
going.
then we, which are alive and remain, shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord.
Right. So shall we ever be with the Lord. So Yahweh Shai is who's going to save us from our condition. No other man. All right. MLK is not any different. Yes, to some people in our community, they look at him as a hero, as someone that really made a difference in our lives. To be the one spearheading a lot of laws that were passed to put us in a certain condition. But a lot of that was just to butter us up, really, man. That's really what it was. Just to make us feel like we can be part of something, right? In our people's mind that he think is special, just being part of Esau's kingdom, just having a little stake in this society, right? Read the last verse, Barbashar.
Con. Verse 18. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words.
Right. Wherefore comfort one another with these words. What words are these? The words of the Most High God. That's what's going to heal us as a people. That's what's going to bring back our moral compacts back together, right? And how we're supposed to treat each other, love each other, right? Stand for each other, right? Obey God's laws. That way we don't go off, man, right? So these are the things we need to be thinking about. We need to focus on our own nation, right? And from the guy that was here, what was his name again? The Edomite that was on here earlier. Um,
I
and,
can't recall his name.
and yeah,
Chase.
Chase, right? And Corey made a very good point, right? When he questioned him about the fact that all Ariala did was say he wants to just be with his own people. This is how these damn devils think. They don't feel or think that you have the right to separate from them. That was just an example. I don't know who caught on to that, but that was a pure example of that. In one breath, he says, "Oh, I love you. You're my brother." But in another breath, he will kill Ariala because Ariala said he wants to be his own people. Now, if there's a serpent, that's definitely one. A man that speaks with a forked tongue. You tell me you love me, but because I disagree with you, now you want to kill me. See, we got to know who we're dealing with, man. We have to know who we are dealing with. You're dealing with a wicked and conniving nation of people, man. Right? Yeah, you're my friend. Yeah, we should love each other. But as soon as it reaches a certain tolerance that you don't like, now you want to kill me. Now, these are people we're going to trust. These are people we're going to put our hopes on, right? Absolutely not, man. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that out, and I'm just going to go ahead and yield. We're probably not going to run this room for extremely long. We just wanted to continue the room from the last room, just because a brother still has some things to add on to the conversation. But if you do have anything, any points to add on, please raise your hands. We'll bring you up to the stage. You can always add on, and we appreciate everybody that were in the last room and added to the conversation. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield. I think we got someone coming up. Hey, sister Yana, how you doing? Welcome to the stage. What do you got to bring up?
Shalom. Yeah, I was just gonna say what you were just saying, how they did certain things to just butter us up, and it just reminded me of how they created the pagan holidays around our real, the Most High's holy days, to kind of butter us up and make us feel like, we were keeping the laws when really we weren't. It just kind of reminded me of that when you said that.
Right, Con. Like the brother Nasia, he was up here earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, but he was talking about how in the Ebenezer Baptist Church today, how they had a Edomite guy, right, up there singing gospel music, right, and they got the choir behind him. They were all probably people. Then obviously in the audience, it was probably a mixture of people, right? Then you had a sister up there that was supposedly a prophetess or whatever, that was basically doing the announcement and stuff like that. Then they were gonna they scheduled to bring uh the Japanese people um up on the stage to do their own singing. So it's like a mixture of all nations and all we all love each other kind of mindset and thinking, but they know they don't love our people, man, right? And that's pure confusion right there, right? All that buttering up and oh, we love you, we all one, we're the same people. They all come with the same spirit. Don't get fooled, because listen, in these last days, right? If you don't have your guards together, right? Tamario, hold on one second, right? If you don't have your shit together, you're gonna be one of the ones that are gonna be deceived, because they're gonna come up with different techniques and ways, right, to keep you in a certain state of mind, right? They're gonna go heavy on the enchantments, man. All right, but sis, you made a great point, man. You made a great point on that. All praises. Hey, Tamario, what's going on? What you got to add?
Oh, what's up, brother? Well, I mean, I just got in here, but just the topic of the room. Yes, it was wise to integrate, if you will, in my opinion.
It was wise to integrate with the white people. Is that what you said?
Yes, yes, sir.
Mm.
And
What benefit?
to elaborate on that.
Hold on one second. I know you're going. I'll give you a chance to elaborate, but let me just ask you real quick. What benefits have we got from that? And be honest.
Well, so when we were actually captive, like literally, it was against the law for us to be educated. We were taken from our world and brought here, stripped of everything, and who knows how we were running around this foreign land, if you will, for if we follow the narrative of the so-called slave trade, then at some point,
Do
yeah.
we have to listen to this foolishness,
Well,
man?
so here's where our
Hey,
ideology is just.
Do we have to listen to this foolishness, man?
one second. Now he was addressing. I don't think he was in this room yet. Was he in this room already? This one.
No, no,
No,
that,
he's
that
just
brother's talking about
spewing.
the
He's
last.
just
Hey,
spewing the foolishness again,
hey,
man.
hey, Tamario, we weren't educated, I get it, but we still invented everything. You know what I'm saying? The Caucasian man needed us for everything, still
And
does.
let me just
We don't need him.
Macabre, let me
Stop it.
just um we weren't educated in this new language in this country. We didn't come here uneducated. We came here speaking the language from where we came from. We were speaking Hebrew. To say we couldn't read, it's not accurate. We couldn't read English. They didn't kidnap people swinging on trees and running around in the jungle as Tamario would have you believe. They took engineers, they took poets, they took jewelry makers, they took um, all types of technical people because
Blacksmiths.
this is who we were as a nation. Okay, so
Yeah. Yeah.
Rodney
Well,
would
hold on,
have
go
you
ahead.
believe that we
Oh,
were. Go ahead, Joel. You take it over, man.
I was just saying blacksmiths is an important job.
Khan.
Oh, so I don't disagree with that, and so just to clear it up, so that, and y'all may still think that I'm a so-called coon afterwards, but I'm a reasonable person. Now we just have different ideologies. Like you guys say that God is the ultimate authority, but when I look around, I see the man that controls the science and the mathematics. That's who has the power. Like we can literally demonstrate that in real life.
Okay, as the scripture says, man, if they don't speak according to this word, you know, they got no life in them, man. And I refuse to listen to dead people, man. I refuse to keep casting my pearls to swines, man. You come and you talk about my God that He is not the Most High and He's not in charge. Science is the one who is in charge. You totally just lost my respect, man.
Well,
I didn't give you permission to speak, right? This is the kind of foolishness, man. Don't let these wicked people plant wicked seeds in your head, man. Especially to people who are young and not aware of the scriptures and even really know much yet. This guy's going to plant some philosophy seed in your head and want you to start thinking on principles of reason and, start going to your own understanding. And because you are man, you are able to reason out, and be um, more than the Most High, pretty much. This is all wickedness, man. This is
Hey,
how the
I want
serpent came in, man. Hey, you
Salaki,
can know more than God, man.
I want to
I
know
got
what
some
age.
new knowledge for you. I got some new insights and new wisdom for you. That's all this guy is speaking.
Allow me to demonstrate, bro.
I didn't ask you to speak, Rodney. I'm not speaking to you,
My name is.
Terrario or whatever your name is. Right? Go ahead, Macab.
I was saying this guy talks science. I wanted to know where'd we come from, the sea or the apes? Since you don't believe in
Hey,
creation,
can I demonstrate, brother McCall, what I'm trying to say here? Like the brothers
if
can't deal
if
with.
the elder wants to, the elder wants to.
No, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Go ahead and speak.
All right, got you. So, even though Yahweh all would tell me that I'm not qualified to read Paul's letter,
You're
where
not.
where the Israelite doctrine falls short is Colossians 2:8, and I always have to bring this out because again, your ideology is in a box. I look at the progression of man, and in your Colossians 2:8, people tell me I don't have context for this, but I do actually because Paul was born in Anatolia. Like he rubbed shoulders with Greeks and Romans, and the people that were
That's what
idolized
makes him
in.
validity. That's what gives him
Hang on, let me go.
validity.
I'm going somewhere. I'm getting somewhere. I'm getting
No,
somewhere. If
no,
you
no,
brothers could.
I don't think you should use the book. You said you don't even believe in them.
Well, no, but the thing is, you know one thing you brothers do for me, y'all have made me go into read scripture and to because I didn't do that before I got on this app. But if I'm gonna deal with you guys in your counterproductive rhetoric, I have to go to scripture to make demonstrations. Now, when it cuts you guys and your points,
Hey,
uh, you're
to Mario, hold on one second.
For cut us,
Remember,
man.
that was the whole point of you doing the assignment, right? You're using books that you have no clue on what's going on, and you're trying to apply it to your argument because it fits your narrative at that particular time. All right. So stop trying to be smart, Tamario, and be honest for a change. All right. Can you do that for us real quick?
no, I got you, but my
Are
whole
you listen, are you a philosopher or are you a
He's
student
a
in the Bible? Which one
philosopher.
are you?
He's a
I'm a
philosopher.
philosopher.
Hey, but you know what, Mario, you never cut us. We bring you up and use you as teaching, as a teaching tool, man. Don't
Well,
you
y'all do
realize
that.
that your
You know how
folly
you
is
do that? Well, you do that when we
so
cut me off
dumb.
and ask me frivolous questions that you're taking us down a path that we don't need to go, and
Never.
it's
Every
fruitless.
question I asked you was validity. You said the white
Oh
man
no,
was the
not you, brother
boogeyman.
McCobb,
This, that, and
not
the
you.
third.
You're
Oh,
not
okay.
disingenuous like that. Not you, not you. But some of the brothers do that. I'm aware of what's going on because I have that level of awareness. So I understand what you guys are trying to do. But if I can just stop one person from being indoctrinated from bad rhetoric, that's a win for me. So it just, it
So
doesn't matter.
indoctrinated from coming off the streets, from lifting yourself up, from making your women whores, from taking care of your family, to not taking care of your family, to taking care of your family, to just being a productive individual in your nation, to loving your nation, to stop killing your nation, you call counterproductive. I'm not understanding that when you use that rhetoric to say to combat everything we say about the white man. You're running around chasing your tail, bro. Come on, man.
No, I got you. So, but in because I know what's going on in Colossians, like especially Colossians 2:8, because where Paul was born, you have to think this was the same land that your Thales and your Pythagoras and your Anaxagoras, like these people were philosophers, right? And so, hey, beware of these people that's moving God out of the way to ask bigger questions. And that's a flaw in that doctrine. And I'm going to tell you why. Because we needed to do that and we can easily bear this out in history. When we did that, that raised our trajectory, and so much so that we find ourselves in an age of information now. I would hate to not be in an age of information. Like that would be a disservice to man if we didn't get
Mario,
there.
Mario, why do you hate your people so
No,
much?
it's not about that. No, I'm just an
No, 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 no,
intellectually
no, no, no,
honest
no,
person.
no.
It's not about hating anything, bro.
Well,
I don't hate
hold on. So
anything.
Mario, 1 second, 1 second. Right? When we ask you certain questions when it has to do with every other nation, right? You can answer that with no problem. But when we reverse it, right, to you trying to look out for your own people, and that's one thing I haven't heard you bring up, right? You bring up this whole equality thing, but I haven't heard you up on the fact of what we go through in our plight as a people.
Got
Like, I
you.
would like for you to come here one day and the whole conversation has absolutely nothing to do with any other nation or people that look like you. Is that possible?
No, it's
Just
not
one
It
day?
possible. Salaki.
it hey Ari, check this out, Ari. I have two family members that have been murdered, and they weren't murdered by white people. They
Oh
were
my
See
murdered
what
by
I'm
God.
people that
saying?
look like me.
You
No, I
see
mean,
what I'm
no.
saying?
He
You
said
This
can
is what
no,
he
never,
no.
does,
But
man.
no,
hey,
it's not about.
you
It's
always
not.
got
But
to turn it
but if
right back
No,
to
no,
you,
no.
huh?
Here's the
yeah,
thing. Here's
see
the
what I'm
thing.
saying?
Here's the
Hey,
thing.
but
Here's the thing.
Tamario, but
The
Tamario,
enemy is ignorance. The enemy
hey
doesn't have a
Tamario,
skin tone.
Tamario. We realized
Hey,
that. Why do you think
Mario,
we went out
man.
there
I
on the
love
corner?
you.
You
You're
know,
a joke,
it
man.
didn't take long. It didn't take long. Hey, but Tamario, man, I told you, please stop using that as a narrative because we bring our people back into the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, which tells us that we gotta love our brother. We got to do all of that. And we bring straight people from the streets, from jail, from everything. Could you please stop using that narrative like we're not addressing that situation? Please stop it.
Right,
You're
I,
not
Elder.
addressing it.
Hey, hold on,
But the
Mario.
thing is, you're
Elder.
not addressing it.
Right,
All you're
Elder.
doing
I
is
literally
talking
just
rhetoric.
asked him. I
Okay.
literally just asked him that can he do that just for one day? Just come here and say, you know what? I want to deal with people that look like me for a change. I know I deal with these other people. I still love them, but let me just deal with the plight of my own people, right? And right in seconds, he reverses back to putting the blame right back on us. You know,
Exactly.
Kamaro, you don't get it, man.
Brothers,
You do
it's
not get
very
it.
so
no.
bad
So
for you,
so
kid.
the point I'm making, like when we give somebody this big boogeyman to be afraid of, they're not serving out their
What?
purpose. Like I don't have to ask the white man to leave
But
my
I,
house. I
but
don't
I,
have to
do
ask.
you, do we look afraid
Who
of the
said that?
Caucasian when they're calling them the devil to their goddamn face? Is
Well,
that
that's the
fear?
thing. But I
Is
don't
that
benefit
fear
from
though? But
doing.
you
But I
saying
don't
fear.
benefit. How do
Is
I
that
benefit
fear?
from doing that?
Is that fear? No, no, no. You said that we fear him. I want you to explain to me how fearful we are when we go into his towns and his neighborhoods and call him what he is and give him his judgment. Was it fearful when we went to the Capitol and we faced the Proud Boys and the Ku Klux Klan and all of that? Was it fearful then? I mean, what do you do? Could you please stop it? We're not afraid of that goddamn devil. What's
I've
wrong
never
with
said.
you?
I never said that. I never said that. But what I'm saying is, again, me
Yes, you did.
doing that, me making those
No,
demonstrations
no,
about
no.
how wicked this man is. I
He's lying. He just said it, and now he's saying like he didn't say that. Yes, you did. Just be honest.
I mean, listen, man. It's I use an example to say that when we're teaching young black people that they have this big boogeyman that
Is that? But
has
who does that?
and that's what I'm saying. So I'm trying to figure out how
That's
is
not what you're. That's not what
talking
you're
about
saying.
white
That's
people
not.
or doing whatever, how is that a
Look, that's not what you're saying. You said what you said. Now I'm asking you, who is doing that?
I mean, y'all got it, man.
See, I
No, I
I don't even have to do much for him to even and like tap out because
I would love to debate you, Yawa, all
what
on
is what
your
what is these
philosophy
guys are
versus
weird.
my philosophy.
These guys are weird. These guys are very strange. Like with that whole debate, they want personal time. It's like that's weird.
Y'all debate brothers all the time, but
Yo,
again,
Tamario,
my
you
You
come with
cannot
that
debate.
Kuda Matata mindset.
You
That
can't.
shabba dabba ding dong. I don't give a damn about who. Like you can't use the scriptures if you don't believe in the scriptures. Like Colossians
Right.
2:8. You could use Judges chapter 2, verse 14 and 17, knowing that we were spoiled by that same bullshit you talking right now. That didn't educate us. Because you could just go to the white man's education and learn about science. But can you really learn about your God dealing with their education? No, you can't, man. You know what I'm saying? And whatever the rhetoric your Kuna Matata rhetoric that you teaching and speaking, that is the reason why we got simple-minded niggas, and that's why we became Gentiles, because a lot of people did not believe in Yahweh Shai. They didn't believe in Christ. You know what I'm saying? You believe in science, which humans came from monkeys, but
Nate, come on.
monkeys is still here. You know what I'm saying? And that's some Kuna Matata Lion King bullshit you talking, man. Because we were created by the Almighty in Omega. We wasn't created by science. Science is all around you. But the it factor is Yahweh Bahashim Mashiach Yahweh Shai. Because he is the it. He is not the box. He is the box. He's what's inside the box and he's outside the box. Science is the element inside the box. It didn't create the box. You know what I'm saying? So we got to put the Most High in his position that he belongs. Science is not over God.
Yeah.
God is over everything. You know what I'm saying? You're just a human.
Nate,
That's
come
why you
on.
say your
So,
thoughts is not my thoughts is not your
Come on.
thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
so
I would hate if
Salaki.
my God was science, because all
Come on.
science is going to tell me is how to dissect a damn frog.
Hey,
You know what I'm
Chase,
saying?
can you mute up real quick? Salakia, Salakia,
It's
Salakia.
not
Oh,
going to
my
tell
bad.
me it's not going to tell me where we came from and who Yahweh Shai died for. Science is going to have a lot of our people in Wonder World. You know what I'm saying? And we got over 127 people over here. If they walk around with science on their damn mind and not worrying about thus saith the Lord, man, scientists would tell you if women wearing tight pants, that's how some women is getting yeast infection. Clap, clap, bravo. But when we look at the Bible, it builds you up as in moving like the people that the Bible was talking about. So if you don't believe you are the people in the Bible, you shouldn't even use it. You should not even use it, my nigga. I can't call you king because you sound like you rather be called a nigga than a king. You feel me? Because niggas that want to be called chosen, they have a different mind state. You know what I'm saying? Your mind state is a coon ass, kuna matata mind state. You know what I'm saying? You want to stay in the same circle that we already been educated in. This is some shit we never knew. You never knew who your God was. This right here is supposed to uplift your people. Like Ari said, not once did I ever hear you say, build up your people, but you're going to say, hey, my people didn't get killed by white people. That only a Samuel L. Jackson type nigga going to say some shit like that, man. You feel
So,
me? But I in my case, man.
Salaki, and to add on top of that, man, these people came here and did the crime, right? They did the crime already. So they don't, even if they don't have to kill us for another 100 years, guess what? And say if we just killing each other for the next 100 years, they set it up that way. It was set up that way. You see what I'm saying? The fact that they got us here in poverty, the fact that they never gave us 40 acres and a mule after we came out of that captivity. You know what I'm saying? These people never gave us anything. Anything that we have is because we worked for it. You understand what I'm saying? Like my skill level has nothing to do with what the white man is giving me. You know what I'm saying? That has something to do with my skill level. You see what I'm saying? The Most High always blessed us, you know what I'm saying, to be a blessed people, even in the land of our captivity. He said he's not going to do away with us totally. You see what I'm saying? This is why we could get in the NBA. We set the trend for the whole world to follow. You see what I'm saying? The white man is not doing that. We doing that. He's just taking the credit for it. And you being a coon allowing it. You see what I'm saying? Wanting to still be in this predicament. You know what I mean? With these people extorting us for everything. There's nothing that the black man don't have that's not already extorted. You see what I'm saying? So they set up the environment for us to kill each other. You see what I'm saying? They put the drugs in the community for us to kill each other. This shit didn't just come out of nowhere. And I yield
Con.
the floor.
And I agree. So if you go to Isaiah 29:9, it say, stay yourselves and wonder and cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. They are staggered, but not with strong drink. Man, we were staggered and drunk off of philosophies of men. You go to First Ezra chapter 3, and I believe verse 10 to 11, and it describes the three wise men telling them the strongest thing, and wine was the first one. We could talk about liquor, but when we actually go on precept, wine is a doctrine, man. A lot of us fail from different doctrines, different philosophies, and it moved us away from the way of the Most High in action, and then the faith of Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? And the way that you talking is the same way how some of our people fail. Talking about science. Oh, I love Greek. I love Greek. If you love the Grecians so bad, you might as well turn into a faggot. You might as well go get the hold on. You might as well get the vaccine, man. You know what I'm saying? Because the Greeks is not our culture, man. The Greeks is the one that said, man, well, we about to kill unclean animals on your altar, man. And then some of our kids was getting killed just for being circumcised. So how you gonna say you love the Greeks and they killed your people? That's a simple-minded nigga to say I love the Greeks. So you love what the Greeks did to your people right now, man. If you got a wife, probably Lord willing, I don't even know. She probably looked like a bag. But your wife, if she's with you and she's a Jake, you ain't even showing no respect because her foreign family died for being circumspect. Her family was getting killed if they was calling themselves Jews, man. You know what I'm saying? You can go to Maccabees, but you want to talk about the Greeks. Tell me what the Greeks did to Israel, man. They killed unclean animals on your altar. It ain't no way around that shit, man. They was having sex with harlots in the temple. You can't get around that. But you want Greek so bad, them damn faggots was walking around butt naked trying to have orgies. So you down with the gay orgies then? You love Greek. You got to take all they bullshit. You got to take the bullshit they did to our people. You got to take the bullshit that they do in the midst of people. You know what I'm saying? Antiochus said, man, let all the Gentiles walk away from their laws, man. That's First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 41, man. So all of us had to walk away from our laws. So you got to own to that shit. Because I'm down with the Maccabees. if you want to go deep into that. But the Greeks, you can't let shit slide, the shit that they did to our people. So if you want to own to the Greeks, like at the end of the day, if you say you're a Greek and all of that, I'm gonna tell you this right now, man. Fuck you. I'm gonna end my case.
So like, yeah, to land me back on what he's saying also is that it tells you in the first Maccabees that the evil was expanded throughout the earth when these people came into rulership. You see what I'm saying? So you saying you love Greece is saying that you love evil, man, because that's when the evil expanded in the earth. All type of homosexuality started coming out, man. These people are homosexual people, and they homosexuals today, man. There's nothing in him that hasn't changed. You know what I'm saying? They still the same homos they was back in Greece. They still the same homos they was back in Rome. All right? They still the same homos that came from the Caucasus Mountains, man. You see what I'm saying? So you saying you love Greece is saying, yo, you love homosexuality. And most
So
likely,
Tamari, are you gay? You gay, brother? You Frank Ocean?
No, I'm not gay, brother.
Oh, so you like women?
I'm married to a woman.
Oh, for real? She a woman? Oh, all right. Because I didn't know. I thought the Greeks they move different. They move different. I didn't know.
You know
Shalakia,
what?
Tamari, I'm
What
curious.
y'all
Is
don't
she a
mention?
philosopher as well?
No, she's not. So what y'all don't mention in the Book of Maccabees is the fact that it wasn't Alexander the Great Conqueror himself, or freaking the first Ptolemy or the first Seleucus that did anything like that to Israelites. It was a generation or two after that, with I believe Ptolemy either the second or third, and or Antiochus. So I'm not in the business of condemning all Greeks, because Alexander and the first Ptolemy were probably more than likely gonna be just like what y'all. I mean, I'm not saying that y'all don't say this, but you were under King Cyrus,
hold, hold,
Cambyses,
hold
Darius,
on.
Xerxes, Darius the Third, and they were gonna be no different than that. Now, a few generations passed, and more wickedness took place.
To
The Book
Mario.
of Maccabees doesn't say that Alexander did anything
Tamario,
to your people. It doesn't say that.
Tamario. Do we do what our forefathers did, and the reason why we in our captivity now? Did our forefathers do it, or did we do it? That's a question. I'm asking you a question, Tamario. Did our forefathers sin, or did
Well, I don't
for us to
accept the
go into
fact. Like I'm
captivity?
not in captivity, so we just can't relate on that. Like
You're not in captivity, Tamario.
I've
Are
never
you?
been in
Hold on,
captivity.
hold on. Listen, Tamario. What's your nationality?
I'm so-called black.
Okay, you're so-called black. Did your ancestors come here on slave ships?
You know what, brother? I don't know.
Okay, so
I accept being an American. Like I accept that.
okay. So you don't know anything about your forefathers. You don't know about the natives that were here. If they were native and they were already here, and they you know what I'm saying? They was put on what's that camps and reservation camps or whatever. Do you know anything about? You don't know nothing. You just know you're black and you're living in America. You don't know no history of your blackness. That's what you're telling me.
Of the origin, and I would, I would say that I don't believe that anyone can just say exactly where they came.
Tamario, are we not a nation of people?
Or do you mean Israelites?
Yeah, as a people, as black people, are we not a nation of people?
So this is the thing. Y'all can't place me in a box with questions because
I'm I'm
I,
asking
I
you a question because I'm
I'm a
trying to get
nation.
to the.
I'm a nation of humanity. Like I care about everybody. I mean,
Hold on.
that's just what it is, bro.
Are you going to deny slavery, bro?
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish because I got my reason why I'm asking him all of this. Okay, so Mario, you got to understand something. The fact that we are a nation of people living under another nation, living under their laws. Okay, we were taken from somewhere. This land was taken. Okay, and when it was taken, it was given unto another people, and those people came and put their laws. You know what I'm saying? So when they put their laws here, they put their stamp here. Okay, they forged their signature here. You know what I'm saying? When they did that, we fell under that. The fact that you don't have a land of your own where you can make your own laws and you're under another people, a strange nation's laws, is showing you that you're in captivity. You don't have no other choice. Anywhere you go on this in this world, there's always another nation of people ruling. So wherever you go, you're gonna fall under that nation of people's laws. Therefore, you are a slave.
All right, let me learn you something, brother.
You don't have your own laws,
No, I got you. Check
Tamario.
this out.
You don't
Check
make
this.
your own laws. This is one of the reasons why our women don't respect us. We don't have anything, Tamario. This is
Hey,
why
let
it
me.
tells you. This is why it tells you that you know what I'm saying. You shall have a wife, and another man shall lay with her, Tamario. Because we don't make the laws. We don't control anything. We don't have no might in our hands. If you get shot down by a white cop today, who's coming to revenge you? Nobody, Tamario.
Hey, Maccabees, if I could, brother.
God.
If I could. Your period of antiquity is very obscure to me, and when I say that is when we come with Moses, this great exodus from a captivity of Egypt, and if I follow your doctrine, it only leads me to other captivity: Babylonian, Assyrian, Persian, Greek. Like you're taking me nowhere because again, your period of antiquity is very, very obscure to me, brother. So where are you leading me exactly? Or am I gonna always be oppressed? Like I don't want to walk where you're going. So just you can disagree with my ideology, but it becomes a philosophical conversation at that point. And y'all just don't respect that. But
I'm
again, this is where your doctrine falls short. And I'm just going to
to
be the
Mario,
one
this is
to
where you
tell you
fall
that.
short. This is where you fall short because our doctrine is telling us what we need to do to come out of our captivity.
Okay, let me read it to you, Tamario. Let's go into to the scripture. Okay, so it tells you there. Like let's go there. Let's go to Leviticus. We're gonna go to 26. It tells you that. Look, it tells you right here. Leviticus 26 and 40. If they shall confess the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass, which they trespassed against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me, and that also I have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies. Let me say that again, into the land of their enemies. If then their uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they accept of the punishment of their iniquity, then will I remember the covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land, and the land shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths while she lieth desolate without them, and they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because even because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes, and yet for all that, when they be when they be in the land of their enemies, he's saying it again, in the land of your enemies, because this is the seventh captivity, which means completion, to Mario. It says, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly. So right now, this last captivity, he's not going to destroy. He didn't destroy us utterly. This is why we able to still, no matter what these heathens do, we still able to come back and try to keep these laws, statutes, and commandments to the best of our ability. This is the reason why we could still set the trend for the world to follow, no matter how much these heathens destroy us. Like in the time of Egypt, we grew. Okay, so he's not going to destroy us utterly. And it says this, and to break my covenant with them. So he's not trying to break his covenant with us, but we had to learn. We had to go through this. This is a punishment. This is what punishment is. You know, you stay inside while all you get to look out the window and watch all the other kids play. This is what this is, Tamario. Let's just break it down to the simplest form. For I am the Lord their God, but I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors. So the Most High is going to remember the covenant, but he needs a remnant of us to wake up. He's not looking for all of Israel. That's why two-thirds like yourself it got to perish, man, because I still have this nigga not mind state, man. You don't want to come out of this, man. We in the land of our enemies, man. We being persecuted, shot down, killed, kidnapped, you know what I'm saying? Organ harvest, you know what I'm saying? And you don't see it, bro. You don't see it. You just love your enemies until he come in and violate you. So this is what we're here. You're asking me, where are we leading you? We're leading you to keep these laws, statutes, and commandments so that way the Most High can come save us out of this predicament that we're in. And I yield the floor.
Rodney. Oh, I keep calling you Rodney. I don't need. I'm sorry, Shalakia. Tamario. Do you even believe the scriptures?
I don't hold any biblical doctrine as the highest authority. I accept some of it for historical purposes because there are a lot of accurate documentation. But as for but I ask philosophical questions that no one can reconcile, so I cannot accept the God of the Bible as the highest authority just based
You
on
you haven't
just
asked one of those. See,
no, I haven't. No,
no.
I haven't asked those questions because that wasn't the space for
So
that.
then,
But
why did you make the blanket statement and present to
well,
the people
I
as
have
if
to
that was a
let you
fact?
know my position before people
No,
just outright
no,
call me a
no, no.
coon.
This is the problem. Like you think you underestimate the intelligence of the people that you're speaking to. You don't even know what you think you know. Like you, if I ask you who's Pythagoras' teacher, you can't answer that. If I ask you who's his greatest student, you can't answer that. But then you claim to subscribe to this. See, this is my problem with Tamario, man. This dude is just talking, man. He does not even know what he's talking about. He's banking on you not knowing so that he can sound smart. Why don't you present one of those things we can't reconcile? Just one. That'll be a more interesting conversation than hearing you talk for no reason.
Right. So let's go with the and I apologize to any believer in the room because that's
Why
not
don't you
my
just
intent
present
here.
one of those things that that we cannot reconcile? Because that's
I got I
hearing you
got you.
talk for no reason.
I got you. Whether anyone believes in science or not, Egypt just didn't pop up into existence. Neither did Babylon. Like it took thousands of years for man to get up to do something like that. And I'm saying that to say this: we don't know how we got there. So when we go from Adam and Eve to Noah to Abraham,
Why don't you present one of those things we cannot reconcile? That's better than
right,
hearing
right.
you
No,
talk for
that's
no
the
reason.
thing. So let's get to Moses. There is no Moses didn't is he didn't write the Pentateuch. Like this person that's called Moses.
Why? Why? Who wrote it?
Right, right. No one knows.
No,
And
yes, we do. Yes, we do.
all right, so no, I got you. There's no non-biased account of this
Why?
man's
Why? Why?
existence.
Why do what account do you have
Let
that
me tell you. No, let me tell you.
you can
I got
attribute?
you.
Wait, stop, because this argument. I see you don't know who you're talking to. Let's see who are you
I've
gonna go
spoken to you
to?
before, brother.
Who are
I
you
know
gonna
who you
go?
are.
Who are you gonna go to prove that Pythagoras created the Pythagorean theorem, except for a biased source?
That's a fair point.
So then, why did you say that?
Well, when I talk about the Greeks,
So why did
that
you say that?
where they were educated in
So why did
Babylon
you
and
say that?
Egypt,
Wait, stop. No, it doesn't matter. All of that does not matter. Your point was we cannot prove he wrote the Pentateuch. You cannot prove Pythagoras made the Pythagorean theorem. So why did you? But you subscribe to it. So why did you say that?
I got you, got you. So if I could answer the question
So
as
why
I was
did you say
about to
that?
do, I heard you. I'm about to tell you what the Greeks did because where they were taught in Egypt,
That's
they
not where
had
Pythagoras was not taught in Egypt.
Babylon. Like we could either
Pythagoras
or.
was
Like
no.
in
See, and this is why if I
okay,
debate this,
okay.
if I debate this dude, that would be the biggest waste of time because he doesn't. He's banking on y'all not knowing what he's talking about,
So
so he
you're
can just say
grandstanding right
anything
now.
he wants. So he
You're
can just say anything he wants. But notice that I've asked him straight questions, and each time he has to yield. Like, okay, you're right. Well, let me try this. Okay, you're right. Well, let me
you're
try
not
this.
allowing me to answer, brother.
That's stupid. Well here's your question again. If you say we can't prove that Moses wrote the Pentateuch without a biased source like the people that come from him, how can you prove that Pythagoras made the Pythagorean theorem without a biased source?
All right, no, I'll concede that
So
particular
then why did
point.
you say that? So then why did you say that?
No,
Hey,
if I can answer that, if I can answer the question,
well, go ahead.
what? Okay, everybody prior to Greeks, people weren't just walking around being enlightened. You had to.
That has
There
nothing
was
to
an
do. That has nothing
initiation
to do with
process.
anything.
No,
That's
no,
not
I'm
true.
answering your question. You don't want
That's
to hear
not
my.
true. That is not true. What you just said is not true. And
Okay,
how come
okay.
you're
So,
allowed to
so
say
my
that?
research from my research in Egypt, they call these places mystery schools, meaning it wasn't open up to me and just Yahweh unless we were a part of the in crowd.
So
What
what was
Greeks
Pythagoras?
did,
What was Pythagoras's mystery school called?
what
Because I
Greeks
know. Because I know.
what Greeks did
See,
is they created these havens for philosophical and intellectual inquiry, making it popular
what
so
does
that
that have to do with what I asked
everybody
you?
has access. It doesn't matter.
So here's what I asked him. You made a point to say that we shouldn't believe what we believe because we can't prove it without a biased
I
source.
didn't say that.
And I told him, the only way you can prove what you subscribe to is using a biased source. How come you get to say that? His response is conjecture because what he's saying does not apply to Pythagoras. That's the problem. He's banking on you not knowing what he's talking about. That's what he does. This dude is not smart. Don't all that. I'm a philosopher. No, this dude is not smart. And I'm at work doing this with eating and picking my toes, bro. You're light work.
Can y'all read a scripture for this brother, please? Just one scripture, cause and I'm gonna go back to the audience. But this guy's very
Salakia, sis.
dangerous.
Give the scripture, and one of the brothers is going to read it.
Yes, thank you. It is Matthew 18:6.
Do we have a reader?
Shemaiah, I'll get it. What is it? Matthews 18:6. Can y'all hear me?
Con, that's what she asked for, and then
Con,
she
she
Okay,
said
yeah, go ahead.
Matthew's 18:6.
went back to the
Yeah, I don't
audience.
know if that's gonna help. I don't know if that's gonna help you, brother. But all right, Matthew's 18:6. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones, which believe in me, it were better for him that a milestone were hung about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Yeah, tomorrow you bringing confusion here, man. And y'all will all said the right thing. He's banking on brothers not knowing certain things. You know, Tamario, you're not smart. The energy that you use, listen, hold on one second. The energy that you use in studying the Grecians, right? You should use that energy and figure out and learn who you are. You ever thought about that, Tamario?
Well, as I study history, I look at the thousands.
Tamario,
Okay.
hold on. Are you a Grecian?
Yes.
You are a Grecian?
Well, I follow their line of thought when it comes to intellectual inquiry. So yes.
Now, why would you say you followed that line of thought?
Right. So
Hey,
What was
he
your
so
main
just made
reason?
that up. He
because
just
here
made that
here
up.
I
here
know.
He just made that up because to say they as if it's one type of person is also a problem. It's not. There's no such thing as one type of person. Like there are many people that lived in that area, and there are many names for that area. Like he just made that up.
God,
all right. So here's what you guys are missing, right? I look at the progress and the trajectory of man in itself. I'm not. I don't care about color in this context. Before Greeks, man has been
so
here for
Mario, hold on. Who are the original Grecians?
what the Minoans. The you want me to go? Like, come on, man. Let's not do that, bro. Like I'm
Who are
up on
those
it, bro.
people?
It's inconsequential. See, that's what I'm saying. Like y'all like the
Inconsequential.
grandstand. No, y'all like the grand. Like that's like I'm not. I only there's just a few like people need discernment when they're studying, bro. Like that like that's something that's
Huh?
needed. It just is
What
What,
about
because
what are you
what?
talking about?
some things just don't matter.
Wow.
No, so what y'all do that see those are
So
grand
so
you're
so
grandstanding. These are tactics to
Tamario,
cause confusion.
Tamario, Tamario, you think you Phoenician or something? Like, what's your stand? Like, what are you like? You
I'm
saying
a
you Greek,
black
but
American Greek. That's
you're a
what I am,
Black
bro.
American Greek. Yo,
Good.
Tamario, you're lost. You're lost. You supposed to know. You are who your forefather is. All right. Learn about who your forefathers are. Do your blood history, man. Because if you don't know that, man, you don't know who you are. This is the reason why you're going off saying you're some black Grecian. All right. You're not no damn black Grecian, man. You don't even know who you are. You might be a damn Hamite.
Right. So
Hey,
as I was saying, when we look at the hundreds of
No, as
thousands
you
of
were saying,
years,
it's over for you. It's over now. See, now I'm gonna deal with you, Mario. You done right now. In 3 minutes, you finished.
this guy. So if I could, can I speak now?
Is your grandfather white or something?
No, my grandfather is black. Was
I
black.
don't know, man, because
He's
you
deceased now.
you might be a chocolate covered Edomite,
No,
man.
see that's the thing though. That's the thing.
Really,
It's not about that. I look at the progression of man, like it's deeper than see again, Israelites want to place me in a box. Now, prior to Greeks, before they rose to any prominence, man had, y'all won't accept this because your Bible won't allow this. But whether, people question science, but man has been here for hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of years. And we don't know a lot about, we're left to speculate on what they were doing at all. After the Greeks were educated by these people, they unlocked a few concepts. Now, they didn't reign long when the Romans came in and saw that these biblical narratives were good for business. And you get these Constantines, you get these Muslims coming up.
Tamario,
Everybody,
hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on,
hang on,
Tamario, man.
one
No, no, no,
second,
no, no, no.
bro.
Hold on.
He lied. He lied.
No, because you're doing too
He lied.
much babbling, man.
He lied. He
Move,
lied,
move, move,
suggesting that man. He lied,
move him down
suggesting
to
that
the
man was here for
audience,
millions
man.
of years. He lied.
Right, that's my point, man. We can't build based on that, man. What are you talking
I
about?
wasn't finished. I was going somewhere. Y'all didn't let me
Bro,
finish.
move him down to the audience, man.
No, Joel's gonna cut me, man.
And
I have to stay up
modern
here.
academia, modern academic consensus. No, academic consensus, which he subscribes to. Once you take a stance, you're finished. That's why we like to make you take a position. Modern academics does not subscribe to any idea that men philosophizing and building civilizations were here millions of years ago.
Right.
No, they do not.
I never said building
Modern
civilizations. I
academia.
never
Yes, you
said
did.
building
Yes, you
civilization.
did. Shut up, nigga. Yes, you did. So now,
No, I
modern
did not,
modern
brother.
academics. No, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said man was here for millions of years, and the Greeks learned from them. That's
God,
what you said, and
that's
you're
how I
wrong.
Not what
stopped
I
And
it.
you're
said.
wrong.
That's not what I said.
Yes, it is. Don't be a liar,
That's not what
bro.
I said.
Don't be a liar. Stop lying. That's a disgusting trait. My father said, I only hate two types of people, liars and thieves. So don't be that, bro. Don't be that. You said that.
Joel,
Now, if you
what
didn't mean to
no
say
no
that, if you didn't mean to say that, say, yeah, I said that, but I didn't mean it like that. Don't say, I did not say that. Don't do that. Yes, you did. So now, modern academia doesn't support that. They'll tell you the first civilized people presented themselves in the fossil record 250,000 years ago. So nobody in modern academia believes that civilized people were here millions of years ago. And they do not teach that it is inconsequential who the Minoans and Etruscans are. Those are some of the most important people in history. For this nigga to say that they are inconsequential shows you that he doesn't know who they are. This is my problem with him. He is banking on you not knowing things so he can say things. When you're talking to a person like this, he requires you not to know so he could just say things. That's why I'm here now. Now, everything you say that's stupid to Mario, I'm going to cut you and I'm going to disagree with you. But if you tell the truth, I'm going to leave you alone. The problem is you don't tell the truth. So you're going to get interrupted a lot until you start telling the truth. And the true thing is you don't know. You need to start admitting that you don't know. Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Excuse my language. You don't. You're running your mouth, bro. You do not know what you're talking about. Etruscans and Minoans are inconsequential. They don't matter. How dare you? Do you know how important those people are to the Greco-Roman development that you idolize? Do you answer that question? Do you know how important those people are?
Yes, but I only need Aristotle, Plato, Socrates.
Who taught
I,
Aristotle?
no, that's again, brother.
I'm sorry. I dare you to say it. Who taught Aristotle?
Answer the question, Tamario.
I dare you to say it.
Well, Plato taught him.
No,
He was a
nigga.
student of
No,
Plato.
no, nigga.
Man,
No.
Tomorrow,
And
you
that's how you
dumb.
know. And that's how you know that Tamario's an asshole because he says he subscribes to Pythagoras. Pythagoras is the major influence on Aristotle, Plato, and Homer. But yet he told you he's a student of Pythagoras and don't know that. So this is my problem with you, Tamario. Who you talking to, bro? Who you think you talking to,
You do
Tamario?
know that Homer is older than Pythagoras. You know
Who,
that,
who
right,
you who
brother?
you talk who you talking to? Who you talking
You're
to, Tamario?
grandstanding right now, brother.
Tamario, who you talking to? Who you think you're talking to, bro?
Yahweh all is who I'm speaking with.
You don't know
Go
who the hell
ahead.
you talking to. And guess what? Did Pythagoras invent the Pythagorean theorem? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Did Pythagoras invent that?
It is
That
it
nigga's on
he
Google. That nigga's on Google right now. Did
oh trust me.
Pythagoras
Trust me.
did,
Trust
did,
me. I
did
am not
Pythagoras
on
invent
Google,
that?
brother.
Answer the question. Did Pythagoras invent that?
Whether he invented it or not,
See, that's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
know.
That's why I put
But
you on mute.
no, no.
That's why I put you on mute. When this kind of person relies on you not knowing so he can say things. He does not even subscribe to the theory that he's false flagging.
You're
This nigga is
grandstanding
false.
again, brother.
This nigga is false flagging, man.
All right. So
He is
it.
not. He is not deep. He doesn't know who these people are. He's throwing their names around, hoping that you was asleep in a history class. All right, that's what's wrong with him.
All right. So
But
what you're
guess what?
missing?
Who?
Guess what
who-
the Israelites are? Guess what the Israelites are? The Israelites are like Moses, because Moses was versed in all the science of the Egyptians. That Israelite was very intelligent, and so was Abraham. He was learned in all the ways of the Chaldeans. So the
Uh,
Israelites you're speaking today, we're learned in all the ways of the Greeks. We know what they taught and believed. You standing before scholars, Tamario, and you trying to make yourself greater than you are, and that's why the Most High is abasing you. Because if you humble yourself, He will exalt you. You ran your mouth for the last hour and a half, and I was listening to you, doggy. I told you I was gonna get at you in a minute. You don't know what the hell you talking about. You said the Etruscans are inconsequent. Smack yourself. Turn your mic on and smack yourself. I want to hear the pop. Smack yourself, Tamario.
You're grandstanding right now,
hey,
brother. But it's
Tamario.
okay.
who-
No, no,
It's
no.
okay,
who-
bro. It
No, no,
hurts.
Whose
no.
It
fault
Tamario.
hurts,
is
bro.
this?
It
Is
hurts,
this?
man. It hurts, man. Like
Tamario.
How does it hurt, nigga? You said the Etruscans are inconsequential.
to this
Smack
conversation,
yourself.
they are inconsequent. See, what y'all do is
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, name something the Etruscans contributed to civilization. That the Greeks had to borrow for you to suck their rod. What did the Greeks have to borrow from the Etruscans?
can I speak or are you gonna grandstand, brother?
What did the Greeks whose rod you on? What did they have to borrow from the Etruscans for you to worship them so much? What did they have to borrow?
Tell me what they had to borrow, brother.
That's I ain't telling you shit. You stop
Answer the
fronting up
question.
here, man. Stop fronting like you know what you're talking about. Smack yourself on. Yo, smack. Put the mic by your face and smack yourself, man.
Bro, you
Salak,
are
Sal,
grandstanding
To Mario, answer the
hard,
question.
hold
brother.
on, Salaki. Who in the audience agrees with Tamario? Raise your hand.
There's no hands being raised, man.
We got one
Tamario,
person.
Tamari. Oh,
You got one person?
you want to bring him
Yeah, I
up?
had one. I don't know if they were coming for that, but yeah.
Bring him up.
Hey, Kebab, is that what you up here for? Do you agree with
I
Tamario?
now my bad. I thought you were finna say who in the audience does not agree with Tamario. I was quick to raise my hand. My bad. He's been quiet up here this
Okay,
So
whole
I
so
time.
so
guess it's
what we so
zero.
what we so what we need to do, we're wasting time. What we need to do is move Tamario back down to the audience because he's not proving anything. Nobody's getting anywhere with anything that he's saying.
He's not
No,
no
yo, no.
education to the
Brothers
Let
stage.
can't
y'all all
deal with
cut him
this,
up, man.
man. Brothers
This man is
cannot
Your
bringing
deal
no.
at
orator,
all,
your
This,
bro.
your
this brother is
orator
bringing no
is
education to the stage. He doesn't know anything that he's talking about.
right.
All
Just
right.
put him back down in the
He
audience,
says
man.
he speaks about the Greeks like they are one people unified under a banner. He said Alexander was great. He was one. He said that today that his contribution was incredible. Do you know what Alexander is regarded as? The only thing that's great about Alexander is his warlike mind. He contributed nothing to the world. He is the downfall of Egypt. The reason that Egypt declined and that their mathematics and their architecture is lost to us forever is because of him Hellenizing Egypt and destroying their priest temples and killing their wise men and setting up his people over there as the Egyptians.
You know, it's
But yet,
interesting. It's interesting that you say that, brother, because Eratosthenes.
Tamario,
I'm sure you
Tamario,
know
shut
about.
up,
I'm sure
shut
you know.
up, shut up, nigga, shut up. You don't, you listen. I'm teaching. So what you did was you jumped in like you knew that, and like you brought that to the people for them to learn. No, you did not. You lied to them. You a liar for no reason
Bro, for
except for
one,
to worship the white man.
first
Except for
off,
the worshiping. The world,
Alexander
the world,
Alexander
the
ne-
world, the world does not worship the white man. The world doesn't worship him. This is a person who doesn't even know why he admires the white man. See that? He doesn't even know why he admires them. He says he wants to be like them, and he recognizes Greek culture as the height of philosophy. Ask this nigga, how did the Greeks feel about the surrounding nations, and what was their plan for them? To Mario, what was the Greeks' plan for the surrounding nations? And when I say Greeks, I'm talking about Macedonians like Alexander and the Diadochi that he set up. Who's the Diadochi?
Hey, Salakia, wasn't Alexander the Great a cross-dresser?
Hey, hold on. Make him answer that. One thing at a time. Who is the Diadochi? You admire Alexander. Who are the Diadochi?
who are they, brother? Tell me, brother.
And this is my problem. This is my problem.
No,
I'm not
you're
gonna get up. I'm
grandstanding.
not
Like
gonna get up here. Yo,
I don't.
my nigga, buy a new vowel. Buy a new word. Okay?
Tamario,
Buy a new word.
Tamario, Tamario, he's asking questions. He's asking for you to give an answer to his question. He wouldn't
Yeah,
bring it
but
up
he's
if he
being
didn't. Hold
disingenuous
on,
though.
hold on,
How
hold on,
am I
hold on,
being
hold on,
disingenuous, nigga?
hold on,
because I
Tamario.
don't have the
If you're gonna
latitude
ask
to
a
speak
question,
my position, and
Yo,
hold
you
nigga,
want to
on,
put
Tamario, Tamario,
answer a
Tamar.
damn question, nigga.
you want to put me in a
If
box.
I
Like
claim to
y'all
know
can.
something, if I came up here and said I model myself after United States government, and somebody asked me who's the Speaker of the House, I better know that answer. If I say the United States government is the supreme intellect of the day, and I ask you who's the chairman of and Secretary of Defense, what right do I have to claim discipleship if I don't know who these people are? And that's what you're doing, and that's what I'm exposing. You don't know who you're talking to, bro. Nobody playing with you.
Bro, you googled a few things, and
Now I
you were
googled it,
like,
nigga. Now I googled it, nigga. I'm in my car driving, holding my phone in one hand, watching the road. But now I had to Google it. You gotta Google it, nigga. I
no,
know.
no, no. You couldn't deal with what I was
Tamario,
saying from earlier,
You're not
and
saying nothing. I cut you on. Let's go down the list of things he was cut on. He said the Etruscans were inconsequential to the historic record of the relevance towards the greatness of the Greeks. That's a lie. They are. They
in
are. They are.
relevance to this
They
conversation
know.
we're
They
having.
know. No, nigga. There's only one conversation being had. Why do you worship the damn Greeks? Stupid. So the relevance to that conversation, well, we don't need to know who the Etruscans are. That doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Because if you admire the Greeks, you need to know who those people are. The other thing he said was, people have been here for millions of years, and the Greeks learned from them. No, they didn't. No, they did not. Because the Greeks will tell you that people wasn't here for millions of years. Well, I study after the school of Pythagoras and Plato and Aristotle. Y'all don't know who these people. Hold on. What was the name? Who taught Pythagoras? What was Pythagoras' best student name? Did Pythagoras invent the Pythagorean theorem, or where did he get it from? What are Pythagoras' major contributions to art and science? Nigga, you don't know, but you just claim to be his disciple. I'm showing you to be a hypocrite, and I'm embarrassing you on this stage because I don't like you, Tamario. Because I know who you are. I know who sent you, and I know what you're about. And you're playing games on here, man. So you can get every soundbite you want, but you're playing games on here. You're a security threat. I see you from a long way away. You ruined my day just you being able to talk so much today, man. I never liked you, doggy. I knew who you was since the day you came on this app. Stop lying to these people and stop trying to humiliate my brothers, okay? By throwing around things that you don't know. You trying to humiliate them. That's racist. If I throw these names around, see, niggas don't know this. Well, I'm a nigga and I know. So you can't try that with me, doggy. I got your number, man. It's like a Rolodex. So
I,
stop lying.
I would debate you any day, brother, on
And
your
then
doctrine
niggas
versus
want to
mine.
debate.
Any day, brother.
Niggas want to debate. But the first question is,
Hey,
who taught Pythagoras? The first question is who taught Pythagoras? Now we debating.
Hey,
No, 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 no.
Tamari, hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no, let's
Why
debate.
is
No,
it
the
that
debate,
you
the debate is on. The debate is on. The first question, who taught Pythagoras?
right? The debate is on right now.
I have to say what I have to say first to
Get your
declare
ass out of
a
here, nigga.
position.
No, man. Damn, I hate niggas, man. No, no. You stop trying to embarrass my brothers and humiliate them by throwing these names around that you do not have mastery of. Stop trying to disrespect
How
them
are
like
you
that.
gonna tell me what I have, brother? You seem to lack
Who's
discernment
Pythagoras?
when it.
Who's Pythagoras teacher? Who's Pythagoras teacher? Because you claim to be a disciple of his. And who's Pythagoras' best student? And did Pythagoras
I've
and
never
did
claimed to be a disciple of
that nigga's a liar.
Pythagoras.
That nigga's a liar. That nigga's a liar. I heard you when you did it. I heard you when you said it. I study under Pythagoras.
You were
He's
listening
Greek
to
gods. You,
respond,
you,
brother.
I heard I study under Pythagoras. See, y'all are trying to put me in this box by this God that you can't prove. But I'm a black Greek. That's what you said, nigga. So don't try that. And as soon as you said that, I said, this nigga don't know who Pythagoras
You
is.
you out of character, brother.
Nah, no, I'm not.
We
I'm
can
in character.
relax.
I'm in character. I'm the same dude. I'm the same dude that's eating up with zeal for his father's house. And that's what the scriptures say. Would you call Christ out of character when he beat them niggas out of the temple? He's in character. He has zeal for his father's house. Don't try to insult my brothers like that. That's why the Most High sharpened me. The Bible says that you are a sword hidden in the palm of my hand. You are my secret weapon. And that's in Isaiah. That's what the Most High do with me, nigga. Don't try to play with my brothers like that, because I'm going to come out the bushes. All right? Who is Pythagoras' teacher? What's the name of his best student? And did he make the Pythagorean theorem or not? Answer that, since you his disciple. Since you use that name. Demonstrate mastery of who that person is. Right now.
So again, what
Nope,
Israelites want
nope,
to take
nope. You're not gonna
take
be allowed to
people
talk. You're
down
not gonna be
roads
allowed to
that they.
talk. You're not gonna be allowed to
Tamario,
talk. You're not gonna be allowed to talk
answer the
unless
question.
you can demonstrate that. Unless you can demonstrate that. Because you threw that name around. You ain't have to say that name. You could have said anything. You could have said Ronald McDonald. You said Pythagoras like you knew that. Like you knew who that is and what he's about. So now, who's Pythagoras' greatest student? Did Pythagoras invent the Pythagorean theorem? And Wikipedia not going to tell you, nigga. Wikipedia, I know that's where you at. Wikipedia ain't going to tell you. Answer that question.
Yeah, I think he dropped off, Al. He might
No,
come.
he
He'll
didn't
probably
drop.
come back.
He didn't drop off. I vanquished that damn devil, man. Try to insult my brothers, man. Don't do that shit, man. This nigga don't know what he's talking about, y'all. He don't know nothing about Pythagoras. That Pythagoras ain't nothing but a charlatan and a fraud, man. The Babylonians and the Indians had the Pythagorean theorem and proof of it before Pythagoras ever was accredited with coming up with that theorem. The reason it's called the Pythagorean theorem is because white people honor their own and gave him the credit for something that he had to go to other nations to learn who've had that for 1,000 years. And this dude claims to be a student of Pythagoras. He's really a student of the Babylonians. They give Pythagoras a lot of credit for shit that he
Right.
didn't do. Okay? I hate that about Tamario because he's trying to humiliate you like your culture is not special. The Israelite and Moses didn't write the Pentateuch. How dare you say that? Who wrote it? Oh, well, you only have a biased source. Of course, because we have to honor our own people. In the historical record, the white man would tell you that Pythagoras invented the Pythagorean theorem and he's the first one to discover the planet Venus. They will tell you that. That's not true. That's not true. The Babylonians got the planet Venus on their inscriptions from 1,500 years earlier. They've been seeing that and did the math to chart it through the sky. But the white man, since he honors his own, gives the credit to his own. So why shouldn't the Israelites do that? Who else is going to write about Moses? You expect the Egyptians to write about Moses? Or better yet, are the Canaanites going to write about Moses? How about the Jebusites? What are the Amorites going to write about Moses when he was slaughtering them? Better yet, are the Amalekites going to write about Moses? Absolutely not. Moses had his own scribes. Who else is going to chart your history, man? That's a stupid question. And that's banking on y'all not knowing how to approach that question, which is disrespectful. He shouldn't do that to you. And I don't like that. And that's not fair to y'all who's really trying to learn. Don't ever look down on yourself. And don't ever think that this white man, he ain't invent a goddamn thing. He didn't. Excuse my language, man, and excuse my zeal. I yield.
Yeah, Pythagoras is supposed to be the first philosopher and lover of damn wisdom.
Yeah.
Nothing but a damn devil, man. Nothing but a damn devil.
The Moors came over here and taught this white man everything damn thing he know. His sciences, everything that he has now. The Moors taught them that. That's the reason why they got the science they got now.
Khan. Hey, y'all, wasn't Pythagoras under the first series of Cyrus?
No, Pythagoras is from the 5th century BC. All right, and the most thing that he gets credit for is setting up a private school where everybody had to be a vegan. Now that they attribute to him. That they say is Pythagoras' idea. Everything else is debated. The Pythagorean theorem. They say this man discovered that music was mathematical. And guess how the story go? He was walking by a damn blacksmith, and he realized that the bigger the hammer, the note changed. The heavier the hammer, the note changed. So Pythagoras discovered that music was based on math, and that's not true. Today, you can find out you can use a big ass stick and hit a chord, and it'll make the same sound as a small stick, depending on where you hit the chord. It has nothing to do with it. So that's a false discovery. See, Tamario, who you playing with, bro? You are the greatest people on the earth, black man, woman, and child. Like the brothers tried to tell you earlier, you was getting your back kicked in, and you was inventing every damn thing, and Esau was stealing it from you. Okay, they give this man credit for making the light bulb, and he couldn't figure out that you need a filament that wouldn't dissipate and burn up. Well, who figured that out? A black man. Okay, you discovered that. This man want to make cars and pollute the world and destroy the environment with the invention of the automobile, but he couldn't figure out how to make it work in the city. You had to invent the traffic light to create order. You got Washington D.C. with all these Egyptian and Babylonian constructions, but who's the one that planned the city? Who's the one that charted the city? A black man named Benjamin Banneker. Okay, a mathematician. You did that while being called a nigger in America.
Hey,
Well,
Benjamin Vatican did it. Benjamin
Salaki,
Vatican did it off memory.
Salaki. They
bring it out,
couldn't even.
Shalfar.
Now I was gonna say they couldn't. They didn't even make the engine that the cars run on. A black man made the engine. They just took the credit for it.
This man gonna sit up here and belittle y'all. You ain't gonna talk down to my brothers and sisters like that. Are you out of your damn mind? The pasteurization process, the air conditioning. What is wrong with you, man? Things that we need to survive. We came up with that while being oppressed and having our backs kicked in. The white man picking his toes with a life of leisure, and all he could figure out how to do was be extremely wicked. Today, a white man came on this stage and said he would have told them Indians to kill everybody that came off them boats, man. A white man said it. You asked Tamario the same question. You heard that nigga's stupid ass answer? You know how stupid that answer got? Send them back and figure out who made it and ask them why they coming. These niggas giving you smallpox. The disease the white man gave that was the most oppressive was whooping cough, where you cough uncontrollably to the point that you suffocate. What kind of death is that? You cough to death? They brought that over here. The reason you go into projects is roaches every damn where, because the Germans on their boats brought the German cockroach. One of the greatest scourges of the United States is the German cockroach, the animal that represents filth. It was brought here by the white man. Can't stand you, Tamario. You make me sick, man. I'm telling you, I never like you.
Hey, Salakia. Yeah, this fool said that Alexander the Freak was great. This guy is an idiot, man. I mean, does he know that? I mean, evil increased heavily on the earth under Alexander the Great. As soon as they got power, you know, this is ridiculous, man. This is Cooning gone wild. You know, it's madness.
Madness,
These people are
madness, man.
ridiculous, man. This dude worshiped the Greeks. You know how sick the Greeks were? Worshiping their god Dionysus and having homosexual orgy, getting drunk and blasting each other's backs out, making tapestries and mosaics and bathhouses of just rods. That's Greek culture. But where did they learn how to make a mosaic? From the Etruscans. Where did they learn how to make a fresco? From the Minoans. And then they take this art form and use it to paint all type of homosexual imagery. Who are you talking to, Tamario? Ask this nigga, yo, bring this nigga up and ask him what's the Roman origin story. And he got 10 seconds to answer it because he gonna Google it and read you the Wikipedia article. You know, this dude don't know what's going on, man. Talk about the Bible. You want to bring up Colossians 2 and 8. Gabar said it, Adar said it the best, man. How you gonna bring up a proof text that you don't believe in? If you don't believe in it, how can you bring it forward in argumentation? That doesn't make any sense. That's what Muslims do when they want to argue with us. They go to the Bible to make points, but then later say they don't believe in the Bible. That's ridiculous. Hey, Tamario, you an agent, and I got your number, man. I know you,
Yeah, he
doggy.
definitely an agent, man. All the way. All the way.
This man say, ask them what they came for and send some of them back. You hear that? Oh, well, we wouldn't be here if history changed. Excuse me? As if here is awesome. As if this is a great life. It was 80 degrees in January. Are you crazy? The white man has destroyed this earth, man. Everything is out of whack. The food, you go in the supermarket right now, you can't even get food. But yet the Indians were savages when they figured out how to barter without money, where everybody had more than enough. They figured that out. And you fleeing from Black Death and scurvy over here in England to come over here. But you calling these people savages. And you couldn't even get sewage right. You couldn't even figure out what to do with your sewage. So you was living amongst filth, pocket full of posies. You used to take a handful of fragrant flowers and put it in your breast pocket so that you could walk through your neighborhoods. You take a handful of them flowers and put it over your face. Pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes. We all fall down because it stank so bad where y'all live. And you idolize these people, Tamario, and
Right.
you called a Native American a damn savage. Native America wasn't no savage. He taught you how to make soap. You did not know how to make soap. You didn't have it. When you got here, he showed you how to take lye from the runoff in the freshwater springs, and he would make soap and show you how to use it to clean your body because you was covered in lice, wood louse from being on that boat for 4 months, coming from your filthy ass country. But you call them people savages and say their lives improved when the white man got here. How did their life improve? First thing this nigga do when he got here, he had to learn how to irrigate corn, which was a sustainable food, because all this nigga knew how to do was plant a damn potato. And our soil wasn't nutrient rich enough on this side to support potato. So we taught you how to irrigate maize, which is corn. Give me a break, man. Native American Indians saved your damn life, like Shawapar said. He was a godsend for you. You should have worshipped him and made him your god. But no, me and Shawapar went to the damn museum. Shawapar, what did they do to the Native Americans, man?
Broke every peace treaty, filled their communities with disease and plagues.
How many treaties they broke? 400, man.
Yeah, documented.
Over 400.
They had a whole room, not a whole room, a whole floor of the peace treaties, right?
Khan, remember we walked around it?
Documented for a whole floor worth of lies, y'all.
It's just treaty after treaty that they broke, and it was a whole floor. You had to walk around and read the walls, and it named every treaty with a picture of it. Some of them had pictures of the white man shaking hands with the Indian chief. the Indian chief ain't really want nothing. He was like, well, look, you have the right to live and you need a place. So look, this area will be yours and this area will be ours. Simple treaties like that. White man done woke up in the middle of the night and cut everybody's throat and took the women. And then appealed and look, and then appealed as if the Indians did something wrong. But you idolize these people, man. Hey, Tamario, you the reason we at the bottom of society, niggas like you. And the Bible got your number. Because it said they love the Grecians culture the most. And you one of them back on the earth today, man. And we the revolutionary. Do you know we gonna crack your head first? You the first one we gonna get rid of. The Bible says that start at my sanctuary. So before we even go and deal with these heathens, we gonna get rid of niggas like you, man. The security threats. The ones who's gonna let Esau inside the gates when we lock the gates at night. I can't leave that white woman and them kids out there. And then they come inside and send up a damn smoke signal, and they do what they did always: rape, rob, and murder. So we got to get rid of niggas like you, man. So enjoy your time now, because the Most High is not dealing with you unless you repent, man. And I'm gonna yield with that before I get upset.
Con, con. Hey, yo, y'all are all great points, man. Right? True wisdom, right, came from our forefathers, not from these wicked Grecians, man. All right? I'm out and about right now, so Salaki on the background noise. True wisdom, our forefathers had the true wisdom. King Solomon, King David, right? Yahushua, all right? Our brother, our big brother, right? Then you have other great prophets like him. You know what I mean? So for him to come up here and say that, I mean, you talking about people that couldn't, like you said, couldn't even wash their own ass, man. They didn't even know how to take a damn bath, right? And these are people you're talking about ruling over us as a nation, right? People that live by the sword. That's all they've lived by, right? That's the only way they get anything. They steal everything they own, right? And I'm saying it loud enough. Hopefully, some of these Edomites in here even hear me, man. This is crazy. And these are people you glorify and you put over your own people, when true wisdom and understanding came from our forefathers and our foremothers, man. Right? Hey, Shemaiah, can you get a scripture real quick for me, Ak, if you don't mind? If you're not tied up. Any reader on stage?
What verse? What chapter?
Con.
Yeah, it's a real short one. Joel 3:19, man.
Hey, man.
We're
Hey,
going to read
Ari, I
this
wouldn't
one.
be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Tamario is recording all these conversations and reporting back to his master. I would not be surprised, man.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
I
I
know
mean,
who
you
you
could
are,
tell an
Tamario.
agent. Right. Yeah, you could tell an agent, man, when they come around, man. But bring that out real quick. Just a short scripture, just to add to the conversation.
Joel chapter 3, verse 19.
Right.
Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness. For the violence against the children of Judah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land.
Right. They shed innocent blood. Right. Signed treaties with a whole bunch of treaties and broke every single one of them. Right. Went against their own word. And these are the people you want us to trust and look up to. Right. The most wicked people on this earth, man. Right. You can't deceive anybody, to Mario. Right. With your damn Edomite worshiping, man. All right. Read on.
Verse 20. But Judah shall dwell forever, and Jerusalem for generations to generations.
Right. We're going to dwell forever in Jerusalem forever and ever. So no matter what you're doing, right? Because your master sent you out, right? To come over here and get little clips and recordings, right? To try to get brothers to say certain things. All right. But guess what? You are going to be in the losing. You are in the losing team, and you are going to keep losing. All right. You have not confounded anybody coming on this stage, honestly. Right. And all praises to certain brothers that have knowledge and understanding and some of the bull crap that you try to bring, right, to deceive people up here, right? But I just wanted to bring that out. You know, we're dealing with a wicked nation of people. All right. We're not going to give them any break. All right. This is why we had to shut you up when you keep lying and bringing out things that are not true, man. Right? Things that you don't even have any understanding on. And this is why, honestly, I didn't even think it was a good idea for you to even come on the stage. I would say we reenact that punishment. I'm all the way with Corey on that. I would say he shouldn't come back on our stage anymore until he gets all those assignments done, because he's still doing the same thing that caused him to be in a position that he was in to not be able to come on the stage anymore. All right. This is a person that hates his own people, right? We cannot trust him in any way.
I
All
second
right.
that.
Can y'all hear me?
I second
Khan,
that.
we hear you. I third
I
it.
Yeah.
agree. I
All
agree.
right.
I
Cause
agree.
he try to belittle brothers, man. He try to talk down on y'all, man. I ain't gonna let nobody disrespect my people like that, man. He try to
Con.
make it like you stupid or something, like you less than and these white people, and he don't even know what he's talking about. You don't deserve to be made to feel that way. That's wrong.
And
Salaki. Not only that, but even if he was to keep talking and running his mouth, he could have did that because nobody agrees with him. No, nobody in the audience. You know what I mean? Like his point didn't make no sense. He wasn't getting nowhere with his point. He was just saying shit. You know what I'm saying? With no proof, no backup, no nothing. And Yoel was just proving him wrong. And when I asked the audience, no hands went up. So it just tells you, man, like he needs to get his information together, man, before he even comes up and even speak, man, because he doesn't even know how to talk, man.
Khan, Salaki. And second of all, for saying Greek is great, Israel, Zion is the only place that's hallowed by the words of the Most High. Second Ezra chapter 5, verse 54 to 27. You can hear about the Most High's favorite. So whatever your God is, the real true God, his favorite place that he hallowed is Zion. He didn't hallow wherever the Greeks ruled at. You know what I'm saying? And then who he's going to appoint to be kings forever and ever, the kings of Israel, not the kings of Greek. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, who were the smartest people on the earth before you think of a Greek, a Roman, a damn test tube monkey, Edomite, Moab, the bat eater? It was Israel. We were the architects. Every place we went to, we made it abundant. Every damn captivity we went to, they could have not had the riches or been as mighty if they didn't have servants that were Israelites. Egypt became known, and we built the infrastructure. You know, we built just like we did in America, we did that in Egypt. Even if you deal with Roman, if you deal with Greeks, man, we were the best slaves known to man. We built that, man. We are the salts of the earth, not the Greeks, not the Romans, not the Babylonians,
That's
not
right, bro.
the Egypts, not no other nation is the salt of the earth. The salt is a seasoning. All these other nations is plain. It's like having a white girl make you chicken casserole and she ain't putting no season on that damn thing.
That's right, brother.
All these nations mean nothing to the Most High if you go to Second Ezra chapter 6. So for a black man to boast on a nation that is reputed as nothing, that became to be lords over us and to devour us, and you to chant over them, like, yeah, you sound like a damn cheerleader. You know what I'm saying? And if for me, if you say I'm an African American Greek, that is like one of the dumbest things ever, man. And then for you, this is how Isaiah 65 verse 15, Jeremiah chapter 17 verse 4, man, we was cursed. This is why the Most High is calling us by different names, man. You can't even tell me who really named you. You don't even believe that a white man gave you that black name or called African American. You know what I'm saying? You are named by two Italian men. I'm not happy about that. I'm
That's right, brother.
You want to say you not in captivity? What does your social security say? It is a bank account number, man. Don't you got to get a birth certificate to even be in this society? You got that. So you are a product of slavery, brother. I don't care how you put it. If you want to go to another country, you need a passport. In order to get a job or a license or drive, you need a license.
That's
You
right,
are
brother.
in captivity because you have to go to your oppressors that became rulers over you to devour you. The food that you get, show me that you are a butcher of your own animals and your own crop. Even if you can't even collect water. How you free and you can't even collect water, man? You know what I'm saying? Like at the
That's
end of
right.
the day, brother, for anybody to say that you are not in captivity, man, throw your whole. You deserve to take the vaccine, Tamario. Anybody thinking that another nation is better than your own nation, thinking that whatever God that you believe in, that Kuda Matata bullshit you be talking about, if you think it's better than your own God, your God chosen your people. I never heard of a God saying he only chose your people out of every other nations on the earth. You best believe I'm on his side. But you want to be on he want to smooth it better. Hey, Alexandra, it wasn't all of the Greeks that did you wrong. It wasn't all the Greeks. Man, show me book, chapter, verse. I don't care if they did one day of good things, good deeds. Our niggas, our people were still acting like niggas because of what the Greeks did to them, what the Babylonians did to them, what the Assyrians did to them, what the Egyptians did. They were watching what other nations was doing. This is why we start watching. This is why we start worshiping other idols. Our women start masturbating with gold and silver. Ezekiel
Yeah,
chapter 16, verse 17, 16 and 17. They were masturbating with gold
yeah,
and silver dildos, man. So
yeah,
we
yeah.
became accustomed of our oppressors, but you want to say none of us did us wrong? This is how we became Gentiles, man. I'm just
That's right.
saying, like I don't even know, like how, like you must have got dropped as soon as your mom pushed you out by accident. You know what I'm saying? That's that COVID mindset you got going on, Tamario.
I don't even think that man's parents are coons like that. I think he developed that through envy of the nations growing up. I think he probably wanted to be with white women, and or he wanted to be in certain gatherings and he was rejected for racist purposes, and instead of him resenting the people that rejected him, he sought to become like them, and then felt that that was achievement the more he could be like them. Something psychological happened to him, man.
Hey, Salakia, Adar, what scriptures was that with the silver and all that?
Ezekiel 16, verse 17.
You want me to read it, King?
Yeah, you can read it.
The water.
Well,
Damn, I didn't even know that was in there.
it's
Yeah.
chapter 16, verse 17. Thou hast also taken thy fair jewels of my silver. I give
No, you
this
cutting up.
silver.
I'll read it. I'll read it because yeah, you cutting up. Ezekiel 16 and 17 says, "Thou hast also taken thy fair jewels of my gold and of my silver, which I have given thee, and madest to thyself images of men, and didst commit whoredom with them." Yo, other nations was doing this shit too, man. And guess what Israel did? We followed along. Show me 10 women in your, you can't go outside and show me 10 women that's not using a bullet or using a rubber two-side dildo, man. Or using a damn butt plug, man. You was doing the same shit that you was doing back then, man. And we got all this shit from all these freakazoids, heathens, man. You know what I'm saying? Sodom and Gomorrah, you got niggas doing some strange things with no change, man. And look, you got Frank Ocean, you got Young Thug, you got a lot of brothers doing some, and we take a lot of these other customs from heathens. Israel didn't just wake up and was just some fanny packs. Israel wasn't just, oh, I just love science. Yo, every Israelite, when we were moving in a certain way, we were spiritual people before we were like some physical vagabonds, man. We were spiritual people. Soon as we said, man, I don't give a damn about that, and we start taking the Amorites gods, the Canaanites gods, we start moving different. We start becoming whores, man. You know what I'm saying? So when we get into Greek captivity, just because they took us out of the Persian hands, that doesn't make it a good fucking thing, man. If you are in captivity, regardless, is that a good thing? No, it is not, man. You are in servitude, man. You have to do whatever your master tell you to do, man, until the Most High uplifts a prophet or a judge or apostle or magnify a man like Samuel or any type of man in Israel to take you out of those bondage. You know what I'm saying? But we had to go to that because we had the mindset of Tamario and any other Kuda Matata Shabadaba Ding Dong mindset our people got, man. If our women want to be a whore, that is not the way of Israel, man. Brothers, you want to have different philosophies. Oh, I'm really good with philosophies. Clap, clap, bravo, man. Do you even know who your God is, but you know every philosophy?
I don't want to be that guy that I know everything, but I don't know who I serve. That is immoranious. If you can be the smartest person on earth, but you don't even know where you come from, you don't even know your purpose. Every human on this earth has a purpose, even if they're a heathen. A heathen purpose is to serve us, and a heathen purpose is to serve the Most High, doing what they supposed to be doing. Esau is serving the Lord; he's not serving himself. So the Greeks, they were serving the Lord to be a whooping towards us because we wanted to be stiff necked. Yes, for our kids to be killed, we deserved it because we failed off. But how far Esau went, hell nah. But that was a chastisement and a judgment that the Most High put us in the hands of lawless people. You can go to 3 Holy Children, chapter 1, verse 9. The Most High gave you to lawless people. So we can't say Greek is cool when 3 Holy Children, and I'm gonna read it. If the 3 Holy Children saying he gave us to lawless people, that don't mean the Greeks is yay. This is the song of the 3 Holy Children, chapter 1, verse 9. It says, "Thou didst deliver us into the hands of lawless enemies." So the Greeks would be one of those. Romans, modern day Rome, Babylonians, Egyptians. It doesn't matter. Whatever captivity, all these heathens, they are lawless enemies, man. They're the adversaries. They're the enemies of the Most High, right? Most hateful forsakers of God, man. And to an unjust king and most wicked in all the world. Man, these damn Edomites was ruling in different type captivities, man. They're an unjust king. We can go to Maccabees and you can see what an unjust king. We're not talking about the good stuff. What do unjust kings do? Kill abominations on your altar. Have sex with harlots in the damn temple. If Christ was here and he was seeing you doing that, you was gonna get. I don't know what he would have did. You wasn't gonna have no sex in no damn temple. You know what I'm saying? Killing the damn infants just for being circumcised, and whoever circumcised getting killed, and the mom is getting killed. You can go to chapter 7 of the second Maccabees, and you can see how a woman had to endure her kids getting killed. And the young kids saying, yo, you know what? I'm not gonna follow the king's commandments. I'm gonna follow God's commandments, man. But you want to boast on the good part of the Greeks? Man, what the hell with that, man? Yo, a lot of Israel died from the hands of the Grecians. We died in the hands of the Romans. We died in the hands of the people that's in America, man. We died in the hands of the Babylonians, the Assyrians. And the list can keep going on, man. If you got room to prove that the Greeks is good, we can go to the Babylonians and say they good too then. We can go to the Romans and say shit, they good too then. Shit, we can go to Egyptians and say shit, they good too. Because if you want to make room for one captivity being good, you got to evaluate all of them being good. But for me and my household, we gonna serve the Lord, and every captivity we went to was a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? And it took you away further from your God. So I'm not gonna uplift them higher than a damn crackhead that's one of the children of Israel. I'm gonna still say the
Con,
crackhead in my nation is better than them damn heathens, man. Ain't nobody going to treat you better than your own people if we keeping the laws and walking with faith. So for brother Tamario, you gotta vomit out all of that philosophy so you can get clean in this thing. But if you want to stay in that Kuda Matata Lion King philosophy, I'm cheering you on. Please go get the vaccine, brother. Go get the vaccine because that's what your doctrine, your philosophies acquire. Throw away all your laws and follow the king. So America is your king. You know what I'm saying? Because they follow what Greeks do. So go take the vaccine, brother. They use science to make that vaccine. Go get it. Tomorrow I'm rooting on you. Go get every vaccine, go get the booster shot, and then go get COVID 3000 vaccine. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna be here to cheer you on, brother, until we get the kingdom.
con. Man, I was trying to catch Chase, man, but he left. He actually sent me something on the back chat, and I wanted to question him on it. But I'm gonna read it out here. Chase, if you're still in the room, I want you to come up here to the stage, and I want you to respond to what you the question you posed to me. Well, actually, more of a comment. He said, "You will have to answer to the Most High for misleading all these men." They said, "You are instilling hatred and racism. You will answer for your actions." Oh yeah, why don't you ask your forefathers what they did to our foreparents?
right? Would they pay for what? Would they pay for that? Oh no, 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 they won't pay for it, right? Forgive and forget. I want you to come back up to the stage. Don't be a coward, and I want you to respond to what you just brought out. If you're still in here, I can't really see if you're in here. Yeah, Chase is the Edomite we were dealing with earlier. You know, typical Edomite. Your spirit is coming out. You're all the same. Every single one of you. You're all the same, but we see right through you. All right? No more deception. You can't deceive our people anymore. Come on up. The Most High. The Most High will bless me if it be His will for rebuking you and waking up our people. That's what He's going to do. All right? But anyways, we got Free Brew on stage. Hey, Free Brew, what's going on, man?
Yo, peace, love, and light to the room. Y'all about Shem, y'all Shabbat.
Yeah, yeah, Bashim Yashabrakata.
Man, look,
Yeah.
I live in Memphis, and we got an Indian museum where they hold in remains of Indians out here. A lot of people don't know this, but it's an Indian museum out here in Memphis that they hold in human remains out here in Memphis in the Indian museum, and it's like it's like one of the most known or most well kept villages. It's actually a village. They took the Indian village and they turned it into a museum, but it's still intact. And they holding human remains here. You know what I'm saying? So for someone to speak about these people in this fashion and not really know or do no real inner city history, like, right? Because the name of the village here is Chuckalisa. I'm most definitely gonna do another. I'm gonna do an extensive study or background on it. But I just wanted to implement that because I know for a fact that they was holding remains of the Indians in this museum, right? So when you go in the museum, I went as a child. When you go in the museum, I can't forget the smell. The shit's so strong. It stinks. It smells horrible, right? But I know what it is now. I know what I'm smelling now. So we got a DeSoto Civic Center, and I'm not sure if y'all familiar with the Spanish conquistador Hernando de Soto, but he was one of the first ones to go across the Mississippi River, touching Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and things of that sort, right? And we got a whole city named after this man. We got a whole, I mean, Mississippi got a whole county named after him. But we already know what he came to do. We know that that's true. We got a museum out here to prove the evidence. Like, if these people existed, why aren't they still in a village if everything was all good, right, with these people? But we know what they came over here and did. They left evidence for what they did here in Memphis. They left evidence for the destruction, the rape, rob, and the murder. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna find some more information when I go to the museum, and I'll be glad to
Salaki.
share it with y'all.
Salaki Free Brew. What happened with a lot of the Native Americans is it was reclassification. So a lot of them are still here. We still here. They still here. You see what I'm saying? But they were reclassified as Negro, Black, whatever. So
Con,
that's all. That's the only thing that's changing right now. But when you
con,
wonder
con.
where the people are, you living amongst them. You see what I'm saying? Some of the Judites that think they're Judites are actually gay. You see what I'm saying?
Con,
But because of
con,
the reclassification and us all being lumped together as just black, it was
right.
you know what I mean, people lost track of the history, you know what I'm saying, as far
And
as
when I,
their
that's
bloodline
crazy you
and
said that.
lineage.
Salaki King, that's crazy you said that because a lot of people that I grew up with was claiming Indian in their blood, like Cherokee or Choctaw. But we was claiming it. And my folks was telling me I had Indian in my blood. And I seen a
Con,
picture of my dad's great grandmother. She had hair all the way down to her calves. She looked like a fool. She like Indian. But no, I
Khan,
totally I understand what you're saying. Like they still amongst us. Yeah, I know they reclassified. I appreciate that.
Khan, all praises, man. Yeah, Jacob, you got the floor. What you got to add to the topic, man, or the conversation?
Yeah, Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shabrakatah, brethren.
Yeah, yeah, about
Um,
Shemya
is,
Shabbat, Shalom.
is I came in at the end, I guess, of um brother Joel. I don't know what that whole spiel was on, but just to add my 2 cents, I I'm a I guess I would say a frequent caller of the Jesse Lee Peterson show, right? And he has a little student under him named Hank. So I kind of both call them and give them just to throw them off they square a little bit sometimes. But today he had the little Edomite had his first caller was a white man, and the first thing he said he came on and said was Happy James Earl Ray Day, and as soon as he said it, it kind of clicked in me like, wow, that's they actually going there. I had a it was I laughed about it because it shows like the spirit of these people. You know what I'm saying? Like his first answer was the true answer. Then he tried to clean it up. Like, well, like he said he was trying to be he was being he said he was being facetious, but we all knew what it was. Um, but yeah, man, it was crazy, and like the rhetoric they have on that show, it's crazy because Jesse has some crazy allegations going on right now. The Edomites came up with Sodomites, actually Edomites, same thing, came up with a story about Jesse's personal life. I don't want to really blast him like that, but I guess it's on the internet. You can look it up. The guy's name's Patrick Rooney, and he has another guy named Amon, and another guy named Baba Gotu guy. And me and this Baba Gotu guy, we done had like a little, I guess, a little debate on one of the shows. But the Baba Gotu guy, he stopped being, I guess, he stopped being a sponsor for Jesse because he came out and said that he gave Jesse a lot of his money. He donated a lot of money to Jesse just to come out and find out that he's a fraud and he's this and that sexual deviant and all this. But it's a whole bunch of stuff online that's going on that's throwing Jesse's name up. But I try to tell him that's why you can't. What that scripture, I think it's in Proverbs. Um, envy not the oppressor and choose none of his ways. I think that's in Proverbs. But he does. That's what he does. He goes with the Edomites, and now let's there be any profane person as Esau. You know, it's just crazy. But yeah, man, just to add my 2 cents in, I know that's just the way they are. Their spirit is they have no soul. What I told the Hank guy, y'all have no soul. Um, as far as like morale, you know what I'm saying? They don't. Their their first reaction is,
Salakia King, Salakia King.
you
You
know,
talking about Jesse, the oldest dude? He be like kind of like taking the standpoint of a conservative, and he's a
right,
brother, the older brother, right?
right. The Jesse Lee Peterson, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
He's a,
he
he's a,
had
he's a brother too. He's black. So called black. So
he's the
I
older,
don't.
and
Right, right.
he kind of talks like this.
Kind.
Yeah. So this you say that they slander him now?
Yeah. They came out. It's crazy because there's two to three of them, and they're all saying they're witnesses to Jesse Lee being undercover in the closet or whatever. Um, whatever he doing, I don't know what he doing. This LA is wicked. You know how LA get down. But it's a lot of in the closet stuff. I don't know if it's alcohol, drugs. I don't know what it is, but you can look it up online. That's all I can say. Patrick Rooney, look up. It's a funny story. That's why I'm laughing. That's why I can actually say it like this because whether or not it's true, it's funny and I've been telling him for so long like you go with these people, you know what I'm saying? But in a blink of an eye, they'll turn on you. You know what I'm saying? And they'll place all this perverted stuff on you to where it's like, dang, you trying to ruin this man. So I told him for the record, I don't believe it because he a brother, and I feel like it's Edomites trying to slander him or defame him. You know what I'm saying? But if it is, and I know Edomites, they sick like that. They got a sick imagination. If they lying, I just that's how Esau get down. They have a vivid imagination about stuff like that. But if it is true, it's a problem. Especially what he preached, the stuff he preached about. The whole conservative thing. You know. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
Kai King, but that's what the devil will do. The devil will tempt you with the perversion, and if you take it, he got you. But even if you don't take it, he'll slander you about it. You know what I'm saying? Like the same thing they did with Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, R. Kelly. They try to get a few other people, and they try to get. I think they try to get what's his name, Morgan Freeman. They try to get a few other people, but a lot of the stuff though was too ridiculous. It didn't stick. But yeah, you coon out for these devils, and look, they turn their back on you, man. He should have learned from Cosby, because his standpoint was Cosby's standpoint for a long time. Because Cosby's standpoint was us as black people got to do better. That's what Jesse, that's what I agree with Jesse on. We got to do better as a people. And he used to claim he used to believe in the Bible, but he would never take the Israelite stance, just the Christian stance, because he still think God loved, them devils. But now he's seeing who the devil is. I pray he wake up, or he just gonna get finished.
I know it's certain stuff that I do agree with him on. I can't lie. Like the whole the households, the order, stuff like that. Stuff that we as people can fix. Like it ain't nobody ain't nobody else gonna fix it but us. So, but yeah, he does a lot of. I like to be behind enemy lines a lot. I I listen to a lot of their networks just to see what the enemy talking about. I like the other I think it was the World War III lesson that y'all just, or I don't know if it was a lesson, but the video y'all just had a couple days ago. That was a good one. I like that. But yeah, uh, yeah, that was all I wanted to say.
Yeah, Con. But we've been holding it down for a minute, y'all. I'm about to dip off and handle the rest of my business before I call it a night. Ari, y'all were all Shemaya. Y'all want to hold down the room a little longer? Y'all can, but I'm about to dip off.
I'm about to hit the gym, man.
Yeah, I'm about to head out too. So we're gonna shut it down. All right. Hey, Israel, hit the house above our head. All right, and follow the room. All right. Thwada for tuning in for both rooms. We appreciate you guys. All right, and thwada for all the brothers and sisters that came in and add on to the conversation. All praises to the Most High Yahweh Bahashim Shai. Right, our power. Israel, keep enduring to the end. Don't let nobody sway you either any way other than the ways of the Most High. All right. On to the next one. Israel, we got next. Kumiyash Allah. Shalom.
Shalom, Yahweh Shem Shai Brakatham, man.
That
Definitely.
was
Shalom. How
The-
about Shem Yahusha? Barakatah, brother.
Shalom.
Come here,